Soy juice, I call it.
Soy juice.
she?
We'll find out.
You couldn't have a blind umpire, could you? Just doing it, yeah. Keep an eye on the toss.
Match referee.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm doing it now. Just
Which button's on off on this? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is Ali speaking. Talk back to me.
Hello. Hi, Ali.
Hello.
Do you prefer Ali or Alison?
Either. Ali's quicker.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, all good? Okay, cool.
Are we all good? Can you show me which one is to turn off my microphone here? Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me now?
You hear her? Right. It's not that bad.
Okay.
Unless it's just turned in.
Turn this one down.
No.
Can you hear Alison? No.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Is that slide the only?
Yeah, I
Is
don't
it
want
you?
to. I want to be able to turn it. Oh, okay. It was on 20 before.
As long as it goes back to the same.
20. Hello, is that the right volume?
Yeah?
Higher. Is that better? Perfect. It's on number 10 if I forget.
Same for me, Matt. Yep. 10. I'm on 10.
Those the same level, Matt?
Are
Are
we-
those the same level?
Are both microphones okay at the levels they're at, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. I've turned them up in my headphones as well because I was a bit quiet. All good, Matt?
There's no feedback, is
Yeah.
there?
All fine. All fine.
Perfect. Sorry to be a pain. Just checking.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to the county ground for a historic day for Derbyshire Falcons women, their first game here at Derby in front of their home crowd as they take on rivals Yorkshire in the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup League 2. I'm Freddie Cardy on commentary. Alongside me is the former Lancashire captain Alison Byrne. Alison, really is a big day in Derbyshire's history.
Massive day, and a day that is long overdue, in my opinion. There's been some good cricket in lower tiers for quite a while now, and to see them being given this opportunity to showcase their skills is just amazing. And what a great day for it as well, Freddie. It's sun's cracking the flags here, a few clouds. But perfect for cricket, perfect day.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the start of last season here at Derby and the first county championship game. Every day was washed out, not a single ball was bowled. We've been blessed by the weather this season. And I keep thinking it's only a matter of time before the heavens open and you know, we lose a few more days, but it doesn't seem to have happened yet, and I don't think it's going to happen today either. But a big day for Derbyshire, as we say, and they are up against it, you would think, Alison, against this Yorkshire side who will be in Tier 1 next season. 1-1, lost 1, though, Yorkshire, so maybe not started just as well as they'd have liked to.
No, I would imagine that actually, as a group of players, they're slightly embarrassed that they were defeated by Worcestershire in their first game. And actually... never having met Lauren Winfield Hill, but watched her play for a very long time and seeing the steely determination that she shows. She's a winner, always has been, always will be. You know, she will be absolutely determined that these girls will not let their foot off the brake and they'll be ploughing through this division as best they can moving forward. Against a very young Derbyshire Falcons team, this will be a battle for them, there's no denying it, but it's cricket. Worcestershire can do it. Derbyshire can do it.
Yeah, a big test for Derbyshire, but home advantage for the first time this season. And they'll travel up to Harrogate as well in 2 days' time for the knockout T20 competition. Now, Derbyshire lifted silverware in the T20 format, were national champions last season. So that's maybe a format where they think they'll give Yorkshire a really good go. They're out in the middle now, the two sides, as you can see. And Rhiannon Knowling-Davies will open the bowling for Derbyshire, who won the toss. And captain Adriana Darlow elected to bowl first. And it's the former England player Lauren Winfield Hill who will open up for Yorkshire. I mean, that's 10:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. If you're Rhiannon Knowling-Davies staring down the eyes of a former World Cup winner, I mean, this is a tough task.
Yes, it is. And of course, she's bowling in the power play where Derbyshire can only place two fielders outside that ring of white discs that you can see on your screens. And they've chosen to go with the deep fine. I'm trying to find the other one.
Deep fine and third as well.
Third, there you go. Hidden by the pavilions.
Is Knowling-Davies then Derbyshire's first ball on home soil. It's a full toss, driven, and that'll be 4 runs for the former England international Lauren Winfield Hill, who gets Yorkshire off to rather the perfect start.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but boy, does that outfield look quick.
Yeah, product of some of the good weather.
Yeah. I mean, showed her class there. She didn't try and overhit it, did she? Just placed it.
Second ball goes through to the wicket-keeper, Megan Pittman, behind the stumps. Enjoyed a good year, and that's a good response as well from Knowling-Davies. It's a young Derbyshire side, Ali, and it is going to be a difficult one, you know, both cricket-wise, but also mentally for them, getting the preparation right coming into this.
It could work both ways for them, their youth.
Absolutely. Knowling-Davies again for ball of the over. Again, it's full, driven and well stopped by the fielder at cover. So a couple of dot balls after the first ball was crashed to the boundary by Lauren Winfield Hill. Be a bit of nerves out there at the moment for this Derbyshire side.
Yeah, they seemed a little bit trepidatious when I met them in the media area earlier on as Rihanna comes in again.
Balls again. Again, it's full, and this is worked away square behind square for 4 more. And Yorkshire flying along to 8 for no loss inside the first over. And Knowling-Davies, after a couple of dot balls, just maybe got a line wrong, and Winfield Hill helping herself to another boundary.
Yeah, this is where slight inexperience will go against these players. I think there's only one of them who's played at this ground before. It's the keeper, Pittman. And they're not used to playing on pitches of this calibre. They will, even though there's not a massive crowd in as yet, it's still a huge stadium and a huge platform for them to perform upon.
Nolan Davis full again, driven and it's bounced quite high off the outfield and raced away for the third boundary of the opening over. And you can't give these deliveries to someone of Lauren Winfield Hill's quality.
No, unfortunately, it says buffet bowling for her. Quality player such as that, she isn't going to miss out on a full toss. And I think one of the biggest difference we'll see between a good county player and a good international is finding the gaps as well.
Can she end the over well? The bowler she can. Drags her length back a tiny bit, and the throw in at the stumps collected by Megan Pittman, and successful first over for Yorkshire, 13 for no loss, up against Rhiannon Nolan-Davis, and yeah, the perfect start for the away side. I mean, it is an interesting point because we talk about home advantage, but you know, Derbyshire won't be playing loads here this summer. They'll be going around different grounds, and it is something that, you know, perhaps the pressure does come from these bigger crowds as well, and a few more have come through the door this morning.
Yeah. Be nice to see a few more people in. So if you're local, come on down. It's a beautiful day. It's a really perfect setting just to chill, enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the sunshine, and watch some quality batting so far from Lauren Winfield Hill.
Free entry as well.
Yeah,
so
perfect.
No excuse. I think you have to sign up for tickets online, I think yesterday, but I think now you can literally turn up and come through the door. And I think the members area as well is free for all spectators to go and use. It'll be Harriet Parkin from the city end. To bowl the second over.
Now, I'm only guessing, but I think she might just be a spinner as the keeper's standing so far up.
Yeah, bit of a longer run up though, so
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the medium pace. Spin would have been an interesting move after that fast start, and that's defended well by Lauren Winfield Hill. So a better start actually for Parkin.
Yeah, very good. Just what was required, I think.
Yeah, Derbyshire under pressure, 13 runs, all off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill in the opening over of their first home game. A gully fielder in short as well. And this has just worked into the onside for no run.
Parkin, very much a local girl. She works as a teaching assistant at St Giles Schools, just up the road from here. So if there's any of you with students at the St Giles School, you want to bring them along, bring the children along, see if they can experience some top-class cricket, now's your chance.
Banged in short, and that's lifted away for the first maximum. I think it has. It's gone all the way for 6 off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill, and Yorkshire's first start gets even faster. And I mean, that's the thing. If you get your length wrong, just by a fraction against someone of her quality, you're going to be punished.
Yeah, it's a shame. Her first ball was spot on. But it doesn't take much.
In fact, it's Pagan Hardwick, apologies, from the city end, continuing her over. Fuller, and again, worked into the leg side. Misfield, but won't cost Derbyshire a run.
Yeah, but you can still come and see the other player you mentioned.
She'll be there.
She's out there somewhere. I can't place her in the field as yet.
Yeah, Pagan Hardwick, Derbyshire's Coaches Player of the Year in 2024. We'll look to swing the ball in from the city end. Again, it's full and driven, and they do have protection out at the cover boundary. And it'll just be a single for Yorkshire. So a less expensive over so far from Pagan Hardwick, but still Yorkshire raced to 20 for no loss.
Yeah, and it is raced, isn't it? It's just haven't had to do anything special in terms of shot making. They've just picked off the loose ball at this point.
Final ball of the over. All the runs coming off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill. That's chipped back to the bowler, and she's put it down.
No.
What an opportunity for Derbyshire. And gifted a catch back to the bowler there. The bowler's done the hard work but couldn't complete the catch. And she looked to have had it in her hands as well as we see the replay.
Erin Thomas, you lucky, lucky girl.
Yeah, apologies. Thomas chipping it back to the bowler. And yeah, that is an opportunity to break that opening partnership. I know Lauren Winfield-Hill would have been the prized wicket, and she'll probably be grateful she
You were
wasn't
just projecting
Winfield-Hill
there,
who was
weren't
put
you,
on
Freddie?
strike.
You were
Yeah,
projecting that one.
would have been even worse. But yeah, Derbyshire's luckless start really continues.
Unlucky from Hardwick, but you know, if she's done it once, she can do it again. Bowl that ball at that tricky length. You're not sure to drive. You're not sure whether to defend.
That'll encourage Derbyshire as well. Here's Noeling Davis then. Now it's Winfield-Hill on strike, raises her bat high, and again it's a full delivery, but Derbyshire learning from the first over with protection out on the extra cover boundary, and it'll only cost them a single.
Yeah, she'll be looking for a comeback in this over.
Here she comes again then for Derbyshire, and slight inside edge there. So a shakier start then for Erin Thomas, and that'll encourage John Dyson's bowling attack, because Lauren Winfield-Hill has taken no time to race away to 21 of just 12 deliveries, but Thomas dropped first ball by Pagan Hardwick and still yet to get off the mark. Here is Noeling Davis again. Much fuller, driven. Fielder comes down, and it'll be just the one again through the covers for Thomas, who gets underway.
Yeah, the captain's actually, I don't know if you've noticed, she's put a fielder out on the covers there. It wasn't there in Noeling Davis's first over, so good captaincy. She's taking a
it's
positive move there.
Caitlin McDonald out there as Noeling Davis continues. It's just chopped again out to cover. Throw comes into the stumps past the wicket keeper, and will cost Derbyshire no over for throws, fortunately backing up by the fielder. Derbyshire just responding well after some early punishment from Lauren Winfield-Hill, the World Cup winner. Not every day you get a World Cup winner on your doorstep here in Derby to come and watch as Noeling Davis comes in again. Slower and clubbed away through mid-wicket for Thomas's first boundary. Yorkshire move along to 27 for no loss of no time at all.
Yeah, and they've got to keep their heads up, and it's up to the more experienced players in this squad to really keep these youngsters, and they are youngsters. We've got players here, 17, 18, 19, 20, that sort of age. There's a couple more experienced players in the team who can really keep their heads up.
Noeling Davis to finish her second over, and well fielded, well stopped in the covers. Yorkshire will sprint through for a run as Jess Cooser elects to hold the ball rather than hurling it in, but a nice bit of fielding by the opening batter. And after 3 overs, Yorkshire are 27 for no loss here at the county ground.
Yeah. So I was talking to Natasha Allen earlier on in the press room. She considers herself a bit of a veteran of this team because she's 26. Yeah.
And then you look at the experience in Yorkshire's side by comparison.
She's also very aware of the fact that they're a young team, and she's very keen on, working together, hoping to improve confidence. She sees that as a big factor in this team moving forward, using these opportunities to build the confidence up of these young players.
Hardwick to continue, and it's edged down to third. Just opening the face of the bat. It was a purposeful shot, I think, from Thomas. Third back in place. The other fielder out at extra cover, deep extra cover on the boundary. And yeah, Yorkshire looking to cash in on the power play, as you said earlier, just the 2 fielders outside of the circle. It's Rose on to bowl now, driven, and that may well be another boundary for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Speeding away, the fielder gives chase, but will not get there.
That was a lovely looking shot, wasn't it? I mean, she just literally just placed the bat, pushed it through the line, and let the bat speed and the pitch do the rest, because it's an absolute stonking outfield here. It's going like a rocket.
Yeah, it is. It's Rose down on the scoreboard, but I think it's still Pagan Hardwick bowling, I'm not sure. Same field setting as well. Comes the Derbyshire bowler again. Defended. And the bowler's fielding. Yeah, it is Hardwick continuing in the number 53, so
Rose
haven't got
is,
that one wrong.
Yeah, Rose is a spin bowler, isn't she? She's a leg spin bowler. Young girl from Chester, currently in university in these parts.
Plenty of students in the Derbyshire side as Hardwick comes in again. Full and just driven out into the offside, defended. More push than over hit. Throw back into the wicketkeeper, and been a good response this over from Pagan Hardwick.
Yeah. I mean, ordinarily you'd think 6 off 3 balls wouldn't be a perfect response, but compared to
what we've seen, and that's again defended by Erin Thomas.
Well, she seemed to put a bit more of her back into that, for want of a better phrase. That seemed to come on the batter a little bit quicker than earlier ball.
Yeah, Derbyshire electing to bowl first, so this won't constitute the best of starts. But as you say, it's a young side. It's going to be a learning process this season. Again, they are up against one of the favourites for the title. Full again, driven, and again that protection on the boundary will come in. I mean, it's another single for Yorkshire. And end of the 4th over, 35 without loss.
Yeah. Thomas has kept the strike there. Batters are already taking gloves off and trying to keep cool in between the overs. It's actually fairly warm in the centre there, but if you walk out around the outside, the back of the pavilion, out where the car park was, it's really quite breezy. You can see the trees still blowing to our right, but it's cosy in the middle.
It is. I can tell you up on the members' balcony so I'm usually doing the filming, and that is just freezing cold until about 3 or 4 in the afternoon,
really?
Even when it's boiling here. It's sort of the one part of the ground that just doesn't get any sun whatsoever, and obviously we're in the indoor media centre, the racecourse end, and very much no sense of the temperature. Feeling it. We do have the windows open, get a bit of some of the sound from the game. Now there will be a change of bowling. Caitlin McDonald on.
Yep.
And she's going to come round the wicket.
54.
Over the wicket, sorry. Left arm seam. Wide and full and driven to point. And she starts with a dot ball, which not every Derbyshire bowler has had the luxury of beginning their spells today.
Good start. Ah, yes, I thought so. This is my fellow Lancastrian from Manchester.
McDonald again. And, a driven shot. The first really loose shot we've seen from a Yorkshire player, Winfield Hill or Thomas. It was Thomas, and through to the wicketkeeper, Megan Pittman, behind the stumps, standing back.
In case McDonald needs any more incentive to bowl well. She's a white roser against a red roser against a white roser here.
We won't mention where your loyalties have lay in the past up here on commentary.
I think
here she is again, and this is over mid-on, giving chase, and the shiny white ball will win and get to the boundary in quick time. It is a rapid outfield. You're getting good value for your shots this morning.
Yes, unfortunately. Ella Porter did her best to pull that one back, but it was just running away from her. Just for a split second, it seemed like it might have been a catch, but of course we're directly in line with the ball. We couldn't tell the distance from the fielder. It was way over the fielder's head. Here comes McDonald again.
And that's just defended back to the bowler. He lets it go down to Natasha Allen. I think Derbyshire have probably bowled 2 or 3 good bowls and over, but then maybe look to change up, and that's when they've been punished.
Yeah, I agree. I think at this stage it's line and length.
McDonald then gone for 4 off this over. The boundary off the bat of Erin Thomas. That is full and down the leg side, and the first extra for the scoreboards, the scorers to note down. Terry Tinsley and Isabel Howe to our right in the media box, in the score box.
Yeah, very experienced scorers.
And here's McDonald again over the wicket, full, driven, and fielded well at mid-off. Yorkshire free for another single. And they've raced along to 40, 41 for no loss inside 5 overs. An ideal start. Thomas was dropped first ball of her innings by Pagan Hardwick, and Derbyshire, that's cost them 13 runs so far, but the bigger blows have come off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill. McDonald to finish her over from the racecourse end, and it's just pushed out into the offside, fielded well. A couple of good stops, and that's just what you need for this young Derbyshire side as well. When the bowlers have been put under pressure, you need your fielders to back them up, and they've been doing so in parts.
Yes, they are, and that's the beauty of having teenagers in your team, isn't it? You know, they're going to be diving for everything and absolutely everything. They're going to be quick in the field, fearless, strong arms, and they're going to have to work very, very hard today. 50 overs is a long time unless you start to take some wickets, so they've got to keep each other confident, keep each other going. Just about to move into the 6th over.
Yeah, looking around the ground, sorry, no side has made anywhere near a quicker start as Yorkshire.
Really?
Glamorgan, the only one coming close. They're 19 for 1 inside the 5th over, so Yorkshire have absolutely gone along like a house on fire.
Bowlers coming in. No change. Defended from Thomas. Hardwick's continuing.
Yeah, the long hair over a number on the back of her shirt.
Yeah,
obscuring
not very
it.
helpful.
No.
Women not quite used to these players yet. And she comes second ball. Again, that's just the line you need. Almost yorked Thomas, that one did. She had to really stretch for that one. It's good stuff from Hardwick.
Yeah, with all due respect to Thomas, she is the batter that Derbyshire would prefer to be bowling at the moment after Winfield Hill's quick start.
Well, she's also nearly had her out already as Hardwick, so yeah. And another drop catch. It was a tricky one. Out to long on. Hardwick must be kicking herself at the moment because that's 2 chances that Thomas has given them already. And she's down on her knees as the fielder. She needs to get up, get on with it. Don't dwell on it.
Yeah, I think it was a
tricky catch.
It was,
tricky
yeah,
chance.
to dive across to her right. It's not regulation at all, but will go down as another chance for Derbyshire.
Hardwick in to respond. And she's pushed that through the covers as Thomas. Don't think they'll be looking for 2 here because it's, as I say, they're a sharp team in the field. Looking at them, they're quick across the ground. They've got good arms.
Yeah, and that'll be encouraging. You know, saving some of these runs in the field. Majority of the runs have come, you know, through boundaries so far. There's not been many quick singles on offer.
Hardwick in. Nice, played off the hip from Thomas. She raises her bat. I don't think Winfield had any intention of going for that one. Don't worry, Miss Thomas.
Standing there nonchalantly at the
leaning on the bat
non-strikers.
in a customary pose. That's very Winfield Hill-esque. Hardwick to continue. Oh, and that is another close chance taken there. She's wafted at that one outside the off stump. And that's much better bowling from Hardwick. Great over from her. So we're entering into the 7th over. Score has moved on to 43. Still no wicket taken.
Yeah, nice take from Megan Pittman as well, up to the stumps. You know, it's a tough one for these wicket keepers who will often tell me that, you know, they go underappreciated, and up to the stumps in particular is one of the toughest disciplines.
It looks like it's MacDonald to continue. MacDonald living in Manchester at the moment. Left armour strides in. Bit short, it's going to be pulled. Is pulled. 4 runs. Yeah, Winfield Hill saw that coming a mile off and hardly had to move. Yeah, got to pitch it up a bit more, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's where Derbyshire's chances have come. Anything short, Winfield Hill has really taken a liking to.
And that's almost hit the hoarding there, which is a good 15, 20 metres away from the boundary rope. With quite a lot of ease. So I think that's the lesson they can learn from this, is that they just cannot bowl short to either of these two. It's got to be there or thereabouts. McDonald. Full. Yeah, that's better. Of the two, I'd rather they bowled it fuller than too short. We're all aware of how many full tosses take wickets, but yeah, better to be too full than too short every day of the week.
Especially with the the cover fielder back on the boundary as well, and then the fielder at fine leg. There's just not enough protection. If it's not short enough, you're going to get punished.
So that was good adjustment, and that's the length you want. Well bowled. Winfield Hill has just tapped that off her toe straight down to mid-on. No run. Good response from the young bowler.
Yeah, really good. Full and maybe a little hint of shape in as well to Winfield Hill.
Fourth ball. Full. Driven. Yeah, driven for 4. Again, that's quality from Thomas on this occasion.
Yeah, it's just 1 or 2 poor balls and over costing Derbyshire at the moment. We talked about how McDonald responded well to the early boundary, but then again, the ball just too full and she's just not going to miss out, Winfield Hill.
Sorry, I said Thomas, didn't I? I just saw Thomas's number as she went down to congratulate Winfield Hill and got myself in a conflab.
Not the only one.
Yeah. Winfield Hill still on strike, obviously. And they've brought in a short gully, short-side man there. Good positioning from the captain there, because Winfield Hill very kindly placed it straight to her as if to congratulate the captaincy on her field placements.
Yeah, just took a bit of pace off of that one as well. And we've seen Adriana Darlow not afraid to make some interesting field changes. She's done so here, and, that's a good sign. You're going to have to get creative at stages, especially now.
And again, better ball, another sliding stop. Just forward of point there, end of the over. And the Yorkshire women have moved quite impressively to 51 off only 7 overs. Yeah. Incredible. Run rates come down though, so this is, in terms of the bigger picture, this is still a bit of a fight back from Derbyshire. They're getting more balls in the right area than they were in the first couple of overs, that's for sure. Yeah,
John Dyson, the Derbyshire coach, speaks a lot about, breaking the game down, winning your individual battles. He's conscious of this young side. If you stare and, sit and stare at that scoreboard now as a Derbyshire player, and start thinking about the bigger picture, you can panic. But when you go back to just winning your individual battles against these 2 batters, and that's the best way to go.
Hard wicket to bowl, and it's struck firmly down to long on, and that's an excellent shot from Thomas. She's not frightened of getting back to ball at pace. She's very happy with that shot. She's played it again one-handed just to show Winfield Hill how impressed she is with herself.
Yes, probably the most powerful shot we've seen so far. Erin Thomas, just 18 years of age, but played already for England under-19s.
Great prospect. Hardwick, what she got left in the tank, a little bit short, and she's pulled that just wide of long on position, sort of mid-wickety long on out towards the... Are they hospitality boxes over there? This ground better than I do.
Yeah, up the top is the sort of the members' lounge. Down the bottom, I'm not quite sure. There's a new sensory room down there, which has been introduced this season. But yeah, Thomas, she played tennis at county level. I think the last couple of boundaries you've seen, you can really see that. That's that sort of part of her game.
Well, I play tennis like a cricketer, so I can see why a cricketer might play cricket like a tennis player. In comes the bowler, Hardwick. Better line. Thomas was looking to give that some welly, but she could only squirt it out to short mid-wicket there. No run. That's what we want. Dot ball. Let's build up some pressure if we can with these dot balls.
Yeah, that leg side boundary now, certainly the shorter of the 2 at the moment.
Big gaps out there. Oh, this time it's in the air. Is she taking it? Yes! At last, one of Hardwick's chances has come off. Little easier catching opportunity there, but they've got their prized first wicket. Well bowled, Pagan Hardwick. You thoroughly deserve that wicket, young lady. And it's Thomas. She was just looking to expand there, wasn't she? And it's been caught fairly easily.
Natasha
Caitlin,
Allen, I think.
I
64.
think it is indeed. I wish they'd get their hair cut, these girls. It's Allen. Well taken, Allen. And Thomas went for a well-made 22 runs off only 21 balls. As I say, she was really looking to strike out, and that's going to fill the girls from Derbyshire with much more confidence. Well done, Pagan Hardwick.
Yeah, they'll feel that was long overdue, and especially Pagan Hardwick as well, who put Thomas down off her first ball and, yeah, just looked to chip the ball down the ground, but just didn't get enough of it, mistimed the shot, and Allen was never going to drop that.
So who have Derbyshire sent in? Can you see the number from there?
We'll have a look when they take guard.
Ella Porter, 78, I believe. Ella Porter's coming in with a score on 59. I think it is.
No, Porter's for Derbyshire. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Right number. Right
Right
number.
number, wrong team.
We'll
No,
see on the scoreboard.
We haven't
soon.
been given this player's number as she's taken a little dab.
I think it is Rebecca Duckworth. Yeah.
Left-hander into the covers for the first ball from... It's been overthrown. We don't need that. That's a shame. Overthrown and the cover wasn't quite in place.
Yeah.
There we go. Rebecca Duckworth.
And that's that's too easy a start, to get
Yeah.
off the mark in that fashion. Get Winfield Hill back and strike.
Hardwick into ball. Duckworth's placed that nicely into the covers, eased it in. Sorry, Winfield Hill for a quick single there. Duckworth is a former Lancashire player, actually. Came through the academy there.
Yeah, brother is a football referee as well in the EFL. I may well have a game today in the final day of the season as well. So big day for both of them.
Yeah, yeah, that was an interesting over. It had everything, didn't it? Wicket, overthrows, Newbasser off the mark. Me giving Derbyshire making one of the Derbyshire players bat for Yorkshire accidentally.
That's the worst thing that could happen for Derbyshire now.
Yeah, exactly. Had everything.
They'll be very pleased to get on the wickets column, and Pagan Hardwick, as you said, very much deserves one to her name.
So, MacDonald in, scores on 61 for loss of 1 now. That's wrap the pads. Muted appeal, I knew it was going down leg really, but you've got to empty the lungs occasionally, haven't you?
Yeah, the left arm angle, it just looked like it was drifting down, and it's hard because the wicket's a little bit over to our left in terms of our angle, so I was maybe expecting a bit more of a shout, but the fielder's reaction will often give away, and as we see a replay, and yeah, certainly going down leg.
Yeah, MacDonald's just making a few little tweaks in the leg side field. And again, yeah, she needed to tweak it a bit more because it's gone down to fine leg. 1 run. 1 more for Winfield. Takes her on to 38, and we're only in the, which over are we in? The 9th over. Goodness me.
Yeah, she's enjoyed herself so far, Lauren Winfield Hill. Rehearsing some even more aggressive shots now at the non-strikers end than what we've already seen.
Full, nice, good line, well fielded and backed up there. It's better Derbyshire. Well done.
Yeah, Caitlin McDonald looks threatening, doesn't she? She's she's been hit for 15 runs, but she's got wicket-taking deliveries in her, I think.
Looks like we're due to have a visitor shortly, and have one of the Derbyshire players come in as the score moves on to 62 for 1. And Francesca's going to come and join us. I'm just going to mic her up a little bit. There we go, Francesca. Welcome to the world of the commentary box. You're now live. Would you like to introduce yourself, Francesca?
Yeah, I'm Francesca. I've just joined Derbyshire from Berkshire originally.
Excellent. MacDonald's come into bowl. It's a big swipe to leg, but it's wide. Umpire Amy Coyne signals a wide there. 1 to total. Scores moved to 62 for 1. Good comeback from Derbyshire. Last 2 or 3 overs. MacDonald hoping to take another scalp in this over to go with the one that Hardwick took earlier in the previous over. And she goes, drives in. Slower ball. Nice idea. Unfortunately, it's gone wide. Yes. Maybe a bit soon, perhaps, for tiddling around with a slower ball. New batsman, and you can still perhaps do your stock ball at this point, make them play. So, Francesca, tell me, you should be playing today. What's happened to you, my dear?
I've had a back strain for the
Ouch.
past few weeks. Yeah, hoping to be back by the 15th though. So
15th of this month.
yeah.
Excellent. In we come. Nice position there. Captain's brought mid-wicket in a bit shorter to prevent that quick single. Well done, skipper. Dot ball. So what in your, to those of us who don't, myself included, who are not overly familiar with the Derbyshire team as yet, what's your role within the squad? How would you describe your role within this squad when you fit? Tell me after this ball as MacDonald comes in. Dab down for a single.
Okay, so I'm a seam bowler. I like to think I'm an all-rounder, but don't we all?
I think bowlers have to be all-rounders, don't they? They don't have much choice. If you're in a 50-over match, you usually end up batting anyway,
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
you?
Yeah. So open the bowling or first change.
They could have done with you today then.
Yeah. Well,
Well, no,
the girls are doing good.
Not that
Yeah.
I was just about to qualify that because I think in 50 overs
It's hard.
you need a rate. You don't just
Yeah.
need 5 bowlers, do you?
No.
It's a long day. You're all
You need a lot of options.
10 overs if you're not used to bowling 10
Yeah.
overs is a lot. And also different bowlers do better against different batters.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it was
definitely.
more to add to the
Yeah.
variety of the. Not that I'm denigrating their efforts at all. I'm not. I think it's Hardwick still into bowl. You correct me if I'm wrong, Francesca. You know these girls better than I do. Dot ball from infield, holds the pose like you do when you've not practiced it 5,000 trillion times already, as I'm sure Winfield Hill has over the years. Score remains 64 for 1. I'll come to you in a minute, Francesca, about what you might do in this position as a bowler and for your insight. Oh, that's close, nearly caught and bowled again. Hardwick could have had 3 or 4 wickets today already. Just avoided her on that occasion. She's been very unlucky, don't you think? Have you been watching all of it?
Yeah, we have, yeah.
So what are your thoughts? If you were the brought on to bowl the next over, Francesca, what might you aim to do?
I'd definitely try and be bowling on the stumps. I move the ball away a bit, so I'd have someone that slip and keep the keeper stood up.
Keep a good line.
Yeah.
Keeper stood up as well.
Yeah.
She's good at that standing up, isn't she, Pittman?
Yeah.
I was surprised. I was expecting a spinner to come on and then I got my eye wiped, didn't I? Yeah, dot ball from Hardwick. Hardwick's really come back well after the first over, don't you think?
Yeah.
Tell me more about her as a personality. Go on, dish the
She's
dirt.
got a huge personality.
Oh, it's gone over again. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's just a really good shot from Winfield Hill. She's played right through that, over towards the whatever building it was that Freddie told me it was earlier on, video area. Not shite short. It looks like some old people's bungalows. I might get one of them because I'm retiring in September. I'm looking for somewhere, to live out my dotage. So go on, tell me about Pagan. She's lively. Here she comes.
She's absolutely lovely. One of the biggest personalities probably in the team.
Yeah. That's
It's
what
so
you
easy
need.
to talk
And in
to.
a situation like this, you need personalities
you
out
do,
there,
yeah.
don't you? Yeah. 1 run, 69 so far. Pittman's still happy to stand up to Hardwick. They're persisting with Hardwick. How many do you think they'll give her? How many overs do you think Skipper will give her?
I think it's looking good as it is. She's bowling really well, so
Isn't she? Yeah, and at the end of that over, Hardwick's bowled another good over there.
maybe one more, and then
Maybe one more, do you think? Well, we'll see.
we'll see.
I'll have a 5p bet with you on that one. It's it's a good comeback. I mean, it's not the ideal first 10 overs, but it is a very, very good comeback from the first over. I bet you were all a bit scared at that point.
After the first ball. yeah.
And that is the end of the power play, which means Derbyshire obviously can take some more fielders out of that ring. Hopefully cut down some of these boundary balls. But of course, in doing that, they're opening up the field to singles. So it's difficult.
It's hard balancing.
It really is, isn't it? Because I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to have extra fielders in, because it does mean that they're going to just be able to pick off more 1s and 2s when they've already got a good base to.
Yeah. I mean, as a bowler, I don't mind them trying to hit me over the top in the first few overs. if they can do that, then well done.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
Yeah, as long as you're attacking the stumps, it makes it so much harder for them.
MacDonald. Nicely bowled, take a bar. You see, so it doesn't do not having the commentary books right behind the stumps. I thought that was dead in eye, but it's obviously going down leg. Another great take from Pittman. There's another character.
Yeah.
I thought she was full of confidence and bounce when I met her briefly earlier on. So on a night out, are you old enough to be in the night out club?
Yeah.
You are, because there's some very young players here.
Yeah,
MacDonald.
it's mix.
Oh, it's just gone onside the bottom edge.
Just missed the helmet too.
And it did. Well, I'm glad it missed the
Yeah.
helmet. We don't need any more of that. We don't
No,
want
I think Caitlin's a very good bowling option because she's left-handed.
Yes.
And she swings it quite a lot. She typically attacks the stumps as well, so most things end up on the pads. She's very hard to face.
Yeah. She seems it. I used to hate facing them.
Yeah.
There was a girl who ended up captaining Cheshire, Ali Cutler, who used to do that. She's a nightmare. A little bit width.
Yeah.
Tempting her with that one.
Even then, she swings it back in, so it's still quite hard to get it away.
Yeah. Do you think it's swinging quite a lot? What's the pitch looking like from your point of view? You're down on pitch side. Is it seeming to move, swinging and
It's quite hard
seaming?
to tell from our angle over there.
Ah, yeah.
Caitlin does typically move it a lot.
That's a very nice ball as well into mid-wicket. Yeah. I think Francesca was trying to escape from me there. I said, no, I'm going to go, not you. Freddie's coming in. You stay there. You're doing fine. MacDonald with that swinging ball. We want to swing in on middle peg now. Yes, please. No. Oh, I've jinxed you there. That's commentator's curse. It's gone smacked out to the covers. I do apologise, Derbyshire. That's gone. It was a lovely shot, though. She played with the swing, didn't she, on that one? Because it's lovely to watch. I mean, I know you don't think so, but it is lovely to watch a quality batting action.
No, it is, yeah.
75 for 1. Winfield Hill is 44 off only 33 balls. And she hasn't really broken into a sweat yet. I wouldn't think.
It's been quite easy for her so far, I think.
Darlow's doing her best to manoeuvre her fielders, and the fielders are giving everything they can, but it's just quality batting. You know, sometimes you've just got to doff your hat.
Yeah.
MacDonald, that's a great comeback. She's beaten the outside edge, then it's gone through to Pittman behind the stumps. Well done. Great work. And MacDonald, personality-wise, she doesn't look phased out there.
She's really, really nice. Yeah, very calm.
She doesn't fade.
Yeah, calm but confident in herself.
So who's the joker in the pack, Francesca?
Oh, probably Lara Shaw
Slower
still behind
ball.
me.
Is she gonna put like a whoopee cushion under my seat or something?
Right.
It's gone for
or a
one.
sticker on your back.
2 runs. That was a nice shot. She tried to play a little slower ball there, but loopy, but it was just a little bit overpitched. So she is trying to vary her line, her length, her action. You know, you've got to keep trying, haven't you, in these situations. 77 for 1 at the end of the 11th over. I'm going to let you, Freddie, come in for a little while. So just tell us a little bit more about yourself, where you're from, what you're studying, where you work, while Freddie takes a seat.
So I'm from Berkshire, but I'm at Loughborough University, so I play cricket in the performance team there as well. Back home, I play for Henley Cricket Club with the men's threes. Then played for Berkshire till last year.
Nice part of the world, Henley.
It is a very nice part, yeah. Lots of rowing though.
I've been watching the guy on YouTube who's rowing the length of the Thames.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen that. I'm sure people have it watching on and gone through all those areas.
Yeah. No, it's a beautiful part of the world.
Yorkshire 77 for 1, and I have to say, with Yorkshire's 50 coming up in quick time, it's been a decent response from the home side, but plenty more work to do. We're going to have a change
spinners
here.
on.
Spin on from the city end. Lots of flight, cut back to the bowler. Fields off her own bowling. It's Gemma Rose on Derbyshire make a change. Leg spin.
Yeah, I think she offers quite good change in pace. They might find it a bit harder to get away.
Down the track and smashed, as you say that,
As I
by
was saying.
Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's took one ball to adjust to Gemma Rose's bowling and absolutely creamed that down to the fence in front of that Sheffield United flag. I'm guessing some of the travelling Yorkshire fans. So
Yeah.
what's Derbyshire's spin attack then? Sort of like what's Derbyshire got to offer in that regard?
Yeah, so we have Gemma. When she gets her length right, it's so hard to face. She gets quite a lot of turn on it.
Rose again, full. Winfield-Hill just waits on the shot, driven for one.
I'm not sure. Do we have any other spinners on the pitch? Oh, AD as well. I've not actually seen her bowl, but
So it could be a mixed bag.
yeah, we've got Harriet as well as another off spinner. So we've got options on the pitch if we need them.
So how did you make your way up to Derbyshire? Was it university or?
Yeah, so obviously with the change in the tier system last year, I played for Berkshire, who's now tier 3. And I play at Loughborough as well with Lara Shaw. And she suggested trialling for Derbyshire, so came and trialled. I love the team. And the coaches are all really nice and very helpful, so yeah.
Final ball of Rose's first over. Again, Winfield-Hill comes down and she's taken. Absolutely massive wicket for Derbyshire. Winfield-Hill falls one short of 50. And it's Gemma Rose who came on the leg spinner. And she will be absolutely over the moon. The former England star, the World Cup winner, Winfield-Hill falls. And Yorkshire are 83 for 2. Talk us through it.
Gemma's going to be very happy with that.
There aren't many bigger wickets to get in Tier 2 in this division.
Yeah. Especially in your first over.
And Derbyshire's catching's maybe not always been spot on, but that was, I mean, there's pressure there when that's coming at you.
Definitely.
And Winfield-Hill, I mean, what would the feeling be like now? One of relief, would you imagine?
I think so. I think you could tell she was getting into her groove, building up to start hitting out, and then just missed time one.
Yeah, just mishit. It's Natasha Allen who has taken both catches so far. And Winfield-Hill goes for 49. And Derbyshire will be absolutely over the moon. Nice to see a decent crowd in as well. I mean, we'll be playing around the county, around the country this year. Anywhere in particular you're looking forward to playing at? Have you played at Chesterfield before?
I've not, no. I think we might be playing at Headingley as well, which will be very cool. Yeah, this is kind of the first year that we've played at major county grounds, so I'm just looking forward to travelling to different places, really.
Another bowling change for Derbyshire as Darlow. So spin from both ends.
Yeah, the spin seems to be working.
Yorkshire 83 for 2. If you're just joining us, Lauren Winfield-Hill caught by Alan Bold Rose for 49. A massive breakthrough for Derbyshire. Still plenty of work to do. So here's Darlow from the racecourse end. Full and swept. And again, this outfield just showing actually you really don't need to overhit the ball. And that's raced away for 4. The dive coming in, but to no avail. Looks rapid out there.
It does, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't take much to go to the boundary.
So you mentioned John Dyson earlier. How have you found working under him? I was saying earlier he talks a lot about sort of your individual battles, winning those in the game. So what will his thinking be like in this situation? I
think he'll want us to be quite attacking. Obviously Yorkshire are known to be quite strong within Tier 2. But as long as we all put 100% into it, I don't think any of us can be disappointed with our performances.
Darlow full. Chips and a crowd catch. Back to the skipper. What are they like then as a captain and head coach partnership as well, as Darlow comes in again from the racecourse end and slower and worked away into the onside for another single.
They both work really well together. I haven't played a game yet, so I've been injured, so I'm not really sure about on the pitch, but throughout the winter it's been really nice training with them both. It's quite a nice dynamic within the team.
Two fielders back on the leg side. We've seen some interesting field settings as well. A couple of players sort of brought in at sort of a round gully in those awkward positions to identify. So it's taken well again. Behind the stumps by Megan Pittman. Yorkshire 82 for 2. Darlow in again. Flatter. Dabbed out into the offside. Again for a single. So your trial, I take it, was last year, was it, with Derby at the sort of the start of this new domestic structure?
In about November.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what did the winter entail then? You know, because it's been a big, I guess, a winter of change here for Derby, and you know, with this new setup to get to grips with as that's played back to the bowler.
I mean, I never knew Derbyshire really because Berkshire never played. But I think it's changed a lot. I think there's been a lot of change for the coaches to try and work out. But it's all looking really good and really exciting. I think everyone's just very ready to get the season underway, and it's a shame that the first 2 games we lost. But I think we're still looking quite positive.
What's the feeling like then? Obviously, you weren't part of it last year, but winning the T20 Cup on Monday after Harrogate for the T20 Knockout Cup, which is really exciting. I guess it comes too early for you in terms of your recovery.
Sadly.
But I mean, what's the feeling like as Rose continues about the 2 different formats this year and the chances, particularly in the T20s?
I think Yorkshire's going to be tough on Monday.
That's slow and swept, just waited for it and misfield and recovered well on the boundary. The 2 working in tandem, and it'll only cost Derbyshire a couple.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to be positive going into all the games, so I think we have as much of a chance as everyone else. I think just as long as we give our all on the pitch, there's not much else we can do, really.
Again, flighted and a misfield in the covers, and that will cost a boundary this time. This time it's Duckworth who motors along to 17, a runner ball 17.
The outfield's quite bobbly.
Yeah, it does. It's quick and bobbly, which is the worst combination for a fielding side. And it has been unbelievable weather, as we were talking about earlier at the start of this year. Here's Rose then. Yorkshire speeding along towards bringing up their ton. And that's just left alone outside off stump, nicely flighted. So you were saying earlier you struggle to face her in the nets, Gemma Rose.
Yeah. When she gets a lot of turn, and when she gets the right length, it's quite hard to get away.
There has been turn here at Derby as well. That is tossed up, and there won't be an opportunity for turn. That's been. She got some bat on it, and will look to come up for 2 instead. It's a wide, so obviously nothing off the bat of Callis. Yeah, certainly the men's games last time out against Middlesex, Derbyshire played 2 spinners, and you know some of these early season conditions have been conducive to that. Spin from both ends at the moment. Rose tossed up down the ground, and it's through the hands of Jess Kusa for another 4. Now that was travelling. That's a tough catch.
That was, yeah. Yeah, good effort.
Had a couple that were put down, but that was just hit really powerfully. So a tough start for Derbyshire at the moment, bowling and fielding wise. But I mean, a lot of people expecting Yorkshire, to win this title. They'll be in the Tier 1 anyway next year. What's the sort of the mentality like going in, knowing you're underdogs both today and on Monday? What's the feeling like around the squad as that will be a dot ball?
Yeah, we know that Yorkshire's very strong. I think being an underdog, you can always, the only thing that comes out of it, if you win, then
well, that's well stopped in the covers.
It's such a good feeling, and if you lose, you feel like you're kind of expected to lose. So being able to win is such an achievement. And yeah, like I was saying, just being positive, putting everything out there, is really all you can do.
Yorkshire 101 for 2. I mean, there's an international player at the moment in Steer Callis who's played for the Netherlands. You've got ex-England internationals. you know, it is a tough task, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you must look at those names on paper, particularly people like Lauren Winfield-Hill, who Derbyshire dismissed for 49. But, you know, when you look down the team sheet, you do know you're up against it.
Yeah, it is intimidating, like reading those kind of names, knowing what they've been through in their careers, whereas I would say our team is quite young, and we don't always have that experience to back it up. So
Darlow flat, cut to point for no run. I'd say some of the ground fielding has been more impressive, certainly in and around sort of the circle as well.
yeah,
Restricted a number of sort of quick singles. A few catches going down, some more difficult than others. Darlow again. Nice variety in her off spin so far. Looking to sort of give it a little bit less flight than Rose does. Angle it in towards Callis at the other end.
I think that's working quite well, having less flight.
That one again nicely bowled, defended, almost a miscommunication in the middle. Yorkshire looking to take no risks in terms of their running. Darlow again. And played just down the ground, fielded by Rhiannon Noling-Davis. So a couple more weeks you were saying about your injury, and Lara Shaw behind us also out, and a big miss. We'll get her on later. Her punishment for being injured continues. She's come on and do commentary. That's flat again and cut away. And we'll get to the boundary at will in the end, down in front of the Elite Performance Centre. And that must be damaging to the side as well.
Yeah, it's annoying because had such big build-up, and then we went to Sri Lanka with Loughborough on the pre-season tour, and it was all okay then came back, and week before we were meant to start matches, it started hurting. So it's annoying to be out and having to watch and not be able to do, but it's better to completely rest it now.
Again, a dot ball fielded at point, and that's the end of the 15th over. Yorkshire 100 for 2. I think, is that the end of your stint, Francesca? Are you happy? I think you look like you want to run out of here, so I'll take that as a yes. Thanks ever so much for coming on.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the game. Hopefully a few more wickets to fall.
Hi, Freddie.
Tossed up again, slow and dabbed out into the covers. No run here for Rose. I mean, you weren't on commentary at the moment, but you knew how bigger wicket that was. Lauren Winfield-Hill falling for 49.
I was stood behind you, actually. I watched every second of it.
You have been.
With Laura. And she...
Oh, the chance had gone.
One! Just as we said it, she's done it again.
Rose, the master, coming on and picking up a couple of really important wickets. It's Duckworth on her way. The catch taken this time, and Derbyshire continue to make these inroads.
Oh, that's incredible. There you go. I should change seats and shuffle with my papers more often, Freddie. Yeah, I was just about to say about the other catch. I was stood behind you with Laura, and we were both stifling a cheer. No, I know I shouldn't, but I am a Lancastrian at the end of the day. But, yeah, amazing. Fantastic.
Natasha Allen taking all 3 catches as well. Ray, you see that?
There you go. She's got a career in the circus at this rate. Great stuff. Yeah, that's probably the easiest of the catches she's taken, I would say.
Absolutely, yeah. Gemma Rose coming on, and the replay put up on the big screen, which is down to our right. We can't see it from here, but the Derbyshire fielding team can, and they've all been looking up at the big screen and admiring that bit of bowling and fielding, and they keep chipping away at this Yorkshire side. Well,
it's funny, actually when we were in the corridor chatting a little bit quietly outside, Laura did say that Rose can, she's got a bit of a golden arm in terms of taking wickets. She flights it, she tempts the batter into shots that perhaps they wouldn't ordinarily want to play, and can get the odd wicket where, you might not think she would do. Yeah, good stuff. 105 for 3.
Yeah, I think maybe there would have been worries at the start about Yorkshire running away with it, but Derbyshire, they continue to just notch a few wickets on the column. And Rose, 2 for 18 of 2.2 overs, by far the best of the bowling figures so far, wicket-wise. Darlow as well. Spin from both ends has been a really effective ploy. Here is Rose. Then to the new batter, Amy Campbell, the left-hander, facing the right arm leg spin, and she'll work the ball away for a single to get off the mark.
Yeah, Amy Campbell, very experienced player, 33. Not quite veteran status yet, but you know she's seen it all at this level and at Tier 1 level.
Yeah, now all of the experience of Steer Callis as well, facing up to Rose, and that's lifted through mid-wicket for 4 runs. In Yorkshire, there's been no fear about their batting so far, has there? They are taking on anything.
Absolutely. I mean, Callis has got something. I think Laura was telling me that averages 60-something at the moment in this tier. Yeah, she was fearful when she saw Callis come to the crease. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just quality, replacing quality. You know, when Derbyshire do take these wickets at the moment, that's just defended. Textbook back down the ground. Steer Callis. Yeah, I mean, for all of her experience as well, only 25 years of age, which seems remarkable.
That's very old compared to the
Yeah,
the bowling side.
that's out to the offside. Yeah, from The Hague in the Netherlands, and scored 126 not out against Germany, and that at the time was the world record in 2018 for the highest individual score in the women's T20 international.
Wow.
And if my maths is right, she was a teenager at the time as well, which is
Wow.
remarkable. Now, the likes of Perry and Lanning have since broken that record, but worse company to be in.
Yeah. Amazing.
Derbyshire will hope it won't be broken again, of
No.
course.
Not against them, at least.
Not on Monday in the T20 Knockout Cup. That's exciting, isn't it? I mean, sort of the knockouts, you know, a knockout sort of FA Cup style competition coming in on Monday as part of this new structure.
It's it's a lot. It's a lot to take on. Bearing in mind, you know, these girls are 16, 18, 20. They're either at college or uni. A lot of them, they're having to travel. They only train once a week. You know, train once a week during the season. Once a week Tuesday nights.
Darlow round the wicket to the left-hander, works that away square for a single. This will be an interesting matchup, actually. We'll get the off-spinner on. Amy Campbell, the first lefty to walk to the crease, but down the other end now, Callis will face up. And as I was just saying to Francesca, I've been impressed by Darlow so far.
Oh, she's great, isn't she? She doesn't give anything away. Very consistent.
Again, that's driven, fielded nice and easily at mid-off by Natasha Allen, who has been safe hands in the field so far, taking all of the catches.
Ball's followed her. She's got
Yeah.
magnets in her gloves or something.
Darlow again.
Oh.
Played out again into the covers. This time they will run through for a quick single, and the throw causing no problems to those stumps.
Callis is just showing her class there, isn't she, with that little dab and go. She was aware that, you know, hadn't been a runless over. She was making sure that strike was being rotated. She's now gone and got the left-hander on strike, annoyingly.
Yeah, here is Darlow against Amy Campbell, the latest batter to the crease. Just dabbed straight to point, close in inside the circle, and there'll be no run. Yeah, Derbyshire's spinners certainly doing well to restrict Yorkshire at the moment. This will be encouraging. And at one point, Francesca wasn't sure actually if there were any more spinners apart from Rose. And luckily for Derbyshire, there in fact are. There's a couple more in the arsenal.
And luckily for Darlow, for Francesca, a mate was behind her,
Yeah.
mouthing the names of all her teammates who can bowl spin. It's quite amusing. Well, of course, we must bear in mind they've not played an awful lot together as a squad as yet.
Yeah.
Some of them do know each other from previous, you know, teams, but
Darlow to complete her over, and that's played down to long on for a single. Yeah, and I'm sure won't have done any commentary before either, which could be nerve-wracking.
well, I definitely haven't, because I said to them, just have a little chat. Doesn't matter if you make mistakes, we all do it. And I've just proved that fact to them this morning so far, haven't I? So anyway, 114 for 3, the end of the 17th over. And this could be considered to be a bit of a fight back from Derbyshire at this stage of the game. They must have been very trepidatious after the first couple of overs when they were going at 10 and over. things seems to have settled. The bowlers have developed a nice little rhythm between the two spinners, Rose and Darlow.
Overcast now over Derby as well.
Yeah.
Clouds, bit of cloud cover, some moody grey clouds overhead. We're not expecting any rain today, but
I wouldn't be surprised, that breeze is getting up over there. It's bringing in some less than glorious weather. It's still nowhere near a problem. As Rose comes in again. Another flow. That was close as well. It's just been driven over the head of cover, but it was not far off. It's gone for 4. But that's what she does. She tempts the batters into playing shots that perhaps they shouldn't be. Good shot from Campbell, her first boundary of her innings.
yeah, it's really nicely struck, actually.
Yeah,
I think,
lovely
the
shot.
fielder's got up there, but still, I don't think that's a chance at all. It was too far over her head and really well played.
Full toss, that's maybe going to go, but she's just played that, mistimed it. As Callis got away with that one, did young Rose.
Any higher as well, the umpire may well have been extending an arm, so she'll be relieved.
And the wicket-keeper would have been taking cover, I think, because she was almost turning round right. It's the keeper there. Rose is in again. This time she struck it beautifully through the covers, just placed it for the single. There is a cover fielder over there at the moment. 1 run. 118. Just having to delay slightly as the bowler makes sure that the field's in place, with obviously having a right and left-hander in. Anyone who's played cricket before will know how annoying that can be as a fielding team. Rose. Full toss, again over to the cover area. From the left-hander this time. Campbell's found the boundary again.
Yorkshire just continuing to punish the bad balls. They are putting everyone away.
I just wonder if Rose is timing a little bit. It doesn't take much deviation in your action when you're a spinner for it to become a bad ball quite quickly.
Yeah, we've seen Darlow bowl very consistently, but Rose, the way she's trying to bowl, trying to give it some flight, trying to turn it, there is that margin for error.
I do think it's more of an aggressive action, isn't it? A leg spin action than an offie action. There's a lot more levers involved and body positioning being changed. There's a dot ball though from Rose, that one. Just dabbed down. She comes again a bit shorter. It's been played off the back foot into just forward of point there. By Campbell, who's made a nice steady start. 7 off her 7 balls so far. Callis is 22 off 20. At the end of the over, it's 123 for 3. And in the context of things, Darlow's made a steady start. 3 overs for just 14 runs. By far the most economical bowler so far. And that's been the case pretty much throughout the season so far, hasn't it, Freddie?
Yeah, leading by example, the captain, which is exactly what you'd like. For a few scores around the ground, if you'd like any. Glamorgan 80 for 2 against Gloucestershire, Kent 50 for 4 against Leicestershire, Northants 62 for 3, and Sussex going along well at 73 without loss against Worcestershire.
Darlow, Captain Darlow. Little bit leggy. It's just been dabbed down to fine leg. Pittman tried to stick a boot out to stop it going past the stumps, but no need. Fine legs in place. Dot ball. At the end of the day.
Yeah, Darlow will be thinking now, can she turn this pressure into a wicket? Remove Callis.
She seemed to put a bit of effort on the ball there, but she's dabbed it down to 3rd. I think the fielder's just going to cut it off. They might come back for 2. They have. 2 to Callis, taking her to 24, I think. Yeah, 24 off 22. She's going above the... she's over 100% strike rate, which is marvellous in any game. Darlow, a bit short. That's been cut down to 3rd, but it's beaten the 3rd fielder, and that's gone for 4. There's nobody going to stop that. A quality shot from a quality player. She's not going to miss out on that opportunity. It just shows you just a tiny bit short of length as Darlow there, and Callis is onto it like something that gets onto something very quick. Go on then, your turn.
Displayed really nice awareness of the field as well, these Yorkshire batters.
Darlow, a bit shorter, dabbed down to short mid-wicket. Scampered through for a quick single. 129 for 3. That's what is impressive about when you watch a team that have got quality players in, that they're not just... they run every run hard. They expect to be looking to turn for 2 if potentially it's there. They take every opportunity to get the quick singles and the 2s. They're not just looking to hit the bad ball. It's a little bit wide. Umpire Amy Cocaine. Not going to give that as a wide.
I think just where Derbyshire missed the opportunity, some of the new batters in and have just been a little too loose in the bowling, allowed them to get off the mark. And, you know, once they do, they score quickly, these Yorkshire batters.
It's driven. It's a short cover, well fielded. Yeah, again, ground fielding's been excellent. Now, most of the catching has been great as well. Just 1 or 2 tricky catches earlier on that might have made, you know, another 2 wickets on top of that 130 for 3. Might have made a bit more of a positive slant in Derbyshire's direction, but it hasn't happened. So we're still at 130 for 3. Ifs, buts and maybes, Freddie.
Yeah, a few bites of various cherries that haven't come off. And, yeah, Yorkshire going along well still. I wonder if they'll start thinking, you know, getting to 130, already inside 20 overs, start thinking what constitutes a really good score, you know, going big and putting Derbyshire under real pressure.
Rose is coming in for 5th over. Driven right across the carpet, out towards point from the right-hander. 1 bounce throw, 2 runs.
Look like they've adjusted well to Rose now. You can tell they're just waiting, you know, to play these shots. They seem to have become a little bit more comfortable facing her. It gives the ball a lot of flight, but often quite a similar length.
Yeah, Callis in particular seems to quite like the bowling, as you say. She's quite comfortable with it, and she proves the point by just taking a nice gentle paddle towards mid-off for a single.
Yeah, another little misfield there. And a lot of these matchups and battles will be played out again on Monday, which I'm sure for some bowlers more than other, they'll be looking forward to, or perhaps not so much.
No.
Especially in the T20 format too.
Bit of width, bit fuller, and you know, that just proves the point. Callis played that horribly. Bad ball, and she just, little eyes lit up, and she tried to smack that. Didn't look a nice shot at all.
Missed out.
But I don't think it'll affect her. Nice shot through the covers, no run, but technically great. Yeah, 133 for 3, all the 3s.
Still going along at just under 7 and over.
It's coming down though. Got to look positive. Callis has struck that out to mid off. No run. Yeah, there's a few people in the crowd. It'd be nice to have a few more people down. So if you're in the area, come on down. Another full toss, unfortunately. Callis has made a better hack of that. Didn't sound brilliant, but it was brilliant enough to go for 4 runs through the covers, despite the chase in the field. That's the end of the over. I suspect that might be Rose's last over for now. I do feel she's getting a little bit tired. 137 for 3. Rose so far has conceded 39 runs off her 5, but crucially, she's taken 2 of those precious wickets. As we're about to move into the 21st over.
Yeah, just a bit of a meeting of minds in the middle as well. The wicket keeper, a couple of the fielders, the captain, Adriana Darlow, just discussing here. And it's Harriet Parkin who's going to come on to take over from Darlow. I guess they're going to be looking at when best to use Adriana Darlow. She's sort of held Yorkshire back quite effectively now, and perhaps they'll be looking to, you know, to go to her later on in the innings. I'd be surprised if they don't, with how economical she's been.
Yeah, it's tricky when you're down a couple of 2 bowlers, as Francesca says. I mean, that's a misfield. That's Kuza. And she'll be gutted. But then again, I did notice in the field earlier she got a real stinger on her hand at some point. I wondered if she was just a little bit slow to get her hand in position there, you know, with the thought of the pain as it hits her fingers in the back of her mind.
Yeah, we had a message from one of the guys up there doing the filming, and he noticed the exact same, said she was in quite a bit of pain after it.
Darlow into the left-handed Dutch player. Pulls it. Oh, that was close to mid-wicket as well. Oh, they've had a few of those that are just out of reach. They've run for 2. Oh. ifs, buts, maybes again. They've had 2 or 3 really close to the fielders, haven't they, in this innings already?
Yeah, just hit too hard again and
But-
quite flat. Probably another half chance, if you like. Luckily for Derbyshire, it didn't cost them 4, but it feels like they are creating these opportunities. Certainly the spin.
Dollar's in. Nice little flick off the pads for no run. Oh, beg your they've changed ends. It's parking. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, new bowler on.
Beg your pardon. Pulled. Back foot. Just for the 1 run on this occasion. Score moves on to 1 for 1 for 3. It's Parkins coming in. Change a bowler at this end. And again, almost identical shot for single. Down just in front of the commentary box here at Derby's ground. Is it what do they call it?
The county ground.
It is the county
Yeah,
ground.
there's
In
a
my head,
few
I was
around.
thinking that was the football club.
Yeah, that's Pride Park.
Okay.
Which is. But the football club did begin playing here.
Am I right in thinking this used to be part of the race course? I read something on Wikipedia, but I never quite trust them. That's the 3rd shot down towards us in front.
Yeah, so the park behind us is the racecourse park.
Ah, right.
But yeah, certainly it was, was a racecourse. It's where Derby County started out. I think there was something like FA Cup, maybe finals. Certainly there was a lot of football and high-level football here as well until, our heritage officer David Griffin, who's down in Cardiff for the men's game, he'd be the person to speak to.
I
certainly.
shall do.
We'll fill you in at the innings break, shall we? And we'll get
Let's
back
do
to
that.
some more.
So, 143 at the end of the 21st over. 6.8 the run rate.
And it is, Rose is going to continue her 6th over of this spell, I think. From the city end. That's the easier one to remember. Derby City Centre out that way. And here is Rose. Coming down the track is Amy Campbell, who again has not quite timed it.
No.
And Rose is just looking down at her, hands in front of her mouth and going, happy with that. You're not looking quite secure at the moment.
Campbell quite likes the bowling as much as Callis does. So maybe that's potentially why the captain's made the move to keep her on.
Leg spin to the left-hander. She's enjoyed that a little bit more, though, driven out and fielding.
Ouch.
It's bobbly outfielders. Francesca Clark was telling us in commentary a little bit earlier, and you have to put your body on the line in the field.
There's a couple that have really done that. That could have been really nasty. I think I'd be tempted to put a gum shield in if I was fielding close on this outfield. Being a hockey player and all, always got my gum shield in my cricket, but I never used to wear a gum shield when I fielded as a cricketer. But I think the power that these, she's an international Callis, isn't she? You want to get your gum shield in there.
Don't want a trip to the dentist. No,
no.
Certainly not. Here's Rose. Slows for the sweep. Just make sure she keeps the bat down in her crease. It's a wide, but you can be stumped off them, and Callis makes sure to avoid that.
It's a horrible way to get out.
Here's Rose again then. And that's driven and taken.
Oh!
And the Dutchwoman Callis is on her way. The spin of Rose continues to triumph. 3 wickets now in 5.5 overs. And she keeps pegging Yorkshire back. Another catch taken.
And it's Kuza, the injured hand. And what do I know? Well done, Rose. I'm glad you didn't go off. Captain knows best.
Better than us two.
Definitely. Yeah, but I'm surprised it's Callis because she did, as I say, look a little bit more comfortable. But that's amazing figures. 3 wickets for Rose. That's amazing. I think I spoke to her mum actually in the stands. You remember when we arrived?
Yes.
There was one lady in the stand.
Eager.
So I went to introduce myself, and it was her mum. So isn't that lovely?
Callis she played that shot over extra cover aerially a couple of overs ago, didn't she? And it cleared the fielder. And she was trying to do something similar there. And Kusa is, just seeing on the stream. And then we talked about putting your body on the line, and with the injured hand holding on to the catch there, that's it.
Yeah, well done. That's very good cricket all round from Derbyshire. Well done. Making a game of it now at the home side. They'll be feeling a lot better about life.
Nicely bowled as well. It was tossed up a tiny bit shorter than some of the previous deliveries, and maybe a tiny bit of turn as well for Rose to work with.
But
And
you do get that with leggies, don't you? They do
it's a swept and an appeal. The umpire's hands leave his pocket just to look down and check how many balls are left in the over. But he wasn't budging there at all. I think it's Neil Mallender who was giving the bowler nothing. But again, encouragement, and Rose continuing this wicket taking over. It's not going to get anything from that. It's tossed up and it's a wide. And Amy Campbell was quite keen to get down the other end. I'm not quite sure why, because the ball went through to the wicket-keeper. Just a little spell of pressure here created by Derbyshire.
Would you be tempted to get a close fielder in at some point, put a bit of pressure on this new fielder, I wonder? On this new batter, sorry.
That's just defended as well. So Derbyshire and their spinners putting a bit of pressure back on the away side here. 3 wickets for Gemma Rose, with Darlow and Parkin been going well from the racecourse end too, making sure to not give much away. Final ball of this wicket taking over, and it's defended into the offside.
I'm afraid I'd be having somebody close in, I think, for this batter. Just while Rose is on against her, she doesn't...
Close offside, close catcher.
Well, just where it was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop the drive.
Yeah.
Or make a drive and have a catcher in position behind that short fielder. I don't know. What do I know? I don't know nothing. I'm not out there. Captain, you're doing a great job. Carry on.
Yeah. Well, I spoke earlier about how players have been able to get in and score freely, and Rose has prevented Ward, the new batter, Maddie Ward, the wicket-keeper and captain for Yorkshire, which is interesting. It means Lauren Winfield-Hill won't take the gloves, if our team sheet is to be correct.
Interesting.
So here is Parkin to continue. Worked away to mid-wicket for no run.
You just see John Dyson with his coffee there, head coach. He'll be pleased with the comeback. He's been with Derbyshire for 3 years now, enjoying his time here. Looking forward to the new season, new challenges ahead.
That's again smashed past mid-wicket and down to Cow Corner, where we have to stretch out and look out of our commentary box and come free for a couple.
So when I asked him what he was looking for from this season, he said he wanted the team to play their own brand of cricket and not be fazed by other things. Keep to their own game, play their own game well. That's all you can do, really,
that
isn't
is. Here's Parkin to continue. As the sun peeks through the clouds now. Played out into the covers for a jogged single. Yeah, you hear that from a lot of coaches, don't you, in all sports? And then sometimes I feel like you have to then ask, well, what is that brand? It's very easy to say the Derbyshire brand, but I think at the start of the season, it's very hard to tell you, isn't it? Because we haven't seen it yet. We're only into the third 50-over game as Parkin continues, and that's been smashed down the ground for 4. So a wide, long on, and Campbell, who's mistimed a couple this morning, has certainly got her eye in now.
Yeah, she certainly did. She's a fairly tall player. Long levers. Obviously, she's mature, 33, a bit more body strength potentially than a
150 up for Yorkshire
younger
now, and
player.
Parkin's going to go away, heave this into the leg side. But again, Derbyshire have the fielders back on the boundary in the right places and just be a single. It's the 150 up inside 28 overs. Always the benefit of having spin on from both ends as the overs tick by. The run rate, as you point out, ticks down ever so slightly as Parkin continues. A sweep is missed and again down the leg side. But Pittman doing the wicket keeping.
Yeah, she hasn't missed much behind those sticks, has she?
No, not at all. Parkin. Couple of steps flat, very flat actually, and played out to mid-off. It is Natasha Allen, and Parkin collects a cap.
Yes.
End of the over, 154 for 4.
There's not much respite for the Derbyshire bowlers. Ward is a... Just looking it up, I'm not going to lie, she's an under-19 England player as well.
Yeah. There is a lot of international experience, you know, whether it's youthful or,
excuse me,
you know, or maybe coming off the end of international careers, still in the middle for some of those players. But, you know, the important thing for Derbyshire is that you know, they have picked up the big wickets along the way. They have, you know, taken some tap for it, but they have removed these players. They've stopped anyone from going really big. No one's gone past 50 yet for Yorkshire. There's a rather excited dog in the crowd. Still Rose, this is smashed. Could be an opportunity. It will be, and it's gone down. Looked like it was a huge shot out into the offside, but not to be, and that should have been taken. A real opportunity for Rose's 4th wicket. It was the left-handed Campbell on strike, looked to swipe it away to deep mid-wicket. Tossed up again, the sweep. And it's missed. And that will be really frustrating for Rose. Hung in the air for a long time. She was in the right position, but just kneeling down as she looked to take the catch, and it sort of burst through her legs. Millie Gray out in the deep. This is played away. Again, the outfield helping the ball on its way, and a misfield in the deep. 4 more to Amy Campbell, who was dropped earlier in this over.
Millie Gray hasn't had an awful lot to do in the field today. Yeah, sometimes it's difficult when you're out there a long time and suddenly the ball comes during a crucial time like that to really focus in, and if your mindset isn't quite there.
Yeah, well, Derbyshire have certainly created plenty of chances, but they've not taken enough of them so far. Rose in and driven to cover. I guess if you're glass half full, it's the fact that they've taken these chances and that, you know, they have bowled well in parts, but just not been backed up by some of the catchers. Rose again, driven almost identically to where it went for the last ball. No run.
I think that's indicative, though, of the stage that this team are at. They train as a team once a week. Compare that to, you know, and that'll only be for 2-3 hours at the most, won't it? And compare that to Yorkshire, where they're training together as a team 5 days a week.
Flat and swept, and they'll take a quick single. Like we said, the ground fielding has been good in parts, but the catching and, you know, those catches, especially out in the deep, are not something you can work when you're indoor training over the winter. You can't work on those a lot, and, you know, particularly when there may be floodlit games, perhaps later this season. Again, it's new challenges that these players, the majority of them, just won't have faced before. Rose again, slow and left alone down the leg side. It'll be a wide.
Yeah, it is demoralising for them because they have created chances, but they've just got to learn from those experiences, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm sure the likes of Winfield Hill will have played here at Derby before, whereas many of these Derbyshire players actually haven't, which...
In fact, I think the only one who has is Pittman. Keeper.
Yeah. More to come here this summer. And up at Chesterfield as well, the spinners will enjoy that surface. They certainly did in the men's T20 last year, and... that is certainly, if you look at the positive signs from this first Yorkshire innings, Derbyshire's spin attack is certainly up high on that list.
Yeah, you've got variety as well, haven't you? With the left-hand spinner, you've got a nice right arm off-break bowler who keeps it tight. Yeah, nice variety.
So key in this format, as Harriet Parkin will continue. Derbyshire's 6th bowler of this innings, Yorkshire 162 for 4. Parkin flat and defended. Spot on there with the line, giving Ward nothing to work with. Took 3 for 5 last time out, did Maddie Ward, with her off spin. Off 5 overs in a big win over Sussex. This again is played out into the offside. Sheffield United fan, so I wonder if that could even be her family sat with the flag over in what is called the permanent temporary stand, certainly to the media team up here. And yeah, Maddie Ward working closely with Lauren Winfield Hill, and captain as well, Rachel Slater, out injured. There'll be no run here. Good fielding by Ella Porter.
She seems a very cool, calm, collected character, Ella Porter, and speaking upstairs, because there's a lot of giggles happening when they're having their photographs taken and waiting for this strange woman, i.e. me, to come talk to them.
Yeah, you got through the whole squad fairly quickly, didn't you? Sort of quick chats, get to know, speed dating, if you like.
Literally 30 seconds per player. Right, come on, name, what do you bowl? And they all said, seam. They all said right arm. I said, well, you know, you seam or spin. It took, you know, Some of the younger players were. I think perhaps some of them, they thought it was going to be like a massive interview. It's just literally give me one fact.
Yeah, it can be.
And they were getting really nervous.
The second
talking to
the second the
me.
word sort of commentator, journalist, or interview comes
No.
out, these young players, and I always hear now, "Oh, I'm not media trained," and I go, "Well, that's for the best. You know, you don't want to be media trained, as this is hoiked away, square, and
good
all the way
shot.
to 6. I think I'm right saying that's the second 6 of this Yorkshire innings.
Good shot.
That was picked up beautifully.
Pittman's gone off for some reason. Hope she's okay. Oh, I think she's shaking her right hand.
Maybe you just have to pick something up potentially, or a trip to the bathroom potentially. And,
Yeah.
well, a lot of them are heading off.
Is this a 25 over break potentially halfway through the
No, I'd
inning?
imagine that'll be it, a drinks break.
It's drinks break.
Yeah, they've all sort of actually, they've not waited for the drinks to come out to them. They've all gone over to the
Yeah, well, it's
carrier.
a long old day, 50 overs. On a warm day, and they are, as we keep saying this, they are very young. Do need to keep their fluids up.
Yeah, and a good chance for Derbyshire to just reset again. Yorkshire, after 25 overs, 169 for 4, which after their quick start, I think Derbyshire, this could be worse for them, and they've got their spinners to thank for that.
Add 3 wickets onto that, though. How would that look?
Very, very nice for the Derbyshire fans here at the moment. Still a few filtering their way into the ground as well, but as you say, if you're around in the area, I know we don't quite have glorious sunshine, but still a nice day to come and watch some cricket for free entry as well.
Free entry into a match where you've got international players on show cannot be bad, can it?
Historic occasion as well. Derbyshire have just noted Pagan Hardwick has the honour of taking Derbyshire Falcons women's first ever wicket at the county
Really?
ground.
Aww.
So nice milestone for her. That was a catch taken by Allen to remove Thomas.
Yeah, Hardwick should have had 3. Rose should have had 4.
But I mean,
I keep saying
Hardwick's free. You can't get a player at free time, so I guess you could you could disagree.
No, yeah, but
Should have
could
had
have
a
got the
very
next
should have had her
player
first.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if she played the similar shot. Yeah.
And there's the worm being shown there. Steady progress from Yorkshire. Got off to a bit of a flyer there, but it's not, they've not raced away. Those wickets could come at regular intervals, haven't they? And
Yeah, halfway through the innings, they'll have their sights set on going north of 300, I'd imagine. And all of those partnerships, contributed. Big opening partnership, Winfield Hill reaching 49 in no time at all before she was dismissed by Rose. But, all of these partnerships progressing past 20. But Callis going, Winfield Hill going. Derbyshire have done what they've needed to do. And, yeah, look at that run rate. That first over. Very costly.
yeah, it's 10 and over for a couple of overs, and then it's been 7 or just below 7. So it's credit to Derbyshire. They've not, Yorkshire have not ran away with this.
Yeah, and you look at Nolan Davis as well, bowling the first over for Derbyshire women here at an unfamiliar venue on a big occasion against an England international. You're gonna get deliveries wrong. It's a very difficult task to do that, and she's only bowled 2 overs. She'll be saved for later on in the innings, and it's been difficult for her so far.
You can see the figures on your board there. The various bowlers, in case you missed it. McDonald, Hardwick has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 31. McDonald has got taken for 25 of her 4 overs. Rose, 7 overs for 50, 3 wickets. Captain Darlow, 4 overs for 21 runs, and Parkin, 3 overs for 21. So they've been up against it, but they've not certainly not caved.
Well, Rose has been the wicket taker for Derbyshire, and her spell continues on to an 8th over. So I hope they save her for a couple later on in the innings, but they may well feel she's been so effective, as this one's flat and swept for a single. They may well bowl her all the way through.
Yeah, what you don't want is her coming off and getting cold, because it does look a bit chilly out there. It was starting to get a bit colder. And she gets cold, and then she comes back onto bowl on the first over. She bowls 2 or 3 really loose balls, and then it's like, what was the point of saving her, so to speak?
Here is Rose to the left-handed Campbell. Flicks this into the onside for another single.
Kuza sweeps round.
Yeah, she seems certainly that hand injury she picked up early on. She's been able to continue, taking a catch on the field. Looks like she's a little more comfortable now. Rose, nicely bowled, really nicely bowled and defended back to the bowler.
Because the last thing Derbyshire need is another opening bat with a hand injury. Having lost Shaw earlier doors.
I mean, we'll come on to it for the second innings, but that is a big loss. Lara Shaw out injured when we found out that this morning. That's a full toss, and somehow it's gone about 10, 15 yards. I've got no idea. I'm just pleased you're not on the radio, because describing that shot and where it ended up would have been very difficult. But she tried to launch it as you would do with a ball in that manner, and one of the Yorkshire coaches has got the hands on his head.
Could have gone anywhere. I mean, I don't know, could Pittman have maybe chased it? But of course she's got the helmet on. You look up, you can't see a flipping thing when those helmets are on your head.
Yeah, not sure how the ball ended up there. Down the track comes Campbell. That's a classic shot down to the bottom of the members' pavilion. And yeah, very nicely played. Campbell continuing to score quite freely, 34 off of just 31.
Beautiful footwork. If you look at it again on the replay, you can see she's danced down the track and made that into a half volley when really it wasn't.
Yeah, raced across the outfield.
Beautiful.
If you're the spectators in, you've had a bit of everything so far, haven't you? You've had, I would say, value for money, but you've come in for free.
Value for no money.
Yeah, but definitely value.
Just value.
Here's Campbell. Campbell again. It's going to evade Ella Porter and be fielded in the deep, I think, by Caitlin McDonald. In fact, it's Natasha Allen. There's a 64 and a 54, and both of those shirt numbers looking very similar.
How many of the Derbyshire girls have got ponies covering their numbers? It's incredible.
Yeah, need a pair of binoculars up here. As the end of the 26th over, Yorkshire 177 for 4.
Yeah, 177 for 4. Potentially we're looking at well over 300 there, aren't we? Yeah. Freddie's just left me to get a drink. I'll have one too, if you don't mind. Yeah, whatever you like. Tea, coffee, soy milk, please, darling. Oh, there you go. Now we've sorted out the domestic arrangements. We're back in. 27th over. In comes the bowler. Parking to continue. Nice steady start. Dot ball. Ella Porter in at that short cover fielding position, does the duty of returning it, parking it. It's been pulled. Where's that gone? Where has that gone? I think it's come off the pads and just dribbled towards the wicket. Keeper must be a bit annoyed it didn't hit the wickets actually. Into the left-hander again. Parking to bowl. Skips in, bit fuller. It's driven strongly out towards the covers, but Derbyshire have got cover there in the form of Millie Gray, of course, who sadly missed a catch earlier on. She'll be keen to. I wonder if she's thinking if she gets another chance, will she be wanting another chance to come to her? I think if it was me, I'd want another chance. Parkin. Nice bit of turn there into Porter again. Yeah, she's quick across the outfield, is Porter. Score moves on to 179 for 4. My tea's arrived. Well done, young man. Parkin. She's played it off the back foot for a single. Down to mid-off. There's a few little chops and changes in the field as we still have the right-hand, left-hand combination. 180's come up. Nice line, and she can't find a way past Kuza with or without a bandage on her hand. And that's the end of the 27th over. 180 for 4 runs. Nice tight over from Parkin. Thank you, that was quick.
You're welcome.
You're a good tea maker.
Tea run.
Well done. Is the tea bag still in, or have I got to fish it out?
I've taken it out because
well
I actually have tea with the tea bag in,
no.
but I know society frowns on that. So for generally, I will take it out. Society being my dad, who is will always lecture me on that, but I have what is called a builder's tee, I think, generally.
Oh, well, anyone who makes me a cup of tea, the tea is perfect. If somebody else has made it, I always love it. As Campbell has played that off her pads, I think they're going to take another single here. A slight tumble in the field from Derbyshire. Field was off balance, and as I said, they take their opportunities to get these second runs in quite well. Yeah, I do fear, although Derbyshire have pegged them back, I do fear that this could become a 350 score here, Freddie.
Yeah, it's looking like that. I think Yorkshire will feel they've missed out.
Yeah.
You know, if it's not around that mark, you know, you're looking at it still short of 30 overs and approaching 200 in good time. It looks like Rose is going to bowl out.
Yeah, I think at this point she may as well. That's good from Rose, right in the slot. Well done, Kuza. Long arms, long levers as Kuza. She can practically reach that without even bending her knees. She's gone, oh, she's done it. She's played on. She gets Ward to play on, playing a sweep stroke, and that's Rose's 4th wicket of the day. My. Well bowled. She's got 3 more balls to take that 5 for. Can she do it, Freddie, eh?
I hope she can, yeah. Well, an over and 3 balls, actually, so even more
course,
time.
yes.
I mean, you've got to bowl her out now, and what a performance so far. All the wickets falling to catches so far, but the first time the stumps and the bails have been dislodged, and she's really deserved it. What a star performer Rose has been.
Yeah, that was... I think that was perhaps a little bit unnecessary at that point to play that. They were going well. But you know what? You've got a team like Yorkshire where they bat really deep. Why not?
Yeah, the sweep, you know, they've used it a lot, but quite a few have been missed. You know, even on some of the full tosses, some of the ones going down the leg side. It's not been the most effective option for Yorkshire. We just have another look at the replay and... Yeah, it was dragged on, wasn't it? There was a bit of bat on it. It almost played around her legs from this angle. Yeah. But Rose will be absolutely delighted. Can she find the 5-foot? Would be the first Derbyshire woman bowler in this new format to pick up a 5-wicket haul if she can.
When I spoke to Gemma earlier, and I said, "What's your aim for this season?" Expecting her to, you know, talk about improvements and better mindset, she just went, "Wickets." That was it. I said, okay, interview over.
Simple way to do it.
There you go.
And well, she's beating the aim so far.
She was right. Wickets.
Can she get the 5-fer?
Oh, no! That was for the 5-fer. Oh, no.
I cannot believe that's gone down.
That's
Kuza,
the 3rd catch, Kuza. And I know she's got an injured arm, but that was one you could have taken one-handed. She was celebrating before it hit her hands, I think. I think she was thinking the same as we were, to be honest, Freddie. This is the 5-fer. Here we go. Come on, Rose. You
Rose
can
can't
do
believe
this.
that's gone down, but
You
she
can do
keeps
it.
creating these opportunities.
Come on. It's exciting, isn't it? Oh, come on, get the fielder in.
Little mini battle. It's Olivia Thomas.
Well bowled, unlucky. I think there's a few of these drop catcher people are going to have to buy a few drinks today for the bowlers who've had drop catches. Oh, she's getting a cuddle. Oh, well, she's not upset, is she? I hope not, because she's bowled so well. Nothing to be upset about. Give her a cuddle. That's it. On your way. Go on, you'll get it next over.
Yeah, she'll be gutted, but she's been absolutely outstanding, and
she's
frustration perhaps at that catch going down, because that would have been a brilliant moment. But she's got one more over to find that 5-fer and keep making inroads into this Yorkshire score.
Come on, Rose, you can do it. Anyway, back to this bowler.
I think it might be
Darlow
back on.
Yep. Good move, bringing herself. I think this is a good time to bring her on. You've got Campbell, yes, she's racing away on 40. But Thomas is fairly new to the fold. Yet to score, bring in an economical bowler.
Yeah, and if you can get Campbell now as well, you know, you have Yorkshire 6 down inside 30 overs, and then, you know, look to then put more pressure on the tail, and, you know, 350, if we talk about that, it can look a little more far off, quite a bit more far off if Derbyshire can remove Amy Campbell, and they should have had Olivia Thomas gone first ball.
Yeah. However, She's still got one more over. To get her fiver. Still everything to play for, of course. There's still 22 overs left of this innings. And that's been hit out to point area for 1 run.
It's the beauty of 50 over cricket, isn't it? The twists and turns in the game, the little individual moments, and
Thomas is off the mark.
yeah, should never have been given the opportunity to do so. That catch going down, and
I know. Campbell, 41 or 49. She'll be itching to get that 50. Pulled off the back foot out into the covers. I was going to say, she looked like she was going to turn and pull that to the leg side, but she didn't. She played it through the covers. Campbell moves to 42. 2 shots away from that, potentially 2 shots away from that elusive 50. In we come. Darlow. Captain Darlow, what can she do? Nice, nice, accurate ball. To Thomas. Bit fuller. It's driven from Thomas, and it's beat the close-in fielder. Oh, the fielder's treading water there because the ball's racing away from it. It's gone for 4. And that's Thomas's first boundary. Sorry to rub it in, Freddie.
trying to look round to that boundary there. We just can't quite see. If I lean back in my chair, I can actually see through the next window.
And if I lean forward over the balcony, I can just see it. So between us, we've got a view. 4 runs. Darlow, a bit shorter, a bit faster. Nice forward defensive.
The best view here, I haven't been on there, but some of the subfielders will go and sit on the top. So above us is is actually offices. It's sort of a workspace above here, and they have a little outdoor sort of balcony where they can sit up there. I've never seen office workers sit up there, but I've certainly seen members of the Derbyshire squad who are maybe running the drinks. Some of the coaches come sit up in there in the sun, and there's a similar sort of balcony up on that Elite Performance Centre as well. Some good views around the ground. And this stand as well, which we can't see from our commentary box, is new for this season. It's sort of similar to the one we can see from here, the permanent temporary stand, another sort of new one, and brought in sort of looking at these T20 games, bigger crowds, bit of a party atmosphere.
For me, the first impression coming through the doors is a very favourable one and lovely. Here's Rose. She's got 5 balls after this one to attempt to get that 5th wicket.
Yeah, I think there's
taken a single.
Everybody here of a Derbyshire persuasion or otherwise will be looking for her to get her side's very first 5-wicket haul. She's had, well, she created the chances.
Good shot, swept the boundary off the full toss, fielded well. Just a single.
I always say to people as well, you know, if you're going to do Derbyshire, come and watch them at Derby, but make sure you come up to Chesterfield, and I think you're going to be up there later on this summer. It's a lovely ground.
To end of June. I think it's the 28th, I think they're there, but it's the end of June anyway. Ims Rose. Oh, I thought just for a second, I thought it was going to carry it, and again, she's had an horrible bounce out of there. She'll have a couple of bruises tomorrow.
Yeah, one of those for the bowler. You don't know whether to run in. She made the right decision not doing so, but didn't expect the ball to bounce up like that.
That was horrible.
Chesterfield's sort of the, you know, your typical lovely sort of village ground, surrounded by big trees around all the sides, nice old pavilion, and commentary box down low as well, sort of in line with the action, and the old crooked Chesterfield spire you can just see through the tops of the trees as well.
I've never been to Chesterfield. Again, that's fairly close to the field, but it's not close enough. That's been hammered for 4 down the ground.
Yeah, Rose taking some tap off of her final over now.
She is one strong player, isn't she? You know, not perfectly timed, but it's just strength.
On to 49 now.
Yeah, Rose has taken a bit of tap. 2 balls remaining of her 10 over spell. Nicely played from Campbell for no run into Kuza at short mid-wicket.
Yes, says Gemma Rose that her favourite cricket memory of her career is taking a fifer. So she's trying to replicate that here. She's got 1 ball left.
Oh. No. Not to be today. There'll be other days. That's gone. Yeah, do you know, I jinxed her because she was there. She could have picked it up. She just played out. She just went over it, didn't it?
Yeah.
She didn't get down close enough to the ground there. Feel for Rose, but I don't feel too badly because she's got 4 wickets off her 10 overs. She'd have settled for that early doors.
Absolutely, and Amy Campbell moves to her 50.
She does indeed.
First half-century maker of this innings, and well, she took a while to sort of get her eye in and adjust to this spin attack, but now she has. She's really cashing in. She's played some really attractive shots in this knock.
Yeah, she does look a quality player, doesn't she, Amy Campbell? I've not seen her bat live before, I don't think.
So Darlow, the Derbyshire captain, will continue. The 200 also coming up for Yorkshire inside 30 overs. So they talk about 50-over cricket doubling your score that you've got on 30 overs. I don't think Yorkshire will quite go that far with only 4 wickets remaining, but they're in a very good position now to keep putting pressure on. This will be a single out through cover point. And for Derbyshire, 5 wickets remaining, all they can do is keep putting the pressure on, keep chipping away with this spin attack. And I think they'll just want to do most of the damage now in the next 10 overs, because if you look at how Yorkshire took to the seamers early on, some of the issues there, if they can cash in at the end of the innings, that could be difficult for John Dyson's side. It'll be a really key period of the game now, you feel?
Yeah, I agree. Parkin just did a nice diving stop there.
Darlow again then, against
Darlow,
Amy Campbell. Yeah, the 2 off spinners, quite similar actions as well. Misfield at mid-wicket inside the circle, and free for a single. Darlow not particularly happy with that piece of fielding by the look of it.
No doubt there'll be words said in the changing room.
Yeah, in the interval, Darlow defended by Olivia Thomas. Another one of Yorkshire's younger players came into the side for the win over Sussex, took a wicket, a big win that for Yorkshire, who bounced back after their opening day defeat to Worcestershire. Derbyshire, 2 defeats from 2 so far. Again, this is played to the sweeper back on the cover boundary.
That ball took a nasty old bounce on the way through to that fielder. Thankfully, it was quite a long way away from the fielder, but there are some really nasty little patches around, aren't there?
Yeah, some awkward parts of the
Really?
ground now, the ball bouncing up, and is Darlow round the wicket. Ooh, defended it, just bounced down into the feet of the wicket keeper. And Yorkshire 205 for 5. We'll have a look at the other scores in the Metrobank One Day Cup League 2. Glamorgan 161 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Kent struggling at 86 for 6 against Leicestershire Foxes. Northamptonshire Steelbacks almost similar, but they're 87 for 7 against Middlesex. And Sussex Sharks looking for their first win against the league leaders, bottom against top. Sussex 120 for 1 off of 30 overs. So Worcestershire coming in top, Middlesex and Northamptonshire a point behind, and then 4 points below them, Glamorgan, Yorkshire and Kent. Gloucestershire on 4 points, and then Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Sussex all winless.
Change your bowler. Parkin.
Parkin from the city end, and that's played down to third, where there is no protection. The fielder gives chase and will be able to go and field the ball. And they'll come back for a third, throw in towards the wicket keeper, who throws down the other end in the end, and no bails are dismantled at either end.
Quick thinking from Pittman, though. As soon as she got it, she didn't waste time trying to take the stumps at her end. She just went for the other option, which I think was a good idea.
So Gemma Rose, her day is done. 10 overs, a little expensive, but in the grand scheme of things, the 4 wickets is all that matters for this Derbyshire side, and she's bowled really impressively. She's going to be a key player for the season, and as we said, just hope she keeps her head held high after what's been a really good performance with the ball from the leggy against this impressive Yorkshire side, as Campbell come through for a run, playing the ball down to long off.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a sports science student, is Gemma Rose.
Yeah, a lot of students in this Derbyshire side, all studying sort of similar, sports psychology, sports science, a couple of physios as well, am I right in thinking?
Yakuza actually is the physio for the men's team at Notts. She had to physio herself, I think, on that hand.
Yeah, the right person for the injury to happen to, perhaps, know what to do in that scenario. I'm sure she's had plenty of those to deal with before, as again, this ball bobbles across the outfield.
So there's been quite a few opportunities for learning from the Derbyshire girls already here. Derbyshire girls and women, I should say, are here already in terms of sports psychology. Certainly about, celebrating the catch before they're actually in your hand, for example. The mental fortitude.
Yeah, and it's not believing your luck, is it? You're playing against this Yorkshire side. Can you get 2 wickets and 2 balls, and your head can just go to another place?
Lots of conversations to be had about, how can we avoid that situation occurring again?
Yeah.
You can't do anything about Yorkshire's batting. It's quality.
For so many sides, this season's going to be a learning curve, and for Derbyshire, no more so. It's pretty much certain that come August, September, they'll be playing far better cricket than they are now, and they will hope so. Again, the injuries to them today to key players, as we'll see when Derbyshire come to bat with the opener Lara Shaw, who's top scored for them so far in both games, scores quick runs. It's a bit of a David v Goliath clash today, but Derbyshire will count themselves still in this game.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters. Everybody's expecting Yorkshire to do very well in this division. They're going to be in Tier 1 anyway. And as you pointed out, the run rate continuing to creep down very slowly.
I think it's about 0.1 every 5 overs, isn't it?
Here's Darlow, defended.
The main thing is not going up. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it hasn't gone up. I don't think it has, since those first few overs of seam, that quick start from Winfield Hill. She'll feel frustrated. I think she'll have felt she's left quite a few runs out there as Darlow comes in. Uses her feet down the ground, well fielded by Natasha Allen.
Again?
Yeah, she's been very good. 3 catches to her name. The first 3 wickets all fell into her hands. Darlow, who's wicketless but has had a good day with the ball so far, comes down the track again, does Campbell, and again it's Allen fielding. We've had a few moments of deja vu in this innings. Ball's going to the exact same fielder in the exact same manner.
Yeah, Campbell's on a mission.
Darlow round the wicket. Campbell plays back, nudges it to mid-wicket, who will come in, just misfields as she looks to pick the ball up.
It's good pressure placed on the fielder there. Campbell was determined to set off quickly for that one. She'll be eyeing up, even at this stage, I would imagine she's eyeing up her ton here.
Darlow, as the sun glints through the grey clouds here at Derby, and that's not gone very far, just trickles down to the hands of mid-on. Derbyshire with this field as well, just putting a little bit more pressure on Olivia Thomas, the new batter to the crease. She's 12 off 15. Darlow again. Thomas just plays that down into the onside, and a good over from the skipper. Yorkshire 212 for 5. Run rate, to be precise, 6.46 on the monitor to my left.
Good over.
So your memories then of Lancashire facing Yorkshire, I mean, you told me before we came on air, there's not too many you want to speak about, but what was that rivalry like?
To be honest with you, my memories of playing against Yorkshire were more so from my club side than the county side, because we always used to have to travel across the Pennines to play Yorkshire teams of various varieties and always got battered. The reason being because Lancashire at the time were in Tier 2 and they were in your Tier 1, so we didn't play them very often. But I know in more recent years the younger age group sides have had a little bit more success.
Campbell, sorry to cut you off, and that will be missed by Millie Gray. Out in the deep, another one who dropped a catch earlier.
That was tricky actually. She just got missed. I think it must have divoted or something because it sort of deviated, didn't it, as it came towards her?
Yeah, Campbell motoring on now.
Yeah, so it wasn't easy. Yorkshire were always one of the top. In our day, it was between Surrey and Yorkshire who were winning the championship every year. I mean every year. It was Surrey, Yorkshire, Surrey, Yorkshire. So quality.
Again, Campbell comes down using her feet, and that is
she's on it. Straight
down the ground into the advertising hoardings in front of the
and of course,
black sight screen.
The thing about Yorkshire is it's such a huge county. I know women's cricket has spread massively since my day at the helm, so to speak. There's more players. But Yorkshire continues to grow and thrive, and it still produces many players who won't perhaps even go near the academy. But they're big cricket-loving counties, we know, from the men's side as well. That thwack, that sounded wild, didn't it?
Just dragged down a touch by Parkin, a little too short. And Campbell, is continuing
Wow.
to take a liking to the spinner now. You know, the more she's been out there, the more comfortable she's looked, and she's putting a lot of pressure back on.
She looks like she plays tennis as well, doesn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, just had to wait on that one, dragged it out into the leg side, and yeah, maybe Derbyshire will be looking at potentially, that's well bowled actually, a little
Quicker.
tighter into the sun, it's a bit quicker, but maybe they'll look back to go and bring maybe a McDonald back on, bowled 4 overs so far, looked like a wicket-taking option, didn't she, with those sort of Yorkers, and
I think there's a bit of cloud cover. It might just help her swing a little bit as well.
still a lot of overs for the seamers. They were punished earlier on, but we've got these new batters in now as that's gone through the covers, was uppish for a
Wasn't
moment,
it?
and they think about 2, turn down.
Yeah, Campbell's loving her time out there. Here we go. Amy Campbell. This is the Yorkshire website. The big hitter who can't stay away. Yeah,
Can't disagree with that.
we've just noticed how much she hits the ball hard, yes.
Barking to complete her over, and that is
That's a lovely
swept
shot.
out. There is a sweeper back there who again misfields, but it'll just be a single, throw back into the keeper. End of the over, 227 for 5.
Yeah, she's well travelled, is Campbell, having played for Durham and Worcestershire as well, Northern Superchargers, and she's even had some time over at the Originals, over in Manchester. Yeah. Good pedigree. A late Huddersfield-born father and her uncle both play for minor counties cricket for Northumberland, so she's certainly got some cricketing pedigree behind her.
Yeah, as northern as they come. Went to Leeds University as well. A few of these players
Right.
did, I think, and yeah, they'll be playing up at Headingley this summer. A few of their games. Francesca telling me early she's looking forward to playing there.
Oh, sorry, did you say Headingley they're playing?
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, a couple of games up there. But yeah, Harrogate on Monday.
Lovely town, Harrogate.
Fielded there by Ella Porter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bank Holiday Monday as well. Great, great.
Let's hope they get the weather, the bank holiday weather.
Always delivers, hopefully. She comes down again, Amy Campbell, really looking comfortable moving her feet, coming out of the crease. But yeah, first T20 action of the summer. Derbyshire were the national champions, winning their group, then winning the finals weekend last year.
Oh, and tell me about it, because they were at my old club and I couldn't get down. Yeah, I used to skipper at Neston where they played those finals. And I think I was commentating elsewhere on that day.
I see, yeah. They beat Hertfordshire, I think, along their way, which is my home county.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Neston?
No.
It's beautiful, beautiful ground.
All quick and flat, and missed out there, did Olivia Thomas. Really well bowled again by Darlow.
It's down at the marshes at Parkgate on the Wirral Peninsula, on the Cheshire side.
Yes.
I'll talk to you about in a minute.
Here's Darlow again.
And no run. It overlooks the River Dee, beautiful, and it's quite marshy out there, so there's loads of birds on the estuary. And then over, of course, you've got the Welsh Hills, so you're standing up on the balcony, on the members' balcony, haven't you, and it's such a beautiful view.
Darlow played back to the bowler and racing through her over there. Darlow's gone past in no time at all.
But of course, I was never blessed enough, despite being the captain of Lancashire and Cheshire at the time, of being allowed anywhere near the front pitch because I was a girly. Still am. And our women's team never got to play on the front pitch as a team. Different nowadays.
Same for Old Trafford and other grounds?
No, I never even stood on Old Trafford. I got my county cap at Old Trafford about 5 years ago, just after COVID.
Oh, wow.
And that's the first time I'd stood on the pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the same for most of us. Never met any of the men. Mike Atherton was captain while I was captain. Never met him. Never mixed. Didn't have any support whatsoever from the men's side of the club itself. I'm so pleased to see that that's changed, and I'm sat here now with a fantastic women's team ahead of me, and a really great young commentator to work alongside. A great supporter of women's sport as well. You do your football as well, don't you, Freddie?
And I mean, talking about that, I cover Arsenal women who are right up there in terms of giving the women's team so much support, and you speak to the old players and there's no bitterness at all, about what the players now get. There's no jealousy.
Why should there be? We paved the way for
Yeah.
this to happen. We fought for this.
But this is bowled now, and Campbell nudges this away. Nolan Davis is back on, bowled at 2 overs at the start of the innings, went for under some pressure from Winfield Hill.
And also great appreciation when they ask you. Because, I mean, even just today, just briefly, I said, look, I'm only here because I am an ex-cricketer. I used to captain Lancashire. Did you? When was that? Was it amateur? Was it this? Was it that? I mean, they really do have an interest in what it was like years ago to play in this scenario, and they do appreciate what some of the not me so much. I didn't do as much as many other players did to promote women's cricket. I just I did my bit, so to speak. But
Nolan Davis banged in, fielded at mid wicket.
There are others who did more, and did more over a long period of time than I did. So I'm not saying it was just generally you get the vibe that they're very grateful for those people who have fought for this to happen, and the men who've helped us along the way. It's not just a them against us scenario. It's just times have changed, attitudes have changed, and women's sport in general is becoming more and more cool, isn't it? Let's be right.
I mean, speaking to John Dyson, I mentioned about women's football. You look at really taking off after England won the Euro 2022, and he said there's almost an element of cricket's being a little bit slow to respond to that, and slow maybe to learn from that, but almost this restructuring. There is a sense that, as Nolan Davis continues, it's a really good comeback over from the opening bowler. I think there is a sense that cricket has seen what football has done, what women's football has done, and think, where can we learn from this? And I think certainly promoting the personalities of the players. You're going to get to know them as people. I think I've seen that a lot in women's football, really marketing them as individuals away from the pitch as well. This is driven, and the catch has gone down at backward point. That was another opportunity, and it would have been a well-deserved reward for Nolan Davis. He's put the pressure on Thomas in this over, but Pagan Hardwick puts it down.
Just caught Izzy's eye in the score box there. Both of us gasped at the same time. She's shaking her head at me as we speak and shrugging her shoulders. What can you do? They've done everything except take their catches so far.
Yeah, the bowlers, as this is turned away, square for a single, will be a little frustrated. I mean, it was another bowler who dropped the catch there. But yeah, Yorkshire moving along to 230 for 5.
Pagan Hardwick has dropped one. She had a couple dropped off her bowling as well, didn't she? That's such a shame, though, isn't it? Add 3 or 4 wickets onto that.
Yeah, and regulation, unfortunately, some of these catches. And
but then again, they are still amateurs. They will learn. The more they play, the more times they'll be in situations where the ball's coming at them and they're not thinking panic. They're thinking this ball's going to stick and I'm going to catch it. The mentality is different. They've never played on a pitch like this before. It'll get better.
Here's Darlow, continuing from the racecourse end. It's something. I just think it's something you can never criticise, because the best fielders in the world will drop catches. There are some you just can't explain, essentially, and it will happen. You can work in it as much as you can. You can catch 100 balls in a row, but you could still drop the 101st.
We all watched England and Australia dropping a few.
This has been launched down the ground by Campbell. Not quite got all of it, and it'll run away towards the boundary. And this time they do the fielding. It's the first real shot that's gone high down the ground and didn't nail it. I was going to touch on that Ashes tour as well, because we talk about where women's cricket's at now, and almost the level of criticism that England had. That it was obviously merited in large parts, but there's a part of me that thought, well, actually, the amount of people who care about this tour and want England to improve and want England to do well in Australia, I thought was actually a really good sign, as Darlow bowls played down the ground. That's an interesting way
of looking at it, Freddie. Actually, it's a really good take you've got on that. I hadn't even thought about that, but you're right. Yeah, the very fact. My day, nobody would have given a hoot. Nobody would have even known England were in Australia playing cricket. Good point. But I also think there's an element of, I hate to say it, sexism as well, especially when it comes to body shape and are they fit, are they not, and will they put on a bit of weight, and come on.
Yeah, I think the fitness discussion, when players like Alex Hartley come out and talk about it, there is that merit there, isn't it? But I think it can then go overboard.
It blows over.
Yeah.
I think she's in a prime position to actually comment. She knows the players. She's played with them, especially Eccleston. She was at Lancashire with her together.
Driven well, misfielded here by...
But even so, overboard.
Yeah, it's a discussion, and I say it a lot in women's football when people will say, "Oh, did you look at this error by the goalkeeper?" And I say, well, if that happens in the men's game, you say, oh, it's a bad goalkeeper. In the women's game, people judge the entire sport, and that's where the difference lies.
And the entire gender.
Yeah, and you have to keep that open mind. Certainly.
I mean, I'm not saying that the women shouldn't be fit, and they are fit. I've seen them training at Lancashire. I know, Tier 1 and the international players, and I watch them, and I think, oh yeah, you're pretty fit, aren't you? But you don't have the same conversation. Imagine at the same point of professionalism that men were. Look at 30 years ago, and you had. Look, nobody went and said, oh, my Gattin's rubbish, he's over. Nobody ever went on and on about his weight and how he's rubbish and how he can't play and da-da-da. And he was a portly gentleman. I mean, there's others, I could go on, but it didn't happen.
And it's almost a discussion that it's come from comments, in the media by ex-players. It's not something you watch England and think they're not fit enough. I feel like it's almost originated actually from Alex Hartley pointing it out more than anything. And then when you watch the game through that lens, you can tell there are moments, but I think they've spoken this year about the fact the World Cup's in India. It's going to be in those hot temperatures, and these are players who don't travel as much. They don't have the franchise cricket. When you're in the men's game, you're playing in different conditions every week, and there's a lot of acclimatising.
Charlotte Edwards, the New England coach, as you know, a legend of the game. She's one of my era, if you like. She was one of the the era of complete amateurism when I first started. Oh, here
Campbell's
we go.
miscued this down to third. There's nobody back there, and it's going to land safe. Two fielders giving chase, and they will keep the ball in. Nice bit of work, actually, from Eric, the fielder running down there to scoop it back in.
Lucky Campbell. She's placed it twice. I say placed in the last couple of years. Yeah, but Charlotte Edwards, from the amateur era, played against her once, I think, down at the county champs. As the bowler comes in, dot ball. Anyway, so she's actually cancelled in the camp the use of the F, which calls it the F word, the fitness word. She doesn't allow people to, I don't want to hear about it. I just want to see what I've got. Let's get on with the game. Let's not bang on and on and on and on and on about the F word, she calls it, which I love. She doesn't take any nonsense, Charlotte Edwards. She's very...
the only candidate, really, by the looks of it, when that England job came up. Head and shoulders
above everybody else,
So much success down south. And winning. I think when you're winning a tournament that's named after you, I think you're doing something right, don't you?
So Noeline Davis is... sorry, I've been talking about...
No, we've gone off tangent.
We've gone off the F word. Noeline Davis, let's focus. But that's wrapped the pads. Oh, he stroked. Do you know the umpire scratched his head just as we all thought he might have been put... Cheeky.
Yeah, give the bowler some hope. We're getting a quiet appeal. We'll wait and have a look on the replay, but it didn't last particularly long.
I think it's gone down low, potentially. Anyway, doesn't matter what we think. Oh, yeah, a little bit. It's close, though.
Yeah.
It's worth a shout. Noeline Davison again. Seemed to be a bit quicker. Again, a nasty little bounce. Fielder watched the ball really well then.
And Nat Sciver-Brunt as well coming in as captain, an all-rounder as captain. I mean, she's England's best player at the moment, isn't she? And
has been for a while.
Yeah.
There's a lot of concern in the women's game about Sciver-Brunt, taking on too much with being the best batter. One of the bowlers coming back from her wife's just had their baby. Taking on too much too soon. But obviously, Edwards is no fool. She'll have added it up with her. Sciver-Brunt could have said no.
Yeah.
She hasn't. Says it all.
I think the captains, this idea of batters being captains, I think we're not seeing it as much now, are we, in men's and women's cricket?
Well, it's the all-rounder status with that Sciver-Brunt. England have, I wouldn't say relied on her, but, she's been a main focus of their team for a while now. And what people are concerned about is that level of performance with the bat and ball will drop as she takes on, the responsibilities as captain. But what will that role look like under Edwards? Heather Knight is a very different personality to Nat Sciver-Brunt. She may not have certain off-field responsibilities that Knight had, and it could well be that she's, as that one's been struck to mid-wicket for no run. And Campbell, she's definitely pushing for a 100 here, isn't she?
Yeah, moving along quickly. 56, the partnership between these two. Olivia Thomas has probably been Yorkshire's slowest scorer, and she's
Darlow's
had a couple
into
of
ball,
chances.
and it's for a moment I thought that was going to the fielder, but she's hammered that for 4. Absolutely hammered it off Darlow.
Yeah, anything into the leg side, she's used her feet down to, and in the offside, she just waits, and she's really, really strong through the covers. And Derbyshire aren't quite sure where to bowl to her at the moment.
In the blink of an eye, this partnership between Thomas and Campbell has moved on to 60. Seems a long time ago since she was dropped, isn't it? Oh, Thomas.
A couple of times. And yeah, I think freeing up Heather Knight as well. You know, you often see that when the captain relinquishes that responsibility.
Right, yeah. In comes Darlow. And that one has been absolutely hoit.
6.
What an effort, though, from the fielder. That's gone for 6, surely. Yes, gone for 6.
Caitlin McDonald on the boundary.
I couldn't see where the ball... I thought she clutched that for a second there, but no such luck. That would have been a catch. That would have been the catch, wouldn't it?
Would have been a brilliant catch.
We'd have cancelled all the other ones out if she got anywhere near that one, I think.
Yeah, I think even if she was stood on the boundary, I think
tall.
it just had too much on it. Yeah, but Campbell now 11 shy of a very impressive century.
Yeah. Spread out, I'll be saying spread out, but they can't spread out anymore. Fielding restrictions. Thumped. Oh, well done. Again, it's awkward. They've scampered through for a single. They're taking the score. That's a 250 up, I believe. Yeah, 250 off 38 and a bit overs.
I think if you're Derbyshire, you're looking just to keep Yorkshire under the 350 mark.
It's almost like they're in T20 mode here, aren't they? Dot ball. Last ball.
Yeah, I guess Thomas has provided just quite a good foil for Campbell. Stopped some of those wickets falling, stuck around at the other end.
It's got an element of symmetry to it, 250 for 5. Yeah, that's not as bad as I was fearing earlier on in the day. 11 overs remaining. There's still time to score. Yeah, even if it's just 6 and over, that's 60, 17 more runs on top of that, so they're easily going to get to the 300 mark and then some.
Run rate keeps dropping down to 6.4.
And there's our lovely scoreboard on show.
I can't tell if the older one over to our right is actually on because of the lights. I'm sure it is, but I think the sort of the angle, the reflection doesn't quite work for us from here. And the big one is down to our right as well, so we're lucky we've got a copy of that on the monitor. That's exactly what's going up on the scoreboard.
Nolan Davis bowls. She's dabbed it. I've driven it, really. Came off the bat like a rocket, really, the amount of power she put into it. 1 run.
Yeah, she's really adapted to these conditions well.
Campbell moves on to 91 off 74 balls. Yeah, she is a big hitter. I agree. Yorkshire, I agree with your website. Thomas, drive straight. Bowler gets a hand on it, takes off the heat, takes off the runner potentially there. That's a good strike, good stop. Excuse me. 251 for what? For 5. Car park's full. Must be getting a few more people on that side that we can't see. The ground stand behind us. That's dabbed down to onto the leg side.
Well, I think after an incident in pre-season, people have learned the hard way about not parking too close to the the pitch. We had Harry came during a friendly. Hit a 6, miscued it rather, but to the short boundary. Somebody was parked there waiting for his kid to finish football, straight onto the windscreen while he was sat in the car, a big smash. And Matt, our producer, decided to put the replay live on the big screen so we could watch it all happen again.
What a swine, and that's gone down to, squirted off the bat to short third.
Yeah, and he drove off around the other side of the ground, I think in embarrassment at the end, but that's why you don't park too close to the boundary line. Especially with the short boundary that side as well.
It is a short one, isn't it? Especially for the guys.
Yeah, it was. I was up on the camera right next to it as well. We had a great view.
Into the left-hander. Nolan Davis. Nice ball. And she's kept Campbell at bay for another ball. The longer they can keep her in the 90s, the better. She doesn't look the nervous type, but, you know, she is a human being after all, so nervous 90s. Hopefully they'll kick in from Derbyshire's perspective. Yeah,
you'd imagine she just tries to keep playing the way she has been now.
Yeah. Oof, that's squirted again. That's well bowled, that is. And there's a bit of confusion at the middle. That could have been interesting. Well fielded. Yes, no, yes, no. That's the first bit of confusion in the running between wickets that we'd seen from Yorkshire. That's very good fielding. Well played. 252 for 5, 40 overs gone. Yeah, run rate's gone down a little bit despite Campbell's heavy hitting.
And I think Noeline Davis has gone for just eight runs in the 3 overs since she's come back on, because she went for 21 in her first 2. She's responded really well. And I think the pitch has been a bit of assistance as well. A couple of these edges that have gone away, I think there's a little bit in it for her, potentially.
I do think these clouds are helping with the seam bowlers, I really do. And that one on to our left has gone quite grey and, I wouldn't say ominous, but unpleasant, shall we say.
Looks like McDonald might be coming back on as well, because the cap's been brought out for Darlow behind the stumps. 10 overs to go.
Yeah, so it's party time, is it, for Yorkshire? They've got 5 wickets in hand. Campbell's still at the crease. I don't think Campbell will want to give a wicket away at this stage, though. I don't think she's going to do anything silly. I don't think Thomas actually should be trying to throw a wicket away either, because, 6, 7, so you're looking at your 8, 9, 10 and 11 batter coming in. With all the will in the world, they're not going to be as strong as your first 7, are they?
Derbyshire have bowled out their main 2 spinners, Rose and Darlow. Noeline Davis 5 left, Hardwick 5 left, McDonald 4 left, and Parkin, the off spinner, has 4 overs left as well. So I wonder if it will be seam the whole way now.
McDonald in. Nice classic forward defensive from Thomas.
Yeah, McDonald impressed me earlier. I think there's definitely a few Derbyshire bowlers who've bowled well without the reward. Part of that down to some of the catches going down, but they've definitely caused problems, and dot balls have become quite valuable in this game.
Yeah, Francesca's quite impressed with her bowling, isn't she? She moves it quite a lot. It's gone down leg. 1 run.
Yeah, good wicket prepared here as well. I think we've got to mention that as well. A little bit in it for the batters. You can score quickly. You've got the outfield to score quickly as well. But the bowlers, there's been a tiny bit of turn. Looks like a bit of assistance for the seamers as well. This is what you want for a 50-over game.
Tiny caveat. I think the outfield is potentially a little bit dangerous in 1 or 2 spots. But, that's cricket.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, it's a lot better than most of the pitches these girls have been playing on.
Very dry, isn't it? Very dry.
It's the lefty to lefty. Dab to point, no run. Good ball, good fielding. Keep it tight.
And this is where, when John Dyson talks about winning your battles and your matchups, this is one here. You've got your left arm seamer back on. You've got Campbell on, flying along to 91. But can you just tighten up here? Can you put the pressure on her? Can you dismiss her and then eat into that Yorkshire tail?
Oh, she's come down the wicket and absolutely smoked that one. She didn't even get hold of it, really. Oh, misfield, ground fielding. She was throwing that ball in before she picked it up, I think.
Yeah, and that's frustrating, because if you can get Campbell off strike.
Yeah. Campbell's taken 2. So she's only 7 away now. It's unfortunate from Rhiannon Noeline Davis, having just bowled a really good spell, to give a run away like that. She'll be gutted. McDonald. Smack from Campbell into the covers. There is cover out there. It's Millie Gray being brought into the action again. All fielded. 1 run, 2, 5, 6 for 5. Campbell's moving towards her ton. If I say the word ton enough, I might jinx it. You don't know. 94.
Yeah, teammates in the dressing room will be not moving seats, not swapping about where they are. They'll be staying exactly where they are.
People who are doing a lap will continue to do a lap. Oh, she's played a little wide one there. I'm surprised her. Yeah, she played over it though, so the umpire can't really give a wide in that situation. Yeah, that was one she won't want to play. She won't want to see the replay on that one again, Will Campbell. And that's the end of the over. 56 for 5 runs. Run rate is remarkably going down. 6.2, staying below 7. Still a big ask if you were to finish the game now, for example, and say to Derbyshire, off you go, 7 and over. They wouldn't be happy with that, but...
Yeah, Derbyshire, they tried to chase in their opening game away to Gloucestershire, pursuing 206 in that game, so it's going to be far more than that. They reached 197 for 8 in their 50 over. So they got close, and they had a player retire out injured as well, which would have made it even closer if she was able to continue. So they were right in that game. It was a heavy defeat then by 9 wickets away to Kent. They're going to have to be exceptional in this second innings.
Davis. Oh, that's a big swipe from Campbell again. That's another shot she won't be overly proud of. And there's lots of hands on mouths and hands on heads around there. few shaking heads,
I think
few
it's
oohs and ahs.
yeah, it's come off the gloves of Pittman, so again a half chance, but it was absolutely flying past her.
I don't think she got anything on that. I think she missed it. Let's have a look.
No,
She,
glove.
yeah, she loved it. Oh, she's reached for that one as well. Over to the point boundary. Campbell on 95. You cannot blame Pittman for that one.
Oh, I'm not. You know, I've praised her, and
that's a miracle if she gets anywhere near that.
Yeah, that's tough. Tough for her there. Stood up to the stumps for most of this innings. And has kept well. Difficult chance there. Campbell to 95.
Nolan Davis in. And that's lovely play off her feet there. Flicked away mid-wicket for a single.
Just flicks the back foot up in the air.
I know,
she plays
love
it the old
that.
flamingo
Great
style.
balance. Great balance to do that. She is playing one-footed shot in effect, isn't she? That core strength kicking in all those weeks and months in the gym. Oh, she's tried to flick that one with not much effect. Thomas, not quite as good as that shot as Campbell was the previous ball.
Yeah, nice and full by Nolan Davis. And Derbyshire, because of the pressure they've been under, they've almost had to go to some of their deaf bowling skills earlier on in the innings. So they're well prepared for this.
Yeah.
And they're going to be tested. I just think if Campbell gets to that ton, she's going to become even more dangerous as she looks to push on.
Nolan Davis. Driven on the offside. No run. Good stuff from Nolan Davis. Yeah, well, we were fearing that the seamers were going to get a bit of tap. It's not proving to be the case here.
Yeah, they bowled well, responding. I think definitely some nerves early on, I think, were apparent.
You know, they haven't bowled full tosses. That helps. Oh, and again, she's beat the outside edge there. This is excellent from the seamer.
Really good line and length, isn't it? Very, we talked about maybe bowling, not being able to bowl two balls in the right place early on. This is exactly what Derbyshire need to be doing at this stage in the innings. Nolan Davis responding really well.
Yeah, so Campbell's moved on to 96. Her partner Thomas is on 20. Massive difference in the strike rate between those two. So Campbell cannot really afford to give a wicket away. I don't think she'll want to at 96 anyway, to be fair. 259 for 5, the overall score. Still eight overs remaining. Interesting cut-off time for these overs. So we're well within that, I think. We're not going to have a problem there.
All of the spin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my football team play at 5:30, and I sense this game will be done by then, the amount of spin we've had bowled. Even if Derbyshire do take it all the way to the 50th over.
Talking of spin, we've got a seamer on. Left armour. McDonald. Yeah, her figures are 5.1, 5 overs, 1 run, 1 ball for 29 so far. But I think the majority of those runs were early doors, when of course she had Winfield Hill on strike. Big difference. Yeah.
Well, Campbell gutted there.
She's not timing it well at the moment. I think she's over eager to get to the ball. She's playing this ball very early, and she's not timing it well. She's she needs to just take a breath, just wait for it to come to you a little bit. Says she. Hasn't played for years, but there you go. It's better. Oh, no, please no, not another drop catch. Campbell is the luckiest player alive at the moment. She's been dropped. She's had 2 big hits in the cow corner that have bisected 3 fielders. And, sadly, that's another drop catch from the Derbyshire team.
Yeah, it was Alan who'd been the safe hand so far.
Yeah, so when your best catch is dropping them, you know you're not having a good day. Back foot shot into the covers, swept round. Still a scamper through for that obligatory single.
Yeah, it's just all of these key times in the game when you've needed these catches to stick. That was one there.
Oh, dear. Thomas on strike.
Yeah, Campbell would have had a heart in her mouth as well. You could only imagine her relief, and that was dropped.
Yeah, she'll be breathing heavy now. Thomas on strike, 20 or 42. Dab that into the covers. No run.
What area of the game would you say has almost improved the most from when
my
you were
day,
playing?
oh wow, that's a really good question. One, batting wise, funky shots like the scoop and the reverse sweep and things like that. That was never on show, ever, ever, ever. Number one. I'll tell you the next one in a minute. She comes in, cuts it for one, potentially two. No, they're not looking. So that brings the near soon-to-be Centurion on strike. Fielding-wise, ground fielding massively, particularly on the boundaries. You know, these running, diving stops are incredible. Yeah, to be honest, most things. Wicket keeping, standing up to the quicker bowlers, quality of the wicket keeping on show. You know, the girls have got specialist wicket keeping coaches now, and that shows. You know, it's just everything. Batting, as I say, it's the main is the funky shots, and ground fielding is incredible. So yeah.
Yeah, the level of coaching must
I suppose it's similar. Oh, sorry, go.
Nothing.
Please
Yeah,
continue,
no, just
Freddie.
the level of coaching and resources. I mean, John Dyson spoke over the winter about we've got nutritionists in now, you know, looking at more psychological help as well.
Long over the boundary, it's gone. Thomas has hit it over the top of mid-off. Nice straight bat on that occasion.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Tell you, yeah, lovely. 25 she moves to.
There is John Dyson walking around the boundary.
There he is,
Going to chat to Gemma Rose.
Yeah, well done, matey, he'll be saying. Keep your head up, you'll get a 5 for one day. Okay, Nolan Davis in. Thomas on strike. She's gone again. She's gone again. It's gone. Oh, it wasn't quite timed as well as the last one. It's beat the field and it's actually found the boundary route. So Thomas has obviously decided it's her turn to start hitting out a bit, sensed that the bowlers were perhaps getting on top a little bit, and has done the sensible thing.
Yeah, it's been a risky shot. One of the top order batters got out. I can't remember, I think it might have been Duckworth trying to play that sort of lofted drive down the ground and was caught inside the circle. And the first one she nailed, but the second one not as much.
Davison again. Oh, she's gone for a funky shot. That's out. No? Did she not glove that?
Surprised she didn't get anything on it, but
Okie dokie. Lucky.
throwing the stumps down as well.
Lucky. Again, that could have gone. That could have hit anything. Don't think that was on that funky shot there. Let's have a look. Oh, I think she's hit. Oh, I don't know what she's done. Hit it into the ground. And it's bounced up. Oh, that's gone a long way.
Just kept in the boundary. Yeah, she's gone to that couple of times now.
Yes.
Final 10 overs.
They're playing T20 stuff.
Yeah. Starting experimenting.
So the funky shots are coming out. These are the shots that we didn't see. I was talking about earlier. It's very much, you know, straight bat stuff still. 2 balls of the over remaining. Pulled to square, not quite timed, so she'll just get a single on this occasion, which will be bringing Campbell onto strike. If they can keep her on 99 as long as they can, that would be a good thing.
One ball left to the over.
Don't think Campbell will be wanting this to be another dot ball. Yeah, they brought a fielder in, moved one out. That's more to do with the left-hand, right-hand combo, though, to be fair. Campbell, one away from her ton. Davis, not wanting it to happen. Oh, yeah, wide. Of course, that won't go to Campbell's total, so just to stay on that number a bit longer.
Interesting way she bowls here. There's an easy single sort of into the onside.
Very easy.
Just don't want to stray onto the pads at all.
Bowl on the off. Oh, she's cut that. She's gone. And you can hear the Yorkshire team. They're all standing as a man to applaud Amy Campbell. What an innings. Very well played from Amy Campbell. Well-deserved century.
Yeah, 100 on just 87 balls and an outstanding showing. Raising her bat here at the county ground. She's got Yorkshire into a very good position in this game. Other batters have made good starts and not followed through, and Amy Campbell has been able to do so. Still 6 overs remaining here, and she can really look to advance now, but she's been really, really impressive. Played shots all around the ground. She was dropped a couple of times on 96. That was the chance to stop her getting that 100, but she has deserved it. She played really well.
Very lucky. Not only did she pick out a fielder, she picked out a fielder who'd already taken 3 catches and was actually, in a groove, so to speak. Yeah, the mind can play funny games when you're in that position. The ball's in the air, and you're thinking about, oh, I'm going to get the Centurion out here. So there's a few little tweaks going on. Fielder on the floor over there. Hope she's all right, stretching out.
Umpires just having a chat as well.
She injured.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, she can't be loosening up if it's Rose because she's bowled out. Who is it? It's Pagan Hardwick, I think, looking to come back on. She looks to be loosening up.
That explains it. Yeah, she's only bowled 5 overs, so she's bound to be needed, I think, to get a few over than here. McDonald. Oh, lovely shot. She scooped that. Yeah, they're all, all the colours are coming out of the crayon box now, aren't they?
Yeah, that is a lovely shot. Really inventive. Played it perfectly. And, Thomas, who, as you say, have been a bit subdued, sort of let Campbell just go to town down the other end. And now Thomas is going to try and join in on some of the fun in these final few overs.
And it is fun because they've already got a good total. One that I would imagine they think they can defend. So anything on top of that is icing on the cake, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to be the 350 we maybe spoke about earlier on, and credit to Derbyshire for that. Maybe can they get up to 320, a little bit more.
Donald in. Fuller wraps the pads. That's very good bowling. She's really cramped her up there. Not much she could do with that or bowled. Yeah, I mean, I've been impressed with the bowlers' resilience, if you like. They'll get hit for one, and then the next ball, quite more often than not, will be on the nail. It's just developing that consistency, isn't it, to eliminate some of the bad balls like that, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's bisected the
Bad
fielders.
ball. That's a bit shorter, but I'd have money on her putting it right next ball, you know. That's the pattern that we've been seeing as the match has progressed. That's gone down to a square leg boundary, and it's gone a fair way over that boundary, timed it beautifully.
Seen throughout McDonald, the Fuller ball has been the one that they've struggled to score off, but every time she's gone back a little bit short, they've been able to pick her off.
As I said, I'd always rather go too full than too short. You've got a chance of a low full toss of a catch, haven't you? 1 in 3, apparently. 30%-ish. Full tosses take wickets. That's the start. And that's that big space you were alluding to earlier. It's far too easy, and I think they're going to take 2 there. Yeah. Good running, excellent running.
Yeah, alive to the
Shot
situation.
She got a shot, 2 runs for nothing there. But you can understand why they've got 2 on the boundary, but they're trying to set a field for a bad ball there, unfortunately.
Yeah, with the left armour as well, bowling, drifting onto the pads.
Yeah. She's caught between the devil and the deep blue sea with this field setting, I believe. That's much better, though, from McDonald's. Much better, well bowled. Yeah, she's got faith in her bowler, though, the skipper. She's probably told us, keep it on the offside, please. And just sometimes you just can't always do exactly as your captain wants you to when you're a bowler. You do your best.
Yeah, 3 for 47 against Gloucestershire, McDonald. Good start to the season.
There you go. That's what you wanted.
Oh,
my life. Just over the head of mid-off. Again, I think it's gone by the applause. Can't actually see at the moment, but yeah, it's gone. Umpires have signalled. Lovely shot, but that was close to mid-off.
Yeah, it would have been a brilliant catch, and she was, not far away. And
293 for 5.
Yeah. 5 overs to go. Can Derbyshire restrict Yorkshire? They're going to
take those 46 runs off that total, eh?
Yeah, drop first ball. 2 batters drop first ball today. both the Thomases, Erin and Olivia. I don't know if they're related. Do get in touch if they are. But both of them dropped first ball. And one by the bowler, one by Hardwick. And then Olivia was dropped. That would have been the 5 for Gemma Rose, I think. It's that delivery when she came in as the new batter. So Hardwick back on.
Yeah, she deserves another wicket. She had a couple of drop catches in her earlier spell, didn't she?
1 for 31 off 5, Pagan Hardwick. Look to... she swings it into the right-hander, so she can swing it away from Campbell here. Here's Hardwick. Full smash down the ground, long on. Looked to be in play, but it's gone between long on and long off, and it's another maximum. The umpire flamboyantly raising his arms to the sky.
Showing off that power again.
Yeah, she really is. She's gone through the gears in this innings, Campbell, and she's hit the ball around the ground. This is a big test now of Pagan Hardwick. In she comes again, round the wicket, full. Down comes Campbell. That's been one of her favourite areas to score in this innings, and she's picked it out again, down the track, and smashed for 4 more. 10 off the first 2 balls of this over. And that's the 300 up for Yorkshire. That's where you want to be in any 50-over game. When you look at a good score, you want to be up and around 300, and they're going to surpass it.
Yeah. 303.
Hardwick then. Can she respond here? Full. Down comes Campbell again. Long on. We'll watch it. Onto that.
10th row.
Yeah, onto that sort of black cover over the seats to form the sight screen. That is a brilliant shot. And we spoke earlier about once Campbell gets to that century, she's going to go. And she has gone 6-4-6 at the start of this over.
Yeah, I suspected as much.
And Hardwick, who came back on, was warming up, wanted to come back on, is now up against it. 4th ball of the over. She's gone for 16 off her first 3. Campbell down again and through the covers. Fielder on the boundary, and the misfield has not helped her bowler out there. It's 4 more.
That was a tired piece of fielding, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Caitlin McDonald always seems to be the case. The bowler that comes after another
following
rest in between the overs, and then all coming her way. Campbell on to 123 now, 130 the partnership of 108 deliveries. So 6-4, 6-4 this over so far. As Yorkshire try and advance, looking now towards that 150 if they can. Campbell on strike again. And it's the rinse and repeat down the ground, into the sight screen this time. And again, those arms raised to the sky. 6-4, 6-4, 6. 1 ball left in the over, and Amy Campbell treating those Yorkshire fans, treating everybody here to some big hitting down the ground.
It's a cruel sport, cricket, isn't it, at times?
I mean, how is you like, opening the bowling and finishing the bowling in this innings? It's not been ideal. Start against Lauren Winfield Hill, finish against Amy Campbell. Both of them in fine touch. Final ball of the over. Everyone has gone for a 4 or a 6. This will be driven, and it's got past the fielder who didn't look to dive. And it won't make the boundary, so that'll just be a couple. So if you like, she gets out the over. But a very expensive one. I think the most expensive one of the over so far. Someone's trying to sign into our YouTube, so we can't actually look at the score from the over. Somebody's trying to log in. But a very, very expensive one. 4 overs left. Yorkshire 321 for 5. Thomas now sets her sights for the 50, and that run rate has gone back up to 7.
Yeah. Well, technology's great when it works, isn't it? Annoying when it doesn't. Anyone who knows me will be laughing their heads off at the thought of me having to deal with any form of technology, because I just don't.
Well, Kira's iPhone is trying to sign into our...
Hello,
oh,
Kira.
She's gone now.
Hi,
so
Kira. Who's Kira?
I have no idea.
Oh, anyway, Kira's just messed with our YouTube. But never mind, we've got a lovely big scoreboard in front of us. And guess what? We can see the play right in front of us. Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew we had to look through a screen to look at something? Who invented eyes? Anyway.
Here is McDonald then to continue. 3 overs left for her. She won't be able to bowl all of them. Over the wicket to the right-handed Thomas. Just mistimes that. And again, she squats down. Feels she's missed out. Into the offside for no run. And Yeah, difficult that for Pagan Hardwick. She's got the Derbyshire coaches over there, and she'll just be hoping Thomas is on strike, because Campbell it's been the perfect 50-over innings, really, from her coming in where she did and steering through these difficult middle overs at times. This is lofted down the ground to bring up the 50. A one bounce for Olivia Thomas, her 50 in 57 balls. It's a lovely shot. She's tried it a couple of times, and that's probably the cleanest that's come out of the bat.
Yeah, she does know how to play a nice straight drive. Sign of a class player, actually, to be fair. Lofted straight drive, beautiful. Just, as you said earlier, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, down the ground now has been prolific. So these two, the only players actually in the Yorkshire batting lineup to reach 50, which seems surprising. You know, some of them getting starts, the likes of Winfield Hill and Callis. Winfield Hill fell one short of a half century, and big celebrations there between Campbell and Olivia Thomas as well.
Well, it was those spin twins that did the damage in the middle, wasn't it? Did very well.
Yeah, always nice to bring up your 50 with a shot like that. Will look even better on the highlights later. That's driven to point, no run. Haven't seen many sort of slower balls, those sort of variations yet from Derbyshire in these death overs.
I think they did try a couple early doors, didn't they? And they got dealt with, shall we say, by Yorkshire. So maybe they're a bit too...
yeah, they've picked them when they were bowled earlier, picked them well.
Too nervous to try them at this stage, but I think you're right. They could prove dividend.
McDonald, a little slower there and played out into the onside. Now this is where they'll look to push for two, and again it's too easy for these two batters who have been rapid between the wickets. They've been at the crease a long time, the two of them now as well, and they're looking to finish as strongly as possible.
Well, you know, they're nearly on their 150 partnership. They're only 6 away from a 150 partnership. Well, that's got to sting if you're a Derbyshire player, hasn't it? 150 partnership, which might never have happened.
Campbell could still have her 150 in sight as well. She's gone through the gears after reaching the century. Here's McDonald. Again, played out to Cow Corner now, deep mid-wicket. Fielder comes in to collect. They'll come back for two. Oh, and it's hit the stumps, a direct hit.
Very good throw.
Brilliant piece of fielding. It can't have been far away. We'll have a look in the replay. In a moment, it was Millie Gray out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Now, the umpire shook her head, but this looked close. And I was thinking for a moment, the bowler seemed a little like almost she didn't know they were coming back for two, but she was actually leaving it, getting out the way. We'll just have a look at the replay now as McDonald will start to go. Oh, that was very close. Here's McDonald. Final ball of the over, up in the air, down to mid-wicket. Again, fielder just slipping, does well. It's the Millie Gray again throwing the ball in, not far from the stumps too.
Stumps again, didn't it?
That looked very close. And there wasn't much of an appeal as well to the umpire. I think Derbyshire need to work in their appealing. They need to get a little bit louder because that looked close. Yorkshire then ended the over, 331 for 5. 3 overs remaining, but you know, something like that will give you a lot of encouragement as a fielding team moving forward. You know, I think Derbyshire haven't really caused enough problems in terms of exploiting Yorkshire's running between the wickets, and we praised him earlier on for restricting those little singles, the quick singles, but they've been able to come back for two on too many occasions, running really hard.
Yeah, agreed. Another thing to work on, isn't it?
Yeah, there'll be
I know we're laughing about this, but it's a serious note as well, because, you know, you can influence the umpires slightly. You know, subconsciously, nobody, you know, no umpires feel that they're being influenced, but, you know, you can't help but be influenced, can you? You
know. Just to look around the grounds, Glamorgan 236 for 7. Kent all out for 117 off of 40 overs. Leicestershire will bat after the interval. Northants 144 for 8. Sussex 221 for 4 against the league leaders. Worcestershire, some good games developing around the country. Campbell down the ground. In comes long off. Doesn't get anywhere near her in the end, and it will just be a single as Noeline Davies continues. So she'll bowl out. In fact, she's come back on, has she, for Hardwick, who was taken off. Must have been after that expensive over.
I mean, Hardwick took some massive tap, didn't she, in the previous over?
Tough that, but sometimes the captain, you'll have been in those shoes, you have to make those difficult decisions with your bowlers. As Noeline Davies bowls, there is the scoop. Didn't quite get it fine enough, and the fielder will come round, do the fielding. Is that a sign of good captaincy when actually just thinking there's too much at stake now?
No, she's got this. It's a long season for these players. and I think Hardwick has bowled well, and it was the right time to take her off. You've got to look at the bigger picture, haven't you, in these things? And it's good captaincy.
Yeah, difficult afternoon for a couple of these Derbyshire bowlers and fielders. 2 umpires just coming together now, and they've signalled a no ball. Now, I wonder, could this be something to do with the field, potentially, and where the fielders are positioned? That could be my only guess, because there was nothing obvious. The 2 umpires have come together.
Free hit.
Free hit. It must be maybe something with the fielding restrictions where Derbyshire have gone wrong. While we talk about the captaincy, I can only imagine, because wasn't anything wrong with the delivery by the looks of it, and they conferred after. This is flicked away creatively again for 4 more by Campbell, who now definitely has that 150 in her sights.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it must be.
Something as a captain you can just forget about when you've got all these other things on your mind.
Yeah.
You were just talking about getting the bowler off, and
oh, blimey, I've done it in the past. I've had a bowler bowl an 11th over in a 50-over game, and nobody noticed. And halfway through this person's 11th over, the umpire went, "She's already bowled out."
Yeah.
You could have told me 3 balls ago.
In comes Noeling Davies again. Campbell advancing, and she's hit that down towards those coaches.
Oh, my life.
And over those advertising hoardings for another 6. That was down towards the roundabout on the city centre. I think that's the biggest 6 we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's a biggie. 142. She's 2 shots away from her turn.
And Yorkshire, we talked about Derbyshire. Can they keep them under the 350? That's looking very unlikely now. Campbell just been such a good 50-over innings in terms of knowing when to pick your moment to go big. This is exactly when. She's gone through the gears, and she's launched this away again over square leg. No fielder back there. 4 more for Amy Campbell.
Yeah.
Making it look easy now.
The body language isn't good from 1 or 2 of the Derbyshire players, unless that's an injured player. Is that an injured player? Hot on her haunches.
I think it might be Rose potentially squatting down.
She all right, do you think? I think maybe she might be injured, you know. We'll see.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. And,
no, she's just a little bit fed up. You're allowed to be fed up. It's hard going out there at the moment.
Noeling Davies then. Couple balls left in her over. Campbell looking for the 150. Not going to get it there. It's just going to be a single down to long off. Yorkshire within 1 of the 350. It's going to be something very, very special from Derbyshire if they can get near to this total.
Oh, yeah.
T20 game between the 2 sides to come in the knockout on Monday as well. They do say T20 is more of a leveller, and it's a format Derbyshire have had more success in last year as well.
Certainly have. They're the champions, reigning champions, aren't they? T20 champions.
Yeah, well, talk to Lara Shaw as they go for the lap again straight down the ground. But if Lara Shaw, again, if she's injured for that as well, which I imagine she will be.
She's struggling in the field.
Yeah, she is, Rose. I mean, that's 4 by. She bowled 10 overs in a row. And there can't be many times for a lot of these players where they'll have done that. Certainly not coming through sort of age group cricket.
No, because she's, I think, she first year at university? So, she'd have only recently been an under-18, wouldn't she? So, yeah.
Yeah, that was trying to get creative again. It's just gone past the wicket keeper. And, well, 2 overs left.
2 left.
Thomas.
Okay,
50,
prediction time.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
For final score. Yeah, good. You're going to be looking at, can they get to 375? Can they really go big, Campbell?
378. There you go.
There we go. We'll see.
I bet you a cup of tea that I don't have to pay for anyway. So
they're readily available from the
free
boiling
tea.
water tap.
I'll make the next tea.
There we go.
The nearest one makes the next tea.
Just hoping we've got lunch here. I don't know
I
the
know
situation.
we have.
We
We're
do.
getting the same food as the players are getting today.
Excellent.
Not off their plates, I might add. We have our own plate of food.
For the county championship, the day 4 on the Monday is always Burger Day. And last season, Derbyshire didn't get to a lot of day 4s. This year, they did against Middlesex, and I wasn't here, so I've missed out on Burger Day. I don't know what we'll get today. It's often sort of an eccentric mix of sort of chicken, sweet potatoes, couscous, vegetables. It's healthy.
Excellent. Good.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Or pasta.
My type of food. Like a mix and match.
catch up with the media team.
Right, here we go.
Here we go.
McDonald, come on, let's have a wicket.
Her final over, full, driven by Campbell, well stopped.
Good start. Not for the bet, actually. That's a bad start for the bet, but good start for Derbyshire. I'd rather Derbyshire. I hope you prove me wrong, Derbyshire.
Yeah, I think if you're coming in here as a neutral or watching as a neutral, I think you'll be a little worried by how many Yorkshire have put on the board. But we will see. We'll have Laura Shaw with us for a few overs in the second innings. Out injured, as I said earlier, as this is launched off the bowling of McDonald by Campbell, and the fielder got into a bit of an awkward position, and it would have been tough going anyway. It's gone for another 6, and that is the 150 for Amy Campbell. Put on an absolute show.
And again, heart-in-mouth moment, because the fielder was underneath it, sort of. But they're the sort of catches a Tier 1 fielder will be expected to take, you know.
Yeah, it's tough, and
it's really tough, you know.
Just how much time they've had practicing these boundary catches, I wonder. You know, it can't be a lot coming in still early season. How many training sessions they're able to get, as you mentioned, you know. It's very, very difficult.
Also, you know, they're not used to white stands. You know, they'd have had green trees and whatever houses in the background of most of the fields they've been fielding on before. Unlucky.
Yeah, half stop there in the covers. Thrown back in by Gray. It's a really good point, you know, playing in a ground like this. And do you think the pressure of the extra spectators, I'm sure they'd have played in some decent crowds, or what do you put that to the back of your mind?
I don't think that would have affected them one little bit, honestly. I don't think it's the spectators, it's the size of the ground, it's the nature of the, you know, backgrounds that you've got, it's the pressure placed on you by the fact you play in Yorkshire. It's having to do photographs and talk to idiots like me before the match, and, you know.
McDonald. This is just chipped back down the ground for a single, or it's not going to be. That's another misfield. And a lot of these misfields are from the bowlers. And, you know, I think they were probably tired legs, tired minds out there.
Yeah, you know, they won't be as fit as the Yorkshire players, despite, you know, they're young. They're still young, but they may not be as fit because, as I say, they only get together once a week to train during the season. Obviously, they train pre-season and post-season.
Yorkshire professional, aren't they?
Fully
full
professional,
time?
yeah. So they'll be in the gym every day.
Here is McDonald. Just nudged away by Olivia Thomas. They will think about 2 and they will pursue it and get back for 2.
There's an example there. This player's just scored 154 runs and she's scampering. She's 33 and she's scampering too quick.
Yeah.
Well, really, most teams would have perhaps only got a 1.
Final ball then of McDonald's spell with only 1 over remaining. You'd imagine Noeling Davis will bowl that. McDonald wicketless so far. Can she restrict Thomas here? Full, and again it's that check drive down the ground, and it's going to not bring her 4 runs because there's a couple of fielders down there who will help each other out with the filming.
That's good teamwork from Derbyshire there. Well done. So
then 1 over remaining, and
I said 78.
That's 75, yeah. Could be either, and it is, I think it's Campbell on strike. So
78.
Yeah. Good luck to Noeling Davis against her
Come
in
on.
the form she's been in today. 154. I don't have the list in front of me in terms of the highest scores in the competition so far, but I'd imagine that is going to be right up there.
We don't need to imagine. I think it definitely is. Yeah. Oh, now there's a group of gentlemen walking around the boundary. Don't know who they might be, but they're on the grass. They must be connected to the team.
Yeah, must be. I mean, the coaches have been out and about quite a lot. Did you like that as a player, having the coaches sort of waiting on the boundary and other people, or?
Are you mad?
Well, I'm not. I know exactly what you're going to say.
Say
now.
it.
Well, there were not many coaches, not as many
coaches.
staff. Yeah.
Would you
have liked it?
I was the coach. I coached the team, and I didn't even have a coaching qualification. I would have loved it.
Yeah. That advice and
as a captain, having somebody
Campbell up in the air to cut you off here, tough catch over at the head of the fielder, and 4 more to Campbell.
The other thing is they won't perhaps come across. It's the height and the speed the ball comes out. They're hitting the ball much higher than many of the players they've come across, and harder.
The white ball, is that harder to catch in the sunshine or in sort of grey, light grey skies like this as Noeling Davis comes in again? Down comes Campbell, and it's the same rocket process, 4 runs.
Oh, I think I've been a bit generous with the 3-7-8.
Yeah, still
4 balls.
4 balls of the over left.
I think I've underestimated Amy Campbell slightly there.
What will the conversations be like if you're Adriana Darlow? I guess your first job is to pick up your side, isn't it? Going back into the dressing room now.
I think that's every one of their players' responsibilities to do that. You can't expect just one player to do that. They've got to have a collective.
Just driven away into that favoured area.
Makes a great
Good
team,
stop.
isn't it?
Come back for 2. Yeah, you've got a young team as well.
They're very young. When I looked at them before, I was like, okay, yeah, very, very young looking team. And also socially young, you know. You meet some look at Alex Capsey. Sorry, Alice Capsey when she was 17. She was already bordering on the England team, full of confidence.
Campbell waits on this one. Fielder comes down, half stops. Nice bit of fielding in the end.
Nice. Then there's 16 and 17-year-olds who think, and 18-year-olds who think, yeah, you're 18.
Yeah. Yeah, that is remarkable. I mean, you had a 14-year-old scoring a century in the IPL, for goodness sake. She's just ripping up the rule book.
Well, I sort of had that experience myself when I played for Leicester, because when I first went there as a player, I was captain in Lancashire, and there was a young lady at the other end opening the batter with me who was 13 by the name of Sarah Collier, who went on to play for England when she was 16, 17, 18, something like that.
Oh, gets creative, taken by the wicketkeeper and gone. Noeling Davis has her first wicket on home soil. It's Olivia Thomas gone in the final over. Good catch as well. Really good catch by Megan Pittman. Trying to go for that funky shot, and Pittman stayed calm behind the stumps. Routine for her, actually, in the end. But you get down for that shot as the wicketkeeper, you think this could go anywhere. It could go fine, it could go leg side, could go straight, and it's gone straight up in the air. And a little bit of reward for Noeling Davis's hard work with 1 ball remaining.
And I think for Pittman, I think we've had extras, but I don't think 17 extras isn't that bad when you're in the context of the match. And I think credit must go to Pittman for a lot of that. I don't think I've seen anything go past her, to be honest.
No, I agree.
There was the one that was looped up in the air over a heavy. She couldn't have been blamed for that.
There were byes that went to her left that were really difficult to stop when she sort of got unsighted. I think that was from a similar shot. So who's out then in the crease? Grace Hall, I think, to face the final ball.
Just 1 ball left. Oh, 1 to get to 378.
There we go. Yeah, you've gone past my prediction.
On,
Here
Grace.
it is. Grace Hall, Noeling Davis, then steaming in for the final ball of the innings. Hall comes down, lifts it into the leg side, and she will pick up 4 more. The fielder gave up on it. I think it might have been Kusa, who's seen enough out there. And Yorkshire, with Hall hitting the last ball for 4, finish on 381 for 6 off of their allocated 50 overs, meaning Derbyshire will need 382 to pull off a mammoth upset now against Yorkshire. Where do we start with this innings? Campbell, I guess the first word to her, 165 not out of 105 deliveries. Alison, what an innings.
Amazing innings. Yes, she was dropped once, but she was already on 90-something then, wasn't she? But yeah, she's just taken every opportunity to hit the bad ball. She's used her feet, made good balls into bad balls. She's ran rapidly through between the stumps. You know, no sign of slowing down as she hit her 100. She was determined to push on and make this a big score. She must have sensed that there's an opportunity for her as an individual player to get a big score. I don't know what her tier A highest score is. I would be very surprised if that wasn't it, to be honest.
Just corrected, it was Langston who hit that final ball for 4 through mid-wicket.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, another England player.
Yeah,
just comes in,
walks into the crease.
waltzes in, number whatever.
So a massive challenge then. Derbyshire about their premier batter on loan from the Blaze in Lara Shaw. They will have to chase 382 to beat Yorkshire, and we'll be back for the second innings in about half an hour's time.
Yep.
of it so far. What did Yorkshire do particularly well in that first innings?
Well, they picked off the bad ball with real ease in the first 10 overs or so. Well, in every over, but particularly so in the first couple of overs. So they set their store up really early. They ran really quickly between the wickets, and they rode their luck a little bit at times with drop catches. You know, they took advantage. They didn't go in their shells when they were dropped, and they just seemed determined to make every ball count, which is what you should do, regardless of whether it's 20 overs. They played the last 30 overs like it was a 20-over game, really, didn't they?
Yeah, very impressive how they sort of changed the speed of the innings, and yeah, it was just brutal. I think the middle overs probably Derbyshire had some success, 4 wickets for Gemma Rose, but now it looks like a very difficult task for Derbyshire. The openers, Jess Cooser and Megan Pittman, who kept well behind the stumps, and they will face former England player Beth Langston. Derbyshire's task doesn't get any easier.
Yeah, she's a very experienced player. Having been part of the 2017 World Cup squad for England, didn't make any of the matches into the 11, but she was certainly in the squad. And, yeah.
How do you approach this if you're Derbyshire? Is it just a case of very much try and bat out just as long as you can? Do you forget about the total, as bad as it sounds?
I really do think that that's actually it does sound bad, but in this instance with their golfing experience, I think they'd be foolish to try and slash their way through this.
Pittman facing up to Langston. First ball of the reply, prodded out into the offside for no run.
And play the ball on its merit, I would say. Play the ball on its merit. You know, stick to your processes. As the coach said, play your own brand of cricket. Don't be, trying to do funky shots that you're not very good at, or playing across the line to a good ball. These two have got an opportunity to just hang in there and stay in there with actually almost no scoreboard pressure, in effect.
Pittman facing up again, lets this one go. 2 slips and a gully, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's different to how Yorkshire started their first innings, but straight away the pace from Langston, the line and length, it's just going to be a very different task now for Derbyshire.
And Yorkshire, they've set a field that's very attacking. 2 slips, short gully.
Here's Langston in again to Pittman, prods this away through point, and that will be the first runs for her, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Positive start there from Megan Pittman, a little bit of width, and she's dispatched it to the boundary.
That shows the pace of the outfield as well, doesn't it? She just placed that. But that's exactly the start I would hope for Derbyshire. They've had 2 really good balls, wicket-taking balls, bowled at pace. 1 tapped, 1 left, and then just waited for it and placed it through the gap there. There are gaps because they've got an attacking field, so runs will come.
And pace on the ball to work with as well. Here's Langston. Pittman's chopped on, and after cutting her to the fence, Langston has her reply. Not much foot movement from Megan Pittman. Chops on, and an early breakthrough for Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was a real shame, but it's quite, as I say, it was the first couple of balls she faced were wicket-taking balls. And she's just got another wicket-taking ball. That must have just darted in on her, I think.
Yeah.
Looking at it again.
We'll have a look at the
I
replay.
think we've missed it.
Yeah, we were praising Megan Pittman for picking that away in the measured start, but just a bit of uncertainty as we take a look at the replay. Derbyshire's first wicket going down.
Yeah, it's chopped on. Can't tell how much movement there was laterally, obviously, because we're not behind the bowler's arm, but I sense that that's the case.
Yeah, just prodding at it.
She looked surprised when it took her stumps away. I think she was perhaps expecting it to either be straight or perhaps slide away from her a little bit. It's a real shame. She kept really well. Again, she'll be tired as well. 50 overs keeping in the heat.
Still nice bowling conditions as well. The clouds ahead. I sort of poke my head out into the stairs outside of our media centre, and it's not super warm out there as well. There's a bit of a breeze. So it's probably a good time if you've got the new white ball in hand. Langston, 2 balls remaining in the over. We'll just let you know who's come to the middle to join Kusa, who did hurt her hand earlier on. Hopefully she'll be okay to bat. I presume by the fact she's opening up, then she's going to be fine. And I'd imagine it's Natasha Allen who has come in. She's listed at 3 on the team sheet. We'll get confirmation from the scorers. Here comes the bowler, left alone outside off stump.
Yeah, that's a very underrated shot, the lead.
Darlow in next, according to the scorers to our right, the captain.
Ooh, on the replay, that didn't half move away.
Langston to complete her over, a successful one so far. Hit for 4, responded with a wicket, and that's left alone. But it's a no ball and a free hit, so a nice chance for Darlow to perhaps free her arms inside this first over.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No change to the field, of course, with a free hit, so the slips remain in place. Where will Darlow look to go here?
Well, she's been bowling wide of the shove the off stump. Potentially rock back and punch it through the covers.
Shorter boundary as well for the right-hander out to that cover boundary. So the free hit, and she's at a swing outside off stump, and it's through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, she's deceptively pacey, Langston. It's you don't really notice it when you watch her bowl, when you watched her previously bowl for Tier 1 teams. But comparing her to what we've seen from the Derbyshire Falcons, yeah, she's much quicker than their seamers, isn't she?
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have perhaps had as much experience of bowling that sort of pace in the nets because their own bowlers are not as quick as that. So it's a challenge all round, isn't it? Let's be right.
Yeah, so just a massive learning curve this game. I'm sure the previous 2 runs were, you know, as well in different ways for Derbyshire, but they're going to take a lot from this game moving forward. They're not going to play many teams of this calibre. You know, like that stat about the high score by a professional women's team. Derbyshire are not a professional women's team, so even if they matched it, you know, they couldn't get near the record. Because, as you say, they train once a week. It's always going to be an upset today. And now it's just what can they do? Can they show some fight? Can they show some pride with the bat against this Yorkshire side? Keep a slip in. It's Campbell, the Centurion. Well, 150. There's no sort of word for 150 in terms of a Centurion, is there? Can't think of one.
I'll think of one.
Head.
I'll make one up if you like.
Here's Olivia Thomas, who enjoyed that partnership with her. Not quite as quick, left alone outside off stump. Interesting action, actually, Thomas.
Yeah. It's interesting to watch Winfield Hill, keeper, captain, putting her slip in exactly the position she wants her. Move over 2 inches that way and then moving the second slip very wide round. She's attention to detail is there, even though she's got a 300 and something, 80 something lead.
Yeah, Maddie Ward was listed as wicketkeeper. We did say we think it would be Winfield Hill, and it is. That's defended nicely by Kusa. No run.
Yeah, I was surprised when you said that because last season for Diamonds, I watched her keep quite a lot against various teams, and yeah, there was Bess Heath as well in the Diamonds in the wings. Wade burst into have a go at keeping, and Winfield Hill was very reluctant to give up the glove. She just like her keeping.
Bess Heath, a Derbyshire pathway graduate.
Was she now?
Yeah, along with Sarah Glenn, who's Derby local as well. In comes Thomas. Oh, she's had a swish at it. As Kusa kept a little bit low as well. Not much carry from that end. Perhaps with this action as well through to Winfield Hill behind the stumps. He's in quite close. Not up to the stumps, but fairly close to them.
She's remarking her spot there. She's readjusting, but I bet she's annoyed she was a keeper at that point because that was a stinker of a ball to try and take behind the stumps.
Sun coming out here at the county ground. In comes, it's Love actually. The scorers have had a difficult day. This is driven, fielded by Point. Amelia Love.
Amelia Love. What a beautiful name.
Amelia Love, who took 5 wickets already, 4 for 39 against Worcestershire on her debut, 16 years of age, and can swing the ball away as we've seen so far, but just 16 years old, Amelia Love, from the City end, opening the bowling here against Derbyshire. Full, driven back down the ground. It'll beat the fielder at mid-off and run down the ground for 4. Kusa is up and running.
She's not going to get a more encouraging situation to bowl in when you're 383 nil up in a game. Nothing really to lose by Winfield Hill by putting her in and blooding her in this situation. So again, good captaincy.
Fantastic. Yeah, academy prospect, impressed throughout the winter and in Abu Dhabi on pre-season. I mean, again, where you can compare Yorkshire and Derbyshire, and without wanting to go on about it, as this is played down, it was a risky shot. You know, Derbyshire have not had a pre-season tour anywhere. You know, there's just these differences between the two sides in terms of preparation. We spoke earlier about playing in different conditions and how valuable that is. End of the over, 9 for 1.
Well, actually, I think apart from the one bit, the 9 runs is quite nice, isn't it?
Boundary in each over. Yeah. Just a shame for Pittman to fall. It's hard, isn't it? Keeping for 50 overs and then opening the batting.
Correct. But, I mean, I don't... Normally, she wouldn't be, would she? Obviously, we're not going to bang on about Laura Shaw. We'll talk to her later. But, yeah, she wouldn't normally be the opening batter, I think. So, yeah.
Langston to continue. Defended and through the gap between
really well
slip
done.
and gully. Yeah, I think she... There's a bit of risk there, but in the end, she just opened the face of the bat enough to guide it.
She waited for it at the last minute. She just angled it, didn't she? It's, yeah, patience. You know, as I say, there's gaps out there.
So Kusa then faces up again. Made 29 of 51 opening against Gloucestershire. Was out for a 4-ball duck against Kent. A former Lancashire player facing up against Yorkshire at the county ground. As you said, physio for Notts men and spent time in Australia before as well. Standing tall at the crease. And she's fended at that one through to the wicket-keeper. The fielder, Callis, enjoyed that. Had her arms on her head now. I think she was going up. Thought about going up, but there was no noise from behind the stumps.
Well, you'd think being out in Aussie for 5... She said it was 5 years, actually. Quite a considerable length of time. You think she'd be accustomed to some pace.
Yeah.
And wicked spin on those wickets. Oh, steps away.
Here's Langston. Kusa now facing up. Driven. She got it past the fielder, not quite. It's Amelia Love there doing the fielding. Unless there's 2 number 11s.
Well, at least she's not wearing a hat. She's, yeah.
Well, Amelia Love's down at number 11, but the Amelia Love who's bowled doesn't have a shirt number, so we will have to change that around. She's in and pulls out the shot in the end.
That's because she's under 18. Must be a sort of safeguarding thing. The name's not publicised on
maybe
images.
Or so young they didn't maybe expect her to be playing.
No,
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not just this squad. It's all the squads, apparently.
I think it's Claudia Cooper who's in the number 11, I think. But the scorers have done well. That's why they're professionals with their binoculars in there. Here's Langston, driven beautifully. That's a really nice shot through cover point, and that deserves 4 and will get 4. Kusa up to 8.
Very nice. Waited for it, didn't she? Found the gap.
As you say, there are gaps in the field. And that was just nicely played. Picked her spot quite well. Played it late enough just to guide it through the covers. And Derbyshire, 14 for 1.
She's a tall player. Nice long levers. Doesn't have to force the issue quite often. Or as much as perhaps a shorter player might have to.
Short boundary as well. Leaves that one alone. And I think Derbyshire, if they were going to chase this target, they would definitely be going for a few more of this ball. So I think that this just shows their intent, and we spoke at lunch as well about the bonus points and how Yorkshire will be aiming for that. So Derbyshire, that can be your aim. Don't let Yorkshire win. Don't let them pick up a bonus point back for as long as you can. Enjoy some time out the middle on this ground as well and make things difficult for them.
Yeah. And I honestly don't think that's a defeatist attitude at all. It's making the most out of a very tricky situation when you've got a squad of very young players. It's a long season.
Yeah, I think if you spoke to John Dyson, he would probably be thinking something similar as Love will continue.
The last thing he will want is these girls to be skittled for a very low total. and I don't think the players are playing for that.
Here
Right.
comes Love.
They're
Left alone
very
again.
mindful of playing the ball on its merits at this point.
Just quickly bring you up to date with Yorkshire and Derbyshire men's games very quickly. Glamorgan 431 all out. Derbyshire have lost David Lloyd. They're 25 for 1. And in Division 1, Yorkshire 48 for 2 after Warwickshire are all out for 253. Yorkshire were all out for 205. So the scores are currently level. Joe Root in the middle. Here's Love back here in Derby and played back to the bowler by Darlow, the captain. Wonder what she would have had to say in the interval. Sometimes as a captain, I guess maybe it's best to, you'll pick your moments, won't you? Sometimes you can be a bit more quiet and maybe not say as much. Today, how important would she have been in that innings break to maybe put an arm around some of the younger bowlers as Love comes in for the third ball this over? Cut away, fielded well by Gully, Erin Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, she's fairly young herself. I didn't ask her age, but she does look like a young captain to me. She won't have had an awful lot of... She's new to the role, I believe, here. It's her first season as captain. Is that correct, Freddie?
I'll have to check that
I
for
think
you.
it is. So it's not just her. Yes, she will have been chosen as captain for those sort of empathetic qualities, but also you've got a good coaching team around you. You've got a physio, you've got strength and conditioning coach who can also, be there to work as a team, if you like, and some of the older players in the team themselves as well. It's got to be all-round effort for everyone involved in the team to be saying those positive, mantras, if you like.
Captain, Darlow did captain them last year to that trophy, that
she is
national trophy
okay,
as
I
well.
wasn't sure.
But yeah, obviously
Thank you.
Derbyshire Falcons woman in this
Right.
format. Their first captain has that pride. Very aggressive field setting here for Love. That's played away through the offside. Fielded down low by Grace Hall. Gets a round of applause from the bowler and her teammates. Yorkshire have come here to put pressure on now in this second innings. You can tell that by this field.
They want to bowl them out as quickly as possible. That's a really attacking field.
Swarming around are those fielders in the darker blue shirts.
Yeah. Swarming is the word for it.
Still one slip in and that close gully. Any closer and the umpire would be saying to put a helmet on as Love continues, guided into the covers, and there is a rare misfield by Rebecca Duckworth and allows Darlow to come through for a single. And end of the fourth over, Derbyshire 15 for 1.
Well, we've seen a couple of nice shots from the Derbyshire girls so far, haven't we? Which has been encouraging. And we're seeing some good leads.
Yeah, they've set their stalls out.
Hang on there.
After lunch. Good lunch in the media centre. First visit to
Very
Derby.
nice.
Food-wise, happy.
Myself, yes.
Yeah.
Decent. Hot meal as well. I always like a hot meal rather than a buffet. Even on a warm day, I'd rather have something.
Yeah,
It's a long day, 50 overs to be sat up here.
The T20s here, there's a bit of a spread because the time can vary, but it's sort of sandwiches, crisps, pasta, salad. I prefer that sort of thing because I feel like you can bring in snacks from home. But
Yeah,
a
exactly.
good hot lunch, much appreciated as this is fended at again by Darlow through to Winfield Hill.
Yeah,
Certainly one more slip for the bowler from this end, Beth Langston, who's caused some problems.
well, even if you put in a slip, it creates a tempting space for the batter to try and hit through, doesn't it? You just might catch an edge then. It's not so much the slip itself, it's the gaps it creates and the mindset it creates in the batter's thought processes.
Langston, full,
Nice
driven
shot.
again correctly, but no run again. Yorkshire, they're fielding. I think this is just going to tell us a lot, this innings, isn't it, about almost how big perhaps some of the gaps are in different areas of the game between the two sides.
Yeah, but, even good players make mistakes. We've seen one already from Duckworth. I just hope they miss as many catches as Derbyshire did. Langston in.
Langston, that's cut, played late away to quite a wide third, almost deep backward point out on the boundary down in front of Kip, who's on the camera around on that far side.
Kip.
Yeah, good name.
What's his nickname? What's his real name?
That is his name.
No.
His nickname is Sleep for no surprising reason. That didn't take very long for us
But
to.
Kip is the slang for sleep, so it's the
Yeah.
wrong way around, really. It should have been called Sleep with the nickname Kip. Hope
Unless
he's
it's Kipper. It must be
Okay.
Kipper. Here's Langston again.
Oof.
Driven at it, and again,
She gets some
just connects
movement.
with air.
She's
She
getting
does.
some movement off that seam, isn't she?
Like I said, there's a bit in it for the
Sorry.
bowlers on this surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if Kip was a bowler, you know, and
Oof.
slip shout encouragement and thinking what they'd say to him.
Yeah.
Bowling sleepy. Here comes Langston.
So have they got Dopey, Doc and Bashful as well?
Oh, there's another
Grumpy.
fend outside off stump and through to the wicket keeper. The slips are just standing around going, how is she not connected with one of these? But again, the consistent line and length from this end by Beth Langston causing problems.
Oh, you've got me thinking about the 7 dwarfs now. I'm trying to remember them all.
Well, we always had the children's books at school of Biff, Chip and Kipper.
Oh, yeah,
and that
right.
was what, that was the
Dave.
first thing Matt said when
Do you know
Kip said he
what?
was coming along. He said, well, a Biff and Chip coming too.
Oh, even I remember them, and
Yeah.
I'm a lot older than you.
Here's Langston, ending her over, driven straight to cover. Rebecca Duckworth does the fielding. And Derbyshire 16 for 1 after 5.
Good tight over, as you'd expect from quality players such as Beth Langston. Skills and experience. And a professional contract to boot, so she's got everything going for her at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 wickets already this season. Very experienced around the country, around the world. Essex, Loughborough Lightning. You know, obviously Yorkshire, the Northern Diamonds, Northern Supercharged in the 100. Played out in New Zealand as well. Part of the England A squad as recently as 2022 as well. But maybe we'll feel she could have played some more international cricket. Sort of always been on the fringes.
Yeah, it's a tricky breakthrough, that, isn't it? From fringes to regular 11. Love comes into bowl. Nice strike down the ground, and again a sliding stop from the Yorkshire fielder. Backed up by an orange-booted lady in the background. His number I can't see from here.
Yeah, bright boots those.
Great, aren't they?
Yeah. Some bright sort of stickers as well on the bat of the non-striker, Jess Cooser, bright orange.
In comes Love. Very strong run-up. That's a nice shot for nothing. That's the problem, isn't it? They're playing some really nice shots, but...
Seem to be picking out the fielders.
Yeah, and again, that is one of the differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2.
Yeah.
You can see it straight away, can't you? They are picking out the fielders.
How do you approach the season as Yorkshire then? You know you're going to be in Tier 1 next season anyway. Is it a case of try and just win this division and prove you deserve to be there, essentially?
Absolutely. They'll be devastated if they don't win it. All the critics who say that it's wrong, that they should have been made to win the league, will be proven right, in fact, and they will not want that.
Yeah.
If you were Lauren Winfield Hill, would you be happy with second place in this league?
No,
Absolutely
well,
not.
It's interesting. I was going to touch on that because she's actually, for the Blast, she's going on loan to Essex, so wants to play Tier 1 for that, which sort of proves they've got plenty of Tier 1 players already raring to go. I think Callis is playing for Warwickshire as well. She's on loan there, so sort of says it all about the standard of players in this Yorkshire side.
And I actually think that's a good move, not only from Essex's point of view, but you know, she will not want to get complacent playing against, with all due respect, well, let's say less consistent bowling.
Yeah.
So she'll want to challenge herself with Tier 1, because let's be right, I think she's in for the long haul. She'll be wanting to play for this team again in next season and back in Tier 1. I'm pretty sure of that. No, that's a good run. Yeah, well done. So just to dab that down into the covers, taking a quick single. Darlow's moved on to 4, Kusa 8.
So yeah, Derbyshire so far, as we said, lost by 9 runs away to Gloucestershire. They made 197 for 8, trying to chase down 206. Away to Kent, they batted first and made 189. So I think if you're Derbyshire, maybe you have a score in your head, maybe you think you'd like to get to.
Love. Oh, that one seemed to pop up at Kusa then, and taken really well from the fielder, Gully. Erin Thomas, opening bat. And that's the over. 17 for 1. after 6 overs here in Derby. Still a lovely day. It's gone a bit cooler, so if you are coming down, bring a jacket, but you won't need a raincoat. So as you can see on the worm there in front of us on our screen, that you know, the graphic speaks for itself, doesn't it? Derbyshire really yet to get firing up as such, but they're showing signs of calmness at the wicket.
For the local Derby County fans, Derby have drawn 0-0 with Stoke, so I think that means they're safe. They're staying up in the Championship. Both themselves and Stoke. Result that worked for both teams in the end.
Langston, in she comes, striding in.
Ooh.
And again, she's getting that movement away from the bat. No wonder Winfield Hill's got a packed cordon, relatively packed for this competition in women's cricket. Metro One Day Cup, of course, it's a new competition. Those of you who don't know, it's 2 tiers. Obviously, this is a tier 2. No promotion this year, as we've already alluded to. Yorkshire get automatic promotion regardless of the result this year. But moving forward, there will be relegation and promotion opportunities. Lovely little shot down to third. Oh, and another misfield. So it is possible, but I think, they missed a chance there. They jogged through on that one. You see the difference. One of the other differences is if you watched Amy Campbell when she was 152 not out, she was still going for that second run every single time.
Yeah, game awareness there. I think is the phrase that actually if they maybe just trotted through a little bit too easily and weren't alert, could have raced back for a second. And
the option was there. Langston, 18 for 1. Into Kusa, and again she's how many times already she's do you know there is an expression, isn't there, in cricket, the ball was just too good.
Yes,
too good for the batter, and Kusa's just not getting close to it.
It's got it on a string.
She really has. The cordon, they must be on tenterhooks. Wait, again, look at that, look at the sea movement she's got there. Incredible.
Yeah, she's really exploiting
Impressive.
this sort of the surface of a tinge of green as well.
Oh, that's lucky, but sometimes you deserve your luck. Come on, Springs, there's 2 there.
It will come back.
Yeah, but again, they dawdled the first one.
Yeah, maybe thinking that's gone down for 4, but again, the standard of Yorkshire's fielding,
It was a good stop on the field.
Would have been a brilliant catch. The fielder, I love the fact the fielder still got her hands on her head as well. It would have been a special catch, and she's still thinking, how could I have done more to, to get down there?
Yeah. Let's have a look. Oh, she took a nasty bounce as well, that did. She did very, very well on that boundary. Couldn't see a number. Langston in. She's beaten the outside edge again. Superb bowling. It's really lovely to watch, actually, if I wasn't so biased against Yorkshire. No, I shouldn't say that. I mean, they're a great team. There's nothing, it's just...
Yeah, Yorkshire v Lancs.
Yeah, we won't talk about
Derby
that.
next season.
That'd be great. Well, we've had a few over the... I've commentated on a few over the years already,
Langston is just unplayable at the moment.
Yeah, it's been swings and, if you'll excuse the phrase, it's been swings and roses in those games. Get it? Roses?
Just about.
Thank you. I had to check. It's been quite close over the years between the Diamonds and the Thunder as they were then. You knit one pearl one in terms of wins and defeats. They've had some great games, to be fair. So ended that over 20 for 1. 7 overs gone. As you can see, Kusa is not out on 10. Darlow not out on 5 of her 20. She's very cautious approach to things at the moment, and you can't really blame her. Kusa has had a lot of the strike against Langston recently and has found it a real challenge. Love's in for her 4th over. The City end, she's gone for that one, and that's gone to the fielder in the orange shoes. Still couldn't see her number.
So 19, I want to say. Maddie Ward, I think it is.
It's Maddie Ward, potentially.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You probably can see it better from...
Definitely going to invest in some binoculars for our...
Just jealously looking across to the scorers there. It's a good idea.
They look very pleased with themselves as well.
It is 19. Yeah, you were right. I was going to give Maddie Ward, well done.
Driven nicely.
Stopped really well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of nice Nice shots played, haven't there? And Yorkshire
Yeah.
have just mopped everything up in that circle.
But I also think there's the attention to detail with field placements as well.
Mm.
I'm not criticising Darlow in any way, shape or form. She's done a fantastic job for her team, but it's if you watch Winfield Hill, it's every single ball. She's tiny micro adjustments.
So much experience.
Yes,
Yeah, at the top
you
level
know.
of the game. And what a captain for Yorkshire to have as well this season. You know, a real mix of youth and experience. 16-year-old with the ball in hand now.
Here she comes, as said 16-year-old.
Oh,
How she kept that out is a minor miracle. What a great Yorker.
got a yard of pace, hasn't she? Love.
Just as I want to watch the replay, the adverts come on.
Yeah, just skip that advert on the
Can we
TV.
please invest in YouTube with that adverts, please? Thank you. There we go.
I'm going to
Yeah.
keep the TV remote my end so we
You
can
do
keep an
that.
eye on those adverts.
You keep that away from me, young man.
Oh.
Oh, that's a big hit. Right over the top of the fielder at mid-on. Number 17, well played. Good shot, 4 runs.
Darlow needed that, didn't she? The
Yeah.
run sort of drying up, 5 off of 23 deliveries.
But
And
she waited.
she
picked
did.
her ball. She picked the ball.
And looked a little risky at first, but when you saw it
Yeah.
travel through the air, she had more than enough on it.
Played it on length.
Mm.
Over Maddie Ward's head. And her orange shoes. Low again. 5th ball of the over. Oh.
Football.
Nice bit of footwork there for Darlow.
Honestly, the amount of players that you
Twice.
see and try and kick it away and just don't seem to be able to have the football skills to do it. She
Double touch.
just about kept it out. And yeah, that Yorker from Love a couple of balls ago was really effective and well kept out on this.
Toe break it.
Mm.
Yeah, 2 touches. Right-footed, obviously.
Yeah,
Very
walks
nice.
off nonchalantly.
Yeah, as if she meant to kick it low. That's a bit shorter. Darlow's tried to cut that through the point area, and sensible shot option for that ball, as there's nobody out on that boundary at all. End of the over. 24 for the loss of the opener.
Yeah, already.
1 wicket, which was Megan Pittman. Wicket keepers out for not very many. Yeah, we're into the 9th over, so we're 3 runs and over at the moment. Clearly, it's not enough. And if I'm honest, I don't think it takes a genius to figure this out. I'm not overly optimistic that the Falcons are going to get near that 383 score, but I think, bigger picture, these two are doing very well, actually.
Yeah, I think you try and bat for as long as you can and maybe have a bit of a target in mind. They haven't reached 200 this season, something like that. Hit your highest total of the season so far, give you a bit of confidence as a batting unit.
I don't know if Goose's feeling particularly confident at the moment. She's really befuddled as to what to do with Langston. I mean, can she just leave her and watch her out for 10 overs? Because that's the moment she's trying to hit it and missing it.
Yeah, almost go Red Bull style and cover up. But
She's tried to play it late. She's tried to take a stride. She's left a couple. And if you remember the wicket she did take against Pittman, that was the ball that stayed straight. It went straight on.
Langston's almost laughing as she walks back to her mark. I mean, she feels she's tried everything as well. And in this case, a lot of the time, it's the bad ball that then results in the wicket.
What's the betting? She'll bowl a full toss and get something out.
Chip one up in the air.
It's pretty safe. Again, the replay doesn't look much better because that was a little bit wide. She was trying to tempt her with a wide one then, and she still couldn't get to it. I say wider. There's the one that stayed straight, I think. If you look again, Kusa. Pittman didn't manage to block out, but Kusa has played straight back towards the bowler.
And you're just desperate to get on strike probably as well, but with the field in so close, those quick singles are very difficult to find. No room at all offside as well, where every ball is outside off stump, just being hung up and struggling to get anything on it. It's difficult.
Looking at the replay, I was right. That one did hold its line. So she's got some skills as Langston. That's a nice shot, a nice little flick. I might even go. It's quick. Well done, that fielder. That's very, very good chasing down on that boundary. Still got them for 2. Takes Kusa up to 12. very quick across the ground. There's the Yorkshire player there. Let's have a look at that replay. Very nice.
Yeah, just kept that back foot
Yeah.
inside the line.
Smart play. Langston's in again. Straight drive. Through the bowler's hands this time. Kusa trying to steal the strike by the looks of it. Single. 27 for 1. Yeah, she's putting in some effort, is Langston. She's got a fairly decent length run up, and she really does stride through that last couple of strides, doesn't she? She really pushes through. So she's expending a fair bit of energy with all these plays and misses. It's a nice strike for nothing. That's a mid-off. Good take from Winfield on the stretch. And that's the end of Langston's over. Yeah, so she's got good figures, hasn't she, at the moment? 5 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket taken. Impressive stuff. We've got a triumvirate having a little chat there. Just a giggle, I should say. Batters are trying to G each other up. Oh, we've got a little partnership of 23 going at the moment with these two. It's a good start. Kusa and Darlow.
Yeah, I'll be pleased with this. Looks like Yorkshire making a change from the racecourse end. And we'll see who comes up on the screen. Olivia Thomas this time.
Okay, Olivia Thomas onto bowl. Not seen her play before, have you, Freddie?
Well, we saw her score a few first innings, didn't we?
What I should have said is bowl before.
I knew what you meant.
Tinker.
Certainly Derbyshire's bowlers saw her play.
Okay. Oh, welcome to the games.
Played that quite a lot, haven't they? The sort of soft hands where you're playing, almost leaning your bat, and you do risk chopping on. As you saw the first dismissal, the one
especially
that had to be
with
kicked
the
away.
leggies and that spin.
That angled bat, it's risky.
Yeah, it's very nearly played on. Oh, this leg spin is looking good. A little bit short of that one. Gave Kusa a chance just to rock back and play it into the covers, but fortunately they've found a fielder again.
Got our co-commentators back for the end of this over.
Which one's Tweedledum and which one's Tweedledummer? Hey? Oh, I'll be swapping.
Appeal for LBW, not out. See, that's a proper... We were saying we'll get your opinion on this, but we think the team needs to get better at appealing, a bit louder.
Yeah.
And they were getting nods behind me.
Flipping it, they're loud enough here, aren't they?
Yeah.
You see these shouts out there?
Yeah.
Mind you, they went there, to be fair. It's probably
No.
why they weren't allowed as loud. Yeah. She looks a tidy bowler, this young lady, doesn't she?
Yeah.
It's Thomas.
Talking to Matt as well, who was doing the replays, he thought that run out was out as well.
Oh, the one you spotted.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tight.
I
Oh,
wasn't
missed
brave
it.
enough to call.
Yeah, that's just come off the edge of the strip there, isn't it? Single, gratefully accepted from the Derbyshire girls. Yeah, Derbyshire had quite a few little tricky little bounces, didn't they? And there and when it popped up, and was fearing for their teeth at some points.
Not a lot of cricket here after this for a while, actually. I think there's a uni game, but the men aren't here for a few more weeks.
Thomas in, Fuller, full toss. Kusa will be upset she hasn't. Oh no, is it Darla? I can't tell. Sorry, it is Darla, I beg your pardon. She'll be upset she didn't get hold of that, but at least she didn't hole out to it. Yeah, well, is it better to be a lucky player or a great player?
It's a very good question.
Because Thomas was a very, very lucky lady.
Another
last
appeal
night.
and gone.
She's lucky again. Well bowled. I missed it.
Darlow out LBW. That was a big appeal.
Okay, that's a big loss because Darla was looking like she was going to defend her wicket at all costs, wasn't she, today? Well, that's disappointing for the Falcons. Where does the name Falcons come from?
Something to
Why
do
are
with the
they called
Falcon and
Falcon?
Derby Cathedral.
Is it?
Yeah, something to. I mean, they've had a couple of different names
Falcon
over
at
the
Derby Cathedral? Is this to
Yeah.
kill the pigeons or something?
years. I think there's one that lives there
All right.
now.
What,
I should know more than this.
Yeah, come on, you're the
As-
homeboy.
Well, the university boy. I'm not having that.
Well, this semi-permanent boy.
Yeah.
I think I've only ever been to Derby twice in my entire life, so you are more of
Yeah.
a local than I am. And that was to play on some factory field out in the outskirts somewhere.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I know where it is. But I did play against Suzanne Redfern that day.
Oh, yeah, the umpire.
Fresher.
Yeah.
Fresh, we used to call her.
Shall we get Laura on? Who's going to have a...
Let's do it.
Should
I'll
you
go.
have a little rest?
You go and
We'll
have a
get
chat
Laura
with
on.
Laura, and I'll go and keep Francesca company.
She's looking forward to that. We'll just see who's come out to the middle as well. There you are, Laura Shaw. Thanks for joining me. How's things? How is the injury as well? I can see you've got it taped up.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Broke my finger, but I think it's only going to be 3 weeks out. So, yeah, it's really not too frustrating.
Really quick. Yeah.
Yeah, they've looked after me, so, yeah.
During a game, I presume?
Yeah, it was last weekend against Kent, actually, for
Yeah.
us. But, yeah.
And frustrating after your start to the season, obviously. Scoring runs. What do you put that down to? It's not easy to start the season that well with the bat, but you've come flying out of the blocks, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I trained a lot over the winter, so I'm with the Blaze Academy.
Mm.
So I did a lot with them, and then I was fortunate enough to go on 2 tours, one with Loughborough Uni and then one with the Blaze first team. So I was really fortunate there, so I think that really helped me when coming back to England to get going at the start of the season. So it is frustrating to get injured, but I think it's better to get injured whilst playing well. It'd be more frustrating to not have had a good start and then have time out and have to come back from that. So, yeah.
Claudia Cooper on from the racecourse end. Annoying to miss the T20 knockout on Monday. Obviously, this looks like it's swinging Yorkshire's way. Is that slogged away, slug swept? Can they get 2? They're going to push and they're going to get it. We were talking about that earlier, how exciting it is to have that sort of knockout cup, and I'm sure you'd fancy that format as well in the T20s.
Yeah, I do fancy a T20, but I mean, hopefully we get through and I get to play in the second round. But yeah, it'd be nice to, I think, go against Yorkshire again and try again and in a different format as well.
Yeah.
Restart against them.
Short turnaround, certainly. Cooper, edged, and there'll be a single there. How did Derbyshire approach the second innings then? It's a very high total from Yorkshire. We were talking about actually just trying to bat for time, bat as long as you can, you know, enjoy this time out in the middle. Chasing down the target just doesn't seem possible, and it doesn't look like that's how they're looking to approach it as well, which I think is sensible.
I think part of it was just having a shift in our mindset. I think obviously some of the girls came into the changing room quite down. I think we just had to go out there with positivity. People had to bat their own way. And just see how close we can get to this. Try set this game up to go on for a long time, and if we can get somewhere close.
Taken behind the stumps. Sorry, Lara,
That's
as
okay.
Cooper picks up the wicket. It's Alan who goes, and a nice take from Lauren Winfield-Hill, the wicket keeper. But yeah, Claudia Cooper, her experience as well. I mean, when you look down this Yorkshire lineup, there is so much of it: international experience, county experience, and they'll be playing Tier 1 next year for a reason.
Yeah, they've got a lot of big names. I think it's just hard sometimes coming against all that experience when we've probably got a lot of girls that haven't got much experience at this kind of level of cricket at all, but I don't think that's something to shy away from. I think that's something we need to embrace a bit more probably.
Do you feel that pressure maybe coming in, you know, at the top of the innings, trying to put pressure back on the bowlers, and you know how important your scores have been as well so far this season?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think people just need to just back their own game. I think a lot of us bat differently, and I think we saw that in the Yorkshire innings as well. I think they went about their innings very well. I think a lot of it is just confidence, like coming against big names or names they've heard of, and I think we all just need to back ourselves, I think.
And a young squad as well, you know, yourself as part of that. How enjoyable has this group of players been? You know, you were here last year. I remember at the awards evening, I think you're having more fun than the men's squad. And I think Zach Chappell at one point says we need to be training with the women next year because they've been winning the trophies. Cooper, that's turned away for no run.
Yeah, to be fair, we've had quite a different squad this year. think there's only 3 or 4 of us kind of actually from the previous Derbyshire squad. Maybe a couple more. But it's quite nice. I've not been around too much in the winter. But I think coming into this squad, there's a lot of confident girls, a lot of positivity, and actually really enjoyable squad to be around.
Have you linked up much with the sort of the men's side at all over the winter, being at nets together, when you've both been training at the same time or anything? What's that like?
Not really, just because they tend to be in during the days and we're more in evenings. I think some of the girls, there was a joint evening at some point with the full club, but I was unable to go to that.
There was a pre-season drinks,
Yeah.
free bar, so you missed out. I'll tell you that. It was good fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't available for that one.
Yeah, I was the only one out of our media team who could make it somehow,
really?
and I wasn't going to say no.
Yeah,
So,
I don't blame you.
yeah. And end of season award for you as well. Last year's looking to kick that on going forward.
Yeah, definitely. It was nice to actually go to the awards with the men last year. A bit of a change for us. But yeah, nice to be involved.
Another appeal and the umpire raising the finger almost immediately. Thomas, big celebrations, and it's Kusa who's gone for quite a difficult 17. She struggled against Langston early on, and the spin now of Yorkshire has picked up a wicket from both ends. There we go, the loud appeal works.
Yeah.
Kusa out LBW. So that mood in the dressing room then, in the interval, do you think that's down sort of the youth, the inexperience of this team? And what was said, is that where Adriana as the captain is important, where John is important, and also getting around each other to pick each other up?
I mean, I think part of it's down to individual performances as well. Like, I think people know it probably wasn't our best as a team or individually. There's definitely things we need to go and have a look at, I think, after today. So I think that's part of it. And I think, it's a big thing coming into the second innings is the mood being set by both AD and John. I think they need to put the positivity into us and make the girls believe that they can go out there and make an impact on this game. But I think everyone just needs to be able to... I think cricket's a game where you have to be able to shift your mindset anyway. But I think those two come in really importantly there to do that and lead that for us as a team.
So your week then, how much of that is spent with the Blaze as opposed to Derbyshire week by week when obviously you're not injured as well?
So I'm pretty much all with Blaze. They train on the same evenings. So I do all my training pretty much with Blaze and then just play matches with Derbyshire. And then I normally have a couple matches a week as well with Blaze, with the academy or second 11. So it's a lot more with Blaze, definitely.
Yeah. Is that, I mean, I know Derbyshire only can train once a week, but is that weird spending all your time training with one team, playing with another one at all?
Yeah, it is a little bit. I said it's quite new for me because, especially with this team being different this year, like growing up at Derbyshire, I've been used to the side, and if I've...
Oh, Edson gone, really good catch. At slip by Amy Campbell, everything going her way today, and Millie Gray is the latest one to walk back to the dressing rooms. Gone for a duck, and Thomas with another wicket. The spin has been effective for both teams out there at the moment, but Yorkshire have Derbyshire in a real spot of bother in this run chase anyway. So are you local then as well in terms of your cricketing upbringing? Do you play for have you played for a club locally?
Yeah, so I grew up playing for Melbourne, which is literally about 15 minutes from here, and I've been at Derbyshire since I was 9, so I've been here for a long time.
Do you know why we are the Falcons? Because I'm going to have to Google it. I'm
I
sure
did
it's to do with the Falcon and the Cathedral.
It rings a bell, but
Yeah.
I couldn't confirm or deny.
No local knowledge about.
I know.
I'll have a look.
Probably quite poor from me, then. Should do better.
Peregrine falcons first nested on Derby cathedrals in 2006. I'm going to take it something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
You were there or thereabouts.
there'll be people watching in who, well, probably detected by my accent. I'm not from around here anyway. And then because I say glass instead of glass, as the bowler comes in again. Defended down the ground. Very aggressive field setting as well from Yorkshire here. Just sort of cutting off those quick singles. And yeah, you're up against it now as a batter. What is your process now coming out? Is it to just face as many balls as you can, or to, as you say, play your own game at the same time?
I think the key is playing your own game. Ree, who's just come in, is definitely not a defensive player. I think if she goes into her shell, it won't go her way. I think she's just got to be confident in her game. And if she does that, she'll get the field spread for her. A couple boundaries and suddenly those fielders will move away. So I think she's just got to back her game here and just be confident with that.
And there were Gemma Rose as well, 4 wickets, should have had a 5 for, as I'm sure she's aware. How well did she bowl? Yeah,
she bowled really well. I think after that first wicket, she had a lot of confidence. But yeah, it's unfortunate that she had a couple drops on her ball. And I think a 5 would have really helped her out today.
Yeah, would have been more than deserved as well. Here's Cooper. That flat off spin coming in from the racecourse end. And I was impressed by Adriana Darlow's bowling as well, but also how some of the seamers sort of came back. Noeline Davis was one of them, went for 21 off the first 2 overs and ended up with quite respectable figures. It's that beaten the edge and taken well behind the stumps.
Yeah, Ree's got a lot of experience actually. She was in Blaze Academy for 5 years as well. So she's kind of had a lot of exposure to bowling in tough situations. So I think she really showed that today.
Cooper turned away for no run. Now, one thing that I spoke to John Dyson about over the winter is, with the restructuring, all the counties taking their county names. The Blaze have not. Now, this is quite confusing to me because, obviously there were these identities already for these sort of different regions, and I completely get, and I think they've done the right thing all going back to the counties. Why haven't the Blaze done so? Do you have any insight from in the camp?
I think part of it was they're still going to use Derbyshire and Leicestershire's ground as a home ground. So I think it'd be very confusing to have a Notts home game at Derbyshire's ground. So I think
that would go down well with a few.
I think until there's a different location, or I don't know what any plans or anything, but until there's somewhere within the Notts region that they can play all their home games to facilitate the women, I think they'll be called the Blaze. And I think they create that fan base as well. Lots of young girls around East Midlands who support them. So I think with that as well.
Yeah, with Loughborough and everything, it is a hotbed of women's cricket in the East Midlands. Traditionally, it really is. Have you played at Trent Bridge then? Played a few games? You haven't, because that is good fun to bat at. So so you see when you go and watch any sort of cricket there.
No, I've not been able to. I think we've got a game at Headingley this year though, which will be fun.
Favourite ground to play at so far? Can you say Melbourne?
Maybe not Melbourne. I've actually been fortunate enough to play at Lord's.
Oh,
so
wow.
I think that has to go up there. I think that has to be up there.
What was that for?
Last year we had the Uni Bucks finals.
Okay.
That was there.
Yeah. Yeah, incredible. This has worked away. There'll be a single here for Noeline Davis to get off the mark. Throw comes in and taken. Loughborough Uni?
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you win? Did you enjoy celebrating the famous Lord's Pavilion?
We did have a win. Yeah, it was a very good win.
Very much a different standard of uni cricket to my university, I'm sure.
Yeah. It's a tough system, actually, the women's uni cricket.
Yeah.
There's such a different level between each uni.
Porter on strike. Plays back and just guides this one down to third. Should be a couple here. No, they're just going to wait, and it's going to be a single. So have you always been a top order batter then growing up? How did it start out?
Yeah, pretty much. I think as a 13-year-old, I think I might have been a seam bowler, to be honest with you. I think it was at the age where you just did everything.
Yeah.
But from about under 15s, I've always just been a batter, kind of around that top 4. And it's kind of just stuck. Yeah, just anywhere within that top 4, really.
I think when you're tall growing up as well, you want to just bowl as quickly as possible. If you can swing a bat, it'll help.
Yeah.
Dabbed away, no run.
I think when I was younger, I just tried to hit the ball as hard as possible. I don't think there was any technique involved. I think I pretty much just batted with the bottom hand.
Yeah. So long term then, obviously, contracted with the Blaze on the academy there. Is that where sort of you see your future? And now it's just good for you to be playing senior sort of tier 2 cricket experience with Derbyshire?
Yeah, I guess the hope is just to keep performing really well for them and here, and hope that can get me a tier 1 contract. That's the big aim, and whether that's with Blaze or somewhere else, who knows? But I think if I can just keep performing, then hopefully something will come. But yeah, my aim's just to keep enjoying cricket, and if I can get a contract with that, then that's a bonus, really.
Noeline Davis goes for it, and that's taken at mid-wicket. Just wasn't quite there to hit, and she didn't nail it. Catch taken, and Noeline Davis has gone for 1. Olivia Thomas has got 3 wickets. Derbyshire's afternoon gets more difficult, 33 for 6 now. And speaking to John over the winter as well, he was very, I sort of said, how do you view it? The fact that there are quite a few loan players with the Blaze next door in Tier 1. But he really sees it as a compliment to Derbyshire if players do get picked up, if they do go on and get professional contracts, which must be really nice when your coach has that attitude.
Yeah, definitely. Well, John's been my coach, I think, since I was about 15. And he's just always been so positive. And I think he just cares so much about all of our development that if that means we're moving on from Derbyshire or not getting to play here as much, but we're getting to play a better level of cricket, then I think he's happy. And to be fair, that's probably a compliment to him as well if we're getting to that level, because he's the one who's kind of helped us out and got us to there. So I think both ways it's a win for him and for us if we're getting to play a higher standard of cricket.
What's he like as a coach, sort of in the nets before the game? How would you describe him?
Very chilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, very chilled. I don't think we've ever seen John stress. We probably have, but we didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very relaxed and very positive. He's a very knowledgeable coach. Yeah.
Finishing the over here with 2 slips, defended by Harriet Parkin. Yeah, we interviewed him for a uni project actually in December. Sort of did the interview, must have been about 20 minutes, and we stayed chatting for almost an hour afterwards, because almost once the microphone was off, it was just wanted to chat about anything, about the new structure, and very much. You have to have that passion, don't you?
Yeah, he's definitely got that, and he's got so much knowledge. He's worked in both women's and men's game, and he's worked in the women's now for quite a few years. So he's just got so much knowledge and experience with it all that you can kind of go to him about anything.
Here's Cooper. No run there. And you may not have experienced it as much, but over the winter he talked about having sort of a nutritionist, more psychological support, a few new members of staff, new physio, I think, coming to help with the women's side. Have you seen sort of that, and on the match days as well? How important has that been? Yeah,
it's definitely been a bit of a shift for us. I think for a lot of the girls maybe never experienced having physios and S&Cs kind of around. I think it helps us structure our warm-ups, helps us structure game days a lot better. Even at training, being able to have a physio really helps a lot of the girls out. So I think for the majority of the girls, it's been a big bonus, and it's kind of shifted from being like not professional to kind of that semi-professional environment by having that.
Here's Cooper. Oh, and it's bowled, taken off stump, and the off bail playing back to one, and Cooper has a second wicket. Parkin gone for a duck. And yeah, it's just looking like a matter of time now. Yorkshire wrapping this game up, and I think probably the way they've batted now, you can just tell the scars are there from that first innings, unfortunately. It's been, and also for the bowlers, not a lot of time to rest in between them, straight back out and facing, such experienced players.
Yeah, it's definitely tough being out there for 50 overs, chasing the ball around, to kind of have 20 minutes to turn around and come back out and put that high-level performance back out there.
How do you see the rest of the division in terms of playing the quality of teams? Yorkshire are expected to win it. What else about the division? What do you think your chances are in terms of competing further up the table and getting that first win on the board?
I think at the moment we've got like 4 injuries with kind of quite key players as well in our team. So I think in the next couple of weeks, a few of them are back as well, which I think will be very helpful. That just adds a bit more experience and probably a bit more composure to our team. And then I think we are competitive. I think the first 2 games of the season we have been competitive and we've lost that game. We've just had some bad periods throughout the game, which has lost us that. I think today we have obviously been beat by a better side, but I think like Yorkshire they've got 12 professional players. It's kind of expected, but I think we just need to restart and believe that we can still be competitive for the rest of the season.
Keeper that's defended. Yeah, even Yorkshire were thrashed on the opening day, so
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Couple of balls left of the 15th over, and we'll get Alison back in with you. Do appreciate both of you coming on as well, especially in this game with helping us out on the long day, but also what's not been at the moment an ideal performance to put it lightly.
No.
So thank you both for coming and helping us out.
Oh, it's enjoyable, I think.
Had more people viewing this than the men's game as well between Derbyshire and Glamorgan, so no
really?
pressure. Where a few wickets have gone down as well. That's just beaten the outside edge, and that is the end of the over. I'll get Alison back on. Lara, thanks very much.
Thanks, Freddie. Have I just come in as a wicket? It's been
Yeah.
taken.
No, actually, no. There's a
Okay,
big
cool.
appeal.
Yeah. Right, okay. Well, yeah, I'd like to reiterate what Freddie said about you two ladies coming in and speaking with us. It's been a pleasure to meet you both. And if you are representative of the type of characters that the rest of the squad are like, then they're going to move in the right direction. Trust me on that, everybody. 2 great young people. So we have Porter coming into bowl. No, we don't. She's batting. Get it right. Thomas is continuing, I believe. Big appeal. To no avail. Yeah, I've got side-to-side dyslexia on the scoreboard there, didn't I? There you go.
Mixing you up.
I'm making my age the excuse. See, I told you could say what you like and get away with it on comms.
Nobody
As
notices.
long as you're polite and well-meaning, you'll be fine. Nicely defended. Porter has been very watchful for their 2 runs. Got a gaggle of coaches in front of us. Are they the Derbyshire variety or the Yorkshire variety?
Yorkshire.
Oh, yes, I can see the white rose. Yeah. And she comes. A bit shorter. She tried to push off the back foot, but they seem to have about 13 fielders at the moment, Laura, don't they? They're everywhere.
Can't get past them.
So would you wear bright orange shoes to field in, Laura? Is that your
No, I
team?
think that's quite a brave shout with the blue kit, but you can rock it.
Well, do you think they'll be sponsored to wear those potentially?
Potentially.
Thomas, full toss. Couldn't get hold of that one, but at least she didn't hole out. Keep saying it about full tosses. They can be dangerous.
1 in
2.
3.
Yeah. Taking 2 there. So mentally they'll be aiming to get to at least 50 here, I would imagine, these girls. They'll be saying, come on, let's get to the 50.
You'd like to hope so,
Get to
yeah.
the 60, break it down into 10 runs here, there and everywhere.
I think just take the game as deep as possible. Get some positive out of this. Some time in the middle for these girls as well.
Valuable time, I would imagine, especially, fielding with all this different environment around them. That's a nice defensive shot. I was saying earlier, when some of these high catches are coming in, it must be tricky with all the different backgrounds if you're used to playing on club grounds with, just grass and maybe a few flats and a few trees. You've got white, you've got brown, grey, you've got cars, you've got everything here.
I think, just taking in a lot more. I think there's probably a lot more pressure as well on people. Just quite a new environment for a lot of the team, I think.
Thomas is in. That's pulled nicely. Not ever so powerfully, but I think it's going to creep over. That outfield is quite quick on that side of the ground. That's 4 very, very welcome runs for Porter there. Nice feeling when you, it's always nice to hit a 4, but especially when your team are under the cosh, I feel.
Takes a little bit of pressure off, doesn't it?
Yeah. That is the over. Ball was nicely fielded by one of the ground staff there. 40 for 7. Yeah, Porter's moved on to 8. MacDonald's still yet to get going, to get motoring. She has only faced 3 balls. Let me just have a little look with my beady eye who this bowler might be. Come on, use your eyes. What number is she?
I think it's Grace Hall.
Grace Hall. There we go. Thank you. It's good to have a youngster next to you in the commentary box. Fairly lengthy run up. Expect a bit of pace.
Yeah.
I remember her. She's got a fairly low arm action, hasn't she? If
Yeah.
I recall.
Yeah. Yeah, she gets decent pace.
Have
Grace
you
does.
faced much of her bowling before yourself, Laura?
I think I may have a couple years ago, but not any time recently.
Hall. First ball. Online. Low full toss. Nicely defended. No run. Sun's trying to break through those grey clouds at the moment, which is quite nice. MacDonald still yet to register with the scorers. Oh, she very nearly didn't have another opportunity there. That was very close to the outside edge and the stumps as well. I missed everything. Well, the birds are fairly confident she's not going to hit it this far. They've decided to come and peck on the leg side boundary. But there's a big gap there if she wanted to hit across the line, but I wouldn't recommend it against this pace. Third ball of the over. There you go. She's just ignored me completely and hit across the line slightly to that boundary. Slight misfield over there. Does look a little bit of a bumpy surface out there. Quite awkward. I think, is it Millie, your fielder, who's fielding out there? A couple of
Yeah.
little.
It's actually quite a tough outfield here. I think
Yeah,
they
looked
get
it.
in the winter. They have concerts here, so stages put on the outfield and stuff. So I think it just makes the grass a little bit bumpy in some spaces.
MacDonald is off the mark with that well done shot across the line of the ball. Haul in. That's a slightly turned bat again, but effective. Yeah, Old Trafford does that as well. They have massive concerts there. They have things like Ariana Grande and things like that, but they've got these huge covers. I don't know if they do the same here, but it doesn't seem to affect their outfield to the same extent. So
yeah, to be fair, I don't know if it is that, but that's the only thing I could think of.
No,
really.
no, it will obviously have it play its part. Ooh, she's quick behind those stumps as Winfield Hill, isn't she? Sharp.
Very good keeper.
Sharp. It's a good take. I wouldn't like to play against her. She looks fearsome.
Yeah.
She's just got that aura about her, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's just got a lot of experience and confidence, doesn't she? Rightly so.
Hall's coming in again. Final ball of this excellent over. Nice play, nice defensive play. Oh, there was a bit of a comedy dive there. Sort of like my field in circa 19 whenever. I won't tell you how old I am. And that's the over. 42 for the loss of, dare I say it, I'll say it quietly, 7. Okay? But even my quiet is loud enough for you all to hear that. But, this is a battling little partnership developing here for your lower order bats, isn't it? This is encouraging for them. Get some time out there.
Yeah, and just kind of soak
Few
up that pressure a
shots.
little bit.
So how would you describe your batting style, Laura? I've seen you play, so don't lie.
Pretty aggressive, probably, is the way to go about it. I think I just try to be quite positive. I know that my strengths are with my bottom hand a little bit.
You sound just like me.
So I think actually just embracing that and playing with those strengths is the way I go about it, really.
Yeah, you describe in a younger version of me, but you're clearly a better version of my younger self. Oh, yeah. Standards have increased massively, don't underestimate yourself. Dot ball there from Thomas has been kept on. It's her 5th over. She's had a good old day as Thomas, hasn't she? Got a few runs, few wickets. She'll be happy.
Bowled very well.
And look at that. I'm just saying how precise Winfield Hill was her field placement, so almost to the inch.
Yeah. I think it's those things that make the difference, isn't it?
She's kept the slip in, rightly so, at this stage. Actually, as Amy Campbell, she'll probably be really glad she's not having to run around the outfield. As long as one doesn't go past her, she has to chase after it. She was awesome to watch bat, isn't she?
Yeah,
wow.
Very entertaining.
Down leg. They'll take the wides when they're on offer. Do a few more of those.
Just 300 more, please.
Why not?
Make it exciting.
There must be a limit. Imagine if she bowled 200 wides one after the other. At some point, the umpires are going to have to step in here, Laura. Even I know that. That's been smacked. Go on, ball. Yeah, it's going to go just as well because they didn't exactly run the first run, did they?
No.
Yeah, I've got to say this. I'm going to say it to you guys. You've got to run your first run harder because there was a couple.
Do you want to come into our changing room?
You do it. You tell them.
I don't think they listen to me.
Well, they should do. You've got a wise head on your shoulders. Yeah, interesting. It's just great to watch the precision from up here. You get a really good view of it. You don't necessarily see it from pitch side about how precise they are with their field placements.
Yeah.
That's a crafty little shot. I like that. Go on, two. Go on. That's better. That's better. They ran the first one hard then. I'm pleased about that.
Maybe they're listening.
I've got a loud voice. I don't think it's quite that loud. Unless they're mic'd up. I'll be done for coaching on the field. I don't think John would be very keen to have me coaching your girls. I think he's perfectly able to do that for himself. Amy had to do a bit of running there. Amy Campbell, she won't be happy.
Legs getting tired.
Oh, she must be. Exhausted. Thomas into bowl. That's nice. He played off the back foot and she's hit one of the four lined up almost soldier-like fielders on that side of the wicket. 49-47. I'm just checking that wasn't the 50. No, it had gone up before I saw the board. So one more for the 50. That's the first little target we spoke about earlier, isn't it?
Yeah, a little
That's
milestone.
good. So, they're doing well. They've developed a wee partnership here, 15, in the context of the match. That's a decent partnership for your number 8 and 9 batter. That's excellent, isn't it?
Yeah. Take the positive.
Yeah, got to, haven't you? Got to have something to build from in a situation such as this. Hall into bowl, dab down into mid-wicket, swiftly back in, smack to the centre of Winfield Hill's gloves. She didn't have to even think about moving a muscle, let alone move it. So that's a couple of your coaches having a little wander there. Below us.
Yeah.
Who are these two gentlemen then? What's their names?
We have Gareth Marshall and David Barr.
Perfect. There you go, they've had a shout out. Grace Hall. Has that taken an edge down leg? Umpire Cockayne is unmoved, thankfully, but they seem fairly convinced behind the stumps there. They're always tricky to give, I think, as an umpire, though, aren't they? You've got to be certain.
Yeah. The noise could always be some
Could be anything.
Oh.
What do you think? Did you see the replay?
Yeah.
Are you staying quiet? Don't say anything. Hall's into bowl. We'll just gloss over that. Again, down leg. I think she got something on that. She's taking it through. Wait for the signal for the umpire. Yeah, leg by on this occasion. Take it. So are we thinking potentially Derbyshire got a little bit of luck there, Laura?
I can't confirm or deny.
It was close.
It looks very close to the gloves.
Okay. We'll just say well played, umpire. Great Hall into ball.
But you never know.
Never know. They are hard to give, genuinely, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's flicked off the legs, off her toes. That's a nice one. Go on. Take her on. Take her on. Well done. That's very good running. It's 50. Yeah, definitely 50 up. Well done, guys. Thank you, Freddie, in the background. That wasn't my conscience. That was Freddie. Yeah. Maybe they can hear me. They've been running that first single quickly.
I know.
They better do some running between the wickets coaching.
Maybe
for the
someone
top order
shouted.
batters.
Maybe someone listened and shouted at them.
Well, my work here is done. Grace Hall. She's bowled well. In fact, to be fair, all of the Yorkshire bowlers have bowled well.
Yeah. Slow ball.
Nice. Yeah, well spotted. Played off the well spotted, both of you and the batter. Played it gently off the back foot there. No run. Winfield Hill's changing the field again. Unsurprisingly, she does like a dibble dabble with the fielders. So, there's nobody behind the batter apart from third, deep third on the wicket keeper now. And it's slightly backward of point on the 1. Shorter, a bit quicker. Pulled, potential 2. At least they're looking. That's good. Nice throw though. Yeah, the thing is the Yorkshire, they've got good arms as well, haven't they, annoyingly?
Yeah, very strong fielders.
You can't pick out a fielder and say, oh, yeah, let's take 2 there, or let's take 2 there. You just can't, take the chance, can you?
No.
53 for 7 off the 19th over. Yeah, it's still possible. You only need 10 and over. 11 and over? No? Okay.
There's a chance. There's a chance.
Well, anything's possible, but really. Is it me, or do Winfield Hill's gloves look really massive against the blue? Is it just because it's blue against white?
Yeah,
it's
maybe
like she's
so.
got like clown hands.
Maddie Ward onto ball.
Nice spot. Have you faced anything of Maddie Ward's bowling previously?
I
Have you got any
have.
inside information
I
for us,
have.
Lara? Go on.
Well, she was England's under-19s keeper.
I know. I've got that written down.
Have you got that there?
Yeah.
And she has recently become an off-spinner.
Because she can't bowl while Lauren Winfield Hill's keeping wicket.
Yeah. But she's been bowling very well, actually.
Ah, it's the red trainer lady.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice bowling, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's tall as well. She'll get a bit of bounce with it, won't she?
Yeah.
Very nice. Well defended again. Comes Ward off the back foot, punched into the covers for no run.
Porter actually grew up playing at Notts with Maddie, so
Oh, did she?
I think she'll definitely not want to be getting out to Maddie bowling spin,
God,
seeing
no.
as she's
a wicket
a
keeper.
wicket keeper.
Oh, that would be so funny.
But that'll be in the back of
That
Porter's
would
mind,
be
I reckon.
major bunts. Shorter, quicker. Well played. She does like that little back away shot, doesn't she? Back
Yeah.
away to defend. Pretty much a back foot player, I think. Don't think we're going to be seeing any skipping down the wicket to hit straight drives. Again, she's played it off the back foot into short mid wicket. Interesting passage of play here. The internal story within the story here, playing out. These little battles Freddie referred to earlier, battles within battles. Oh, interestingly, she's put a fielder out on the boundary on the offside. Now that's very sharp running. Well done, Porter. She got away from her friend who's trying to bowl her out. It's a good move. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. As long as it's ticking, doesn't matter how slowly it is at the stage, just keep it ticking, stay in there. Next target for these girls will be 60, presumably. Is that how you bat? Do you bat in units of 10? If you're out there and you're building up an innings, what's your
If I'm struggling,
plan of action?
Yeah, if I'm struggling, I'd definitely try and kind of count in tens, but I honestly try not look at the score.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
my biggest way of going about it, really. I try to stay away from the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I get a bit fixated otherwise.
Well, I think it's easier if you're an opener not to look at the scoreboard, especially in 50 overs. You're just going to play your own game when you're an opener. And you're going to play the ball that's placed in front of you. I think, especially when your nature is to be aggressive anyway.
Yeah.
You do not want to be going into your shell and playing somebody else's game.
No, exactly that.
So I'm just waiting to see what's happening bowling wise. It's still Grace Hall. Yeah, she's just starting her, or it will be, her third over. And, yeah, one fielder on the leg side. And I think she's just placed it fine of the leg side field, and that's a really lovely shot of her pads. 4 runs, Lara. Come on, get excited.
The little wins.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, what's the point of playing cricket if you're not enjoying it, even when you're losing?
Yeah,
No point, is there? Because most of you are not paid to play.
exactly that.
Still a hobby. All in. She won't be pleased with having conceded that 4. Who is? Oh, and she's played the same shot, but perhaps not as forcefully. Well done. She's got that shot off to a tee, hasn't she? As
Yeah.
Porter plays that shot off her hips really well.
Into square, she's very, very strong.
23 off 33, respectable. Partnership up to 25. That's the quarter century partnership. Should we celebrate it? Yes, come on.
We can allow you to.
Thank you. Now you see, I'm not going to jinx it. They've been doing well since Freddie disappeared. Bye, Freddie.
Does that mean I'm here for the rest of the game?
Kettle on, Freddie. Well, feel free to stay or go. You know, it's
I'm
your
happy.
call. If you're happy, we're always happy to have company in the commentary box. In comes Grace Hall. Fairly low slinging action. Effective. Oh, and that's beaten everything. Winfield Hill's been beaten even.
I wonder if
that's a
she's hit that.
first. We'll see what the umpire says.
Oh,
Oh,
she's
no,
hit him.
she's got a little edge on that. It's another 4 runs. Excellent. McDonald.
Nick them well.
Yeah. Well, they could, you know, it's hard to pierce the field intentionally sometimes. But if you do it accidentally, bonus. So is that grey building a little hotel over there? Do you know? Are you local enough to know
Yeah,
what
that's a travel lodge.
Oh, is it?
And then in front of us we have a gym, Nuffield
yeah.
Gym.
Thank you.
That's kind of
Bit
all
of
I've got for you.
That's good. It's more local flavour than I can offer at this point, Grace Hall. And again, she's done it again. Flicked it off her legs. Nice one. The score moves to 63. But, surely that's going to make another little field changing, or maybe a chat with the bowler about keeping it more on the offside. Who knows? Oh, it's all got quiet. The tension here at the Crucible. And that was on recently, wasn't it? The World Championship snooker. Ronnie O'Sullivan got knocked out in the semi-final, I believe. Anyway, back foot shot. That was better bowling from Hall. She didn't let her get away with that little shot off. Either of these players actually played that shot nicely. So, partnership's up to 30, Lara.
Yep.
Score 64 for 7. This might start to be a bit irritating for Yorkshire soon, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. I said earlier on we just got to try to keep that there for as long as possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's quite a few people in. I can't see them because a lot of them are in that stand, but the cars suggest that there's a few in.
Yeah, I think quite a few of the Yorkshire people have come,
This
actually.
is the highest partnership of the innings. Yes, they did bring a few folk with them, didn't they? It's not too far down from they're based in Leeds, aren't they? In the Yorkshire girls.
Yeah.
How far is it from Leeds to here? About an hour?
Yeah, I reckon an
Yeah.
hour and a half.
Oh, a bit further.
But no longer than that, really.
Comes the keeper into
Oh.
bowl. Please don't. Oh, the keeper's gone and got her. Maddie Ward has got her. She's struck the part-time bowler. The orange shoes. I can't decide if they're orange or red.
I reckon this season we can count her as a full-time bowler.
I-
At the moment, I reckon.
Fair enough. We won't. But MacDonald has done a good job for her team. She's irritated and annoyed them for a while now. She's out for 17 balls. And that's Ward's first wicket. And she's only conceded 1 run as to date. So, who are we going to have next? Who do you reckon, Lara? Who do you think this player is? Might be able to recognise her better than I can.
Pagan, Hardwick, or Gemma Rose? I think it's
Okay,
Pagan.
Pagan.
Yeah.
Now, oh yeah, she's got long hair down the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pagan. She needs a bit of luck because she didn't have much luck when she was bowling, did she? She had a couple of
No.
drop catches and then took a bit of tap from Campbell later on in the innings. So
Yeah.
I'd like to see her have a bit of luck
Struggled
when she's
a little.
batting. So come on, Pagan, get your own back. Yeah. So Wood has still got 4 balls of her over for Pagan to face. Right-handed bat. See if there's any changes in the field. Not all.
I doubt it.
Oh, they've brought in the offside fielder in. So they actually brought a fielder in. Sorry, why am I saying right-handed bat when she's actually left-handed? How strange.
Hmm?
No, she's right-handed. Oh, Do you know what? I've been out here too long. What did they put in that lunch? Did they put some drugs in for me to get my left and my right mixed up?
Maybe. It's quite a nice
Dog
lunch actually today.
Lovely. It was a hot lunch, really nice. They did a nice vegan version as well, which was beautiful. Ward into bowl. Oh, Pagan. Don't think she's a very experienced bat, just on my first couple of viewings. No, okay. Can I check how old is Pagan? She's one of your youngsters, is she?
I think she's 20. I think
she's
I think we're the same school year. I
20.
think we grew up playing.
Oh, well done.
We played age groups together, so
She
could be year below.
She's got to run. She's got herself off strike. Well done, Pagan.
Oh, I think it was wide.
It was a wide. Either way, she's still run it and she's got off strike, so well run. You played age group for Notts, was that?
For Derby, yeah.
Okay. I think perhaps she's quite diminutive. She looks a bit younger than she actually is.
Yeah.
And that's hit firmly off the back foot from Porter, who's had actually a very nice little knock for her 23 off 35 balls.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, she hasn't. Well, I'm not going to jinx her. I'm not going to say what I was about to say. And Ward in for the last ball of this over. She's been a very tidy over. Off the back foot again for no run. And quickly was number 66 for Yorkshire. Erin Thomas, the opening bat, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, 66 for 8. So Falcons from being, I think, 35 for 7 at one point, weren't you? So they've doubled.
I know we've definitely
doubled
built
their
up.
score for that last wicket. Yeah, you can see the worm there. That cluster of wickets is between overs 10 and 15, really pretty the nail in the coffin for the Falcons here. I went for a cup of tea, came back, and it was all hell let loose. I can't leave Freddie alone for 5 minutes.
All goes wrong when he's alone.
Absolutely. Oh, look at those pooches in the crowd. Oh, they don't care what the score is. Aren't they lovely? Anywho. That's the cricket. Grace Hall is continuing into her 4th over. Number 12 striding in. Pagan on strike.
Oh,
that's
could be.
got a sting. Yeah, that was plumb as plumb could be. Unfortunately, she played right across that. 66 for 9, unfortunately, Pagan.
I think I might have to head back round.
It's been so kind of you to come to join us. If we'll just turn you off and then Freddie can come
Take
in
over.
whenever he wants. Thank you so
It's
much.
all good.
Nice to meet you.
And you.
Yeah, many thanks to Francesca and Lara from the Falcons. We hope they both recover quickly from their respective injuries. Falcons will be very much keen to have them back as soon as possible without damaging their future for the rest of the season. But yeah, I hope they go and give some of their thoughts and views on areas for improvement for their team, and their team take some of them on board.
Pass on some of your advice, I think, by
Well,
the sound of it.
No, not really.
No, I think you know, it's really kind, and I think we ask players to come on and help us out, gives us a bit of a breather as well. But when the game's not going their way, it's not easy for them to come and sit up here and sort of watch it unfold and have to talk to us at the same time. They'd rather be out there playing as well. So yeah, I think it's much appreciated them coming on.
Very much so. Very much so. It's lovely to meet the players as well.
Yeah.
When you commentated with the Tier 1 players, often they're not either allowed or it's difficult to get some of them to do it because they're quite involved in the matches and stuff, and they've got publicity and interviews to do after the event, so it can be quite tiresome for them.
We were just chatting about how much Francesca eats for lunch if she's got to open the bowling. Oh, that was what I was intrigued by.
I wouldn't eat at all.
Yeah.
Hall continuing from this end, and she's played across that. I wondered if you'd like to take over ball-to-ball commentary as well.
Yeah, be
since
happy
you've had a
to. I
little
don't
rest.
know how much we're going to have left.
Exactly. Come on, Freddie.
Hall with 1 wicket. All of the Yorkshire bowlers, apart from Love, who bowled really well, they've got wickets to their name. It's the spin that have done most of the work, as it did wicket-wise for Derbyshire, but it's going to be a heavy defeat. Only a matter of time. Porter not out. 23. Rose facing a second ball. And it's edged to slip, and Yorkshire complete a comprehensive victory here at the county ground as Derbyshire Falcons women's first game ends in a heavy defeat against this experienced and talented Yorkshire side who have outclassed the Falcons across all assets, really, of this 50-over game. It's wrapped up inside 23 overs, and it's a big win for Yorkshire.
Yeah, we were fearing the worst, weren't we, even after the first couple of overs. Yorkshire just were on fire today. They really were, fielding, batting, bowling, everything. And it just, and as I say, as Laura pointed out, that it was a big loss having 4 injuries to their team. Obviously, they've got smaller squads anyway than the Yorkshire team to call upon. Much younger, much more inexperienced side. But, you know, sometimes these are the lessons, the hard lessons are the best ones to learn. And they certainly would have learnt an awful lot from this experience, I'm sure.
Yeah, it looked like Yorkshire are always going to be heavy favourites today, and that's how the game has panned out. Yorkshire in their team huddle, just the players out there in the middle, which is interesting. They've hit the highest List A score for a women's professional game in England. Derbyshire really were never going to chase that down. They fall for 66 all out, a bit of time in the middle, but even still not as much as they'd have liked to. But I think, you know, mentally wise, when you get to the innings break, having had that tap in the field, it's very hard to then translate that into positive batting, isn't it, when you come back out?
Very, yeah. So the teams are shaking hands, and this is all, you know, new, out on a, 9,500 capacity, this ground. And for some of these young players, it's probably the biggest game they've played in their entire lives. And to come out and give it their all, they're to be commended. So onwards and upwards for the Derbyshire Falcons is what I say. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the difference between this match and the next match I'm due to do with them is going to be in the end of June. So that's nearly a full 2 months worth of learning gone on. And I wonder, I'll be really curious to see how far they'll develop. They're young and they're new to this level of cricket, and they will develop quickly, that's for sure.
New team, not new format, but new format of in terms of the league structure, a new group of players, injured players. It's a long season in terms of a learning season, and it sounds like they've got the right man in charge in John Dyson from everything Lara, Francesca was saying about him. Alison, great fun working with you. First time on the cricket commentary, so unfortunately a Derbyshire defeat, but I have to say I enjoyed that up in the commentary box, and yeah, you'll be back here in a month or so.
2 months for me.
2 months.
When are you back with us?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but hopefully, well, if I'm asked back, then hopefully.
Guys, if you're listening to us and you've enjoyed any of the coverage, despite the disappointing performance, please feel free to like and share what you've seen on YouTube, because obviously the more likes and shares we get, the more likelihood of us being able to carry on with our commentary in a wider respect and more often and greater depth, etc., etc. It's just better if we get the likes and shares. Come on, get pressing that button.
I mentioned as well, there's a new Derbyshire podcast out as well from the Falcons Nest. It's called, the first one with David Griffin, the Heritage Officer. That's up across all podcast platforms. Just a little plug for that.
Perfect.
As well. Some new content from Derbyshire, and I'm sure we'll have some of the women's players on in the future as well. But yeah, wrapping it up, defeat for Derbyshire, a big win for Yorkshire, and well played to them. Good to see some of their supporters coming down as well. The two teams will meet again in Harrogate on Monday for the Knockout T20 Cup. And yeah, we'll be back here soon for Derbyshire. And yeah, enjoyed that. Enjoyed working with you.
Yes, lovely to meet you, Freddie. A very impressive young man.
Thank you very much. And well, for some more viewing, there's obviously plenty more games going on in Tier 2. Otherwise, I'm sure if you're Derbyshire and Yorkshire fans, you'll be flicking over to those streams of the men's games as well. But yeah, make sure, get down here for next time as well. Great to have this stream up, but come and watch, come and support your team, and playing all over the county, I think, as well. So that's all from me, Freddie and Alison. A pleasure. We'll see you soon.